I create an angel civilization in Marvel. Chapter 1. Angel Light Group, Thor suffers. 9 realms. Asgard, also known as Asgard. This is the hometown of the Nordic gods. Asgard is located at the top of the world tree, and it is also linked to Midgard or the passage of the earth. At the moment on this island covered with planet-like substances. In the center of the magnificent palace, an old man with a blindfold on his right eye and a formal armor, with a long beard on his chin, is sitting in his place. This old man is obviously Odin. At the moment, Odin frowned slightly, and he held up the eternal gun that will hit the target as soon as it was thrown after the attack, and looked at the other man under the stage with a cloak and half kneeling on the ground. Thor Odinson, do you have a clear explanation for this huge dark energy loss event? Dark energy is a universal energy in the universe. But it's certainly not a trivial matter to make Odin frown and question. Faced with Odin's question, everyone in the Asgard hall except Loki, Phrygia and Heimdall showed bewildered expressions. Even the 4 Asgard warriors, Thor's good friends, thought about it. They seemed to have a clue. After hearing that Thor had been fighting outside for a while, he suddenly happily brought back a golden white light group that was almost half a meter high. Thor thought it was something amazing, so he was very happy. But they all watched the light group, not to mention the inexplicable energy barrier. The whole still exudes a sense of holiness. After this, both Odin and Phrygia came to watch this light group and studied for a long time. But until the end, even Heimdall's observation for a period of time did not discover the origin of this light group. It seems to be alive, but maybe at the moment is sleeping. After there was really no way, Odin waved his hand to let Thor decide for himself where the big light group would go. Thor couldn't help but left the light ball in Asgard's treasure room. You should know that this treasure room has a series of top treasures such as Casket of Ancient Winters, the Ball of Agamotto, and the Steel of Life. So the cause of this incident is also because of this. My father. Thor knelt on the ground, putting his helmet and Mjolnir on the ground and replied, this is indeed because of me, but I have absolutely no intention of harming Asgard. Thor's strong voice echoed in this golden hall, even if there were thousands of people standing inside and out. He emphasized twice that this incident really happened because of himself, but he didn't have any bad thoughts. Definitely, Odin and Phrygia who watched Thor grow up and everyone knows. But this time the matter was so big and had an impact on Asgard as a whole, Odin had to announce it publicly. What the hell is it? At this time, Sif, who has a good impression of Thor, stood up and spoke to Thor, the great king. It shouldn't be Thor's responsibility for that light group to absorb the entire dark energy of Asgard. At the time, no one could help, Thor had to leave it in a safer treasure room, and Sif also wanted to help Thor speak. But Phrygia, who was standing beside Odin in the distance, quickly stopped her with her eyes. It shouldn't be right to speak suddenly, and if you have to make further progress, you will be severely punished. Looking at Frigga's eyes, Hill turned his head and saw Thor, who was half kneeling there and turned his head to signal to retreat, silently walked back. Try her best, she can only do this. This is the end of the matter, and the ins and outs of the whole matter have been figured out. It turned out that it started with the light ball that Thor brought back from outside, and then left the light ball in the treasure room, which finally caused the dark energy to be absorbed this time. At that time, the light group exuded a sense of holiness. No one would regard him as something dangerous, only as a treasure. So the development to this point is indeed unexpected. Next. In this hall of thousands, Odin looked at the regretful Thor and sighed in his heart. Thor is not to blame for this. Because it wasn't just the guardian Heimdall who didn't notice the anomaly. Even God King Odin and his wife Frigga didn't find any problems. But the disappearance of such a huge amount of dark energy does harm the interests of all people in Asgard. Odin can be regarded as open to an explanation. Bang! Odin tapped the golden floor with the gun of eternity. Thor Odinson, since the main reason for this incident is not yours, I, Odin, hereby announce. Speaking of this, Odin's words suddenly stopped, and he suddenly looked at the location of the Asgard treasure room, where the light group was now. Suddenly there was no more text. Thor, who was about to receive punishment, looked up at Odin suspiciously. At the same time, the light ball in the Asgard treasure room suddenly became bright and slowly transparent. There seemed to be a figure looming inside. The data on the first day of the new book is very important, so I beg for some flowers to evaluate. You guys are messing around. Chapter 2. Angel Civilization Creation System, A Sense of Substitution. As the light screen in front of me slowly dissipated, a man with white wings on his back, a face like a crown jade, a beautiful ritual, thin lips, exquisite features, beautiful silver hair, and a perfect body shape walked out. The picture shows the image of the male protagonist. And the light blob that had just disappeared turned into a little bit of fluorescence and floated on Luo Hua's body and turned into an exquisite costume. Open his eyes that seemed to be filled with stars. Luo Hua looked around. A basin holding a fire, a ball floating in the air, a box with ice crystals flowing next to it, and so on. The eternal fire, casket of ancient winters, turned out to be Asgard's treasure room. I said, where did this huge dark energy come from? With the slight movement of his lips, Luo Hua instantly judged his current position. Traveling to the Marvel universe, his ability needs to reshape his body. But due to lack of energy, he needs huge dark energy to shape it through that light cluster. Asgard happened to provide Luo Hua with this energy supply. Angel Civilization Creation System is activated. Angel, Luo Hua, King of Angel. Technology, the first generation of Angel's body, Angel's wings. The first generation Angel's body, the body with unlimited potential, is like a body of steel, which can be undamaged under heavy firepower equipment. Angel's wings, wings that have unlimited potential and can be put away at any time, which can bring the ability of flying to Angel. King of Angel, you are the King of Angel. In order to create a better angel civilization, you can achieve from nothing to nothing, and even rules, settings, and so on. This explanation means that Luo Hua is the master who creates everything angel. And it includes any aspect of creation, rule, setting, etc. He can set everything about angel, whether it's technology or setting, whether it's the soul or the real thing. But this is not one of the 10 worlds once exiled by Odin in the world tree, heaven. This may be inextricably related to the angel civilization in another universe. An angel wings and angel's body are technologies that accompany them. The body of steel is only the standard equipment of the first generation angel. Next. Click. 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 With the sound of a little eager footsteps. Boom. Scream. The door of Asgard's treasure room was opened vigorously. Odin arrived here with Thor, Loki, and a group of guards. After all, it is Asgard's most important treasure room, and eagerness is inevitable. Clatter. A guard took a step forward with a weapon. But then Odin stretched out his hand to stop him. Odin looked at Luo Hua and slowly said, "Who are you? Why are you here?" At the same time, Loki frowned slightly and began to think. He hasn't arranged for the ice giant to start invading. What's going on? But that person didn't look like his person either. Let's take a look first. Facing Odin's problem, Luo Hua put his right hand on his left elbow, stretched out and slowly walked out and asked, "Isn't it difficult for you to put me here? You are the light group." Thor couldn't help asking immediately. This light group caused him to carry the cauldron, how could he not care? You can understand it this way. Luo Hua nodded and admitted, "After all, I have to thank you. It's not that you picked up this light ball from the universe. I may need to drift for a while." Thor's face stiffened, and his mood immediately became uncomfortable. But before he could say anything, Odin spoke, and he looked around and said, "It doesn't seem to be a good place to talk, maybe we can change it." As he spoke, Odin looked at Luo Hua's wings several times. Judging from his eyesight, it is natural to see Luo Hua's uniqueness. It was an invitation from Odin. Luo Hua spread his palm to indicate yes. Odin nodded and waited for Luo Hua to come forward before turning around with the gun of eternity and walking outside. The guards and Thor hurriedly followed. Only Loki looked at Luo Hua and followed up with the people who had left. Bang! The door of the treasure room closed automatically again. Luo Hua and Odin walked ahead together. Thor and Loki followed. Loki touched Thor with his left hand. Thor turned his head and looked at Loki suspiciously. Loki's eyes were questioning, as if he was talking about what happened. Thor shrugged. He didn't know if he could carry the pot. As everyone walked through the corridors. With a broad vision, Odin walked and introduced, Asgard has been a long time since no one can invade here. Heard this sentence? Loki, who was walking behind, felt tight. But he can still control his heartbeat not to speed up. Otherwise, this sudden heartbeat might make Odin wonder. Odin, why are you nervous when I say this? Luo Hua walked beside Odin from watching the scenery to watching Odin asked, what about now? Odin looked at Luo Hua's eyes. Immediately continue to walk towards the resting area, not now either. Before Loki felt relieved. Odin continued, but not necessarily in the future. Loki took a deep breath, Roar couldn't breathe. 2 more times, he can die on the spot. Hidden words in some words. With Odin's beard jumping as he walks. A kind of person came to the door of a gate. Looking at the never-closed door, inside is an oval table and a circle of sofas next to it. Anyway, the whole looks very luxurious. Odin and Luo Hua walked in. Come in. Odin said without looking back. This is to his 2 sons. Thor and Loki stopped at the door, looked at each other and followed in. Since Odin asked them to listen, they definitely want to go in. As the 2 enter, a group of guards stood outside the door, and the door was slowly taken by them. Odin and Luo Hua sat down on the sofa. Thor stood quietly behind Odin. Loki will look at his face and take a few fruit plates and put them in front of them. Although they don't know how to eat, it is related to many accidents. Next. The real thing is about to start talking. Sheba has a strong sense of substitution, ha ha ha, since the sense of substitution is strong, let me support it with some flowers and evaluation votes. This is very important to me. Chapter 3. Ragnarok, the pillar of angel civilization. Odin moved his eyelids, and he leaned against the gun of eternity. The wings behind you remind me of a story from a long time ago. The beginning of the 9 realms was not actually the 9 realms. It is actually called the 10 realms. And the one that disappeared was exiled because of Odin, who was offended. That one is heaven. However, there is still a big difference between this heaven and Luo Hua's angel civilization, and there is basically no relationship between the two. I know what the story you are thinking about. Luo Hua sat on the sofa and folded his left leg on his right leg and said relaxedly, we just look a bit similar, but it doesn't really matter. Although they are both angel wings, there is a big gap between the two. The wings of Luo Hua angel civilization can even open up wormholes and travel the universe at will. Then I didn't wait for Odin to speak. Luo Hua felt that Thor and Loki hadn't left their wings ever since they came in. He smiled, and at the same time gently waved the white wings behind him. Roar wow! Thor's open mouth almost spoke in surprise. Can it fly? Thor stammered excitedly, so beautiful, can it fly fast? In Thor's impression, what if such a beautiful thing breaks up after a fight? And is it practical? This is the most important thing for a barbarian. Facing Thor's question, Luo Hua smiled helplessly. Definitely can fly, otherwise what is it used for? Hearing that Luo Hua's wings can fly, Thor is obviously more interested and wants to continue to inquire. Such as speed or something. But Odin didn't let them come in and be curious babies. What should I call you? Roar. Where are you from? What is the purpose? Odin's eyes narrowed slightly. As long as he clarified these things, it would be considered a basic understanding. Hearing Odin's words, Thor also regained his senses and stood officially next to Odin. Luo Hua, come from not so much where I come from, it is better to say that I am a drifter at the moment. Luo Hua shook his calf and continued. In terms of purpose, it is the same as your god Odin. Who doesn't want to let his civilization prosper? If the first two sentences are just recognition, the last sentence after that gave Odin the most information. Odin asked directly. Are you a civilized king? Yes. Luo Hua confessed with a smile of self-deprecating, but now it's just a widowed king. The conditions for creating Angel are relatively harsh. He not only needs to reshape the familiar figures in the depths of his soul, he also needs to use endless energy to shape them. Angel is taking the elite route. In other words, every angel is extremely important to him. If Luo Hua is the king of Angel, in his heart, the three pillars of Angel civilization, Heavenly Blade King, Heavenly Foundation King, and Apocalypse King are also extremely important. Seeing Luo Hua directly admit it, Odin is also thinking about some issues. One is whether Luo Hua is a civilized king or not. How can it be verified? Second, if you really are a king, how can the loss of this dark energy be determined? Now Odin is old, and the 9 realms is a bit chaotic. He doesn't want to cause unnecessary disputes anymore. That would put a civilization into unnecessary danger. So Odin asked, how do you prove that you are a civilized king? Hear the verification in Odin's words. Luo Hua smiled and calmly stepped in and said, you are the king of God in Norse mythology, but in the treasure house of my civilization, I also know that you will have a dusk. Dusk? Thor and Loki frowned. What does dusk have to do with this? Odin's slightly squinted eyes opened a little in an instant. He turned his head and looked at the 2 children next to him and said, Thor, Loki, you can go to Frigga to help end today's gathering. Although the meaning in Odin's words is to let them disband the thousands of people who have just gathered. But the actual meaning is to drive them away, and I can't listen to the rest. Why? The straight-tempered Thor asked directly. But Loki directly pulled Thor's wrist and dragged away and said, okay, father. Pulled by Loki to close the door. Thor asked grumpily, there must be something important to Asgard in that sentence, why don't we figure it out? Loki scanned Thor with contempt eyes. Then leave a sentence, idiot. After. He went to find the Queen Frigga. The more naive Thor is, the more likely he is to be king. Coupled with his decent performance just now. So overall Loki thinks he has a perfect score this time. The screen turns back to Odin. Wait until the 2 are gone. Odin leaned the eternal gun in his palm on the sofa to express a friendly confirmation and asked, Ragnarok. Luo Hua tapped the first show, Ragnarok. How did you know? Odin immediately went on to ask, how much do you know? Ragnarok can give every king who knows this a terrible headache. And Asgard's background is reborn in a ruin. In addition, his 2 sons are not worrying. There is the dangerous princess outside. So the current Odin can be described as utterly battered. Ask for flowers and evaluation votes, the humble author is here to beg, okay. Chapter 4. The meaning of civilization, Odin invests in disguise. Faced with Odin, who was slightly rushed, Luo Hua reached out his hand and picked up a fruit from the fruit plate in front of him and said, I know almost everything in the treasure trove of knowledge of my civilization. After speaking, he took a bite of fruit. This sentence is half true and half false. The treasure house of Angel civilization can indeed store super god technology. But he hasn't developed a treasure trove of knowledge yet, even if he has done it. The inside is also empty, and there is no storage technology yet. But the knowledge about Ragnarok was brought by him as a traverser. This news is quite true. Get the exact news. Odin turned his head and looked at the direction his two sons had just walked out. Then he asked leisurely, only based on the knowledge during this period of time, "What do you think of my two children?" After speaking, he turned around and changed his words and asked again, "Or, who is more suitable to be the king? Ask someone you have just met for a few hours. Odin may be really helpless." Luo Hua gracefully ate the fruit in her hand. Then he leaned on the cushion of the sofa, and slowly said with his right hand on the armrest, "The second son is grumpy and straightforward, which can be said to be a muscle in his mind. The third son's conspiracy and tricks, trapped in performance, and eager to show himself, can be said to have a lot of thoughts, but it is not necessarily uneasy and kind." After saying these words, Odin nodded and became more convinced of the fact that Luo Hua is a civilized king. Even Thor and Loki know that they are the second princess and the third princess. As for the character of his two children, Odin had known it a long time ago. But he doesn't care about this, but who can bring Asgard back to his current state after Ragnarok? Or is it possible to stop Ragnarok and make Asgard better? This is the most important. Hela, she will definitely come back for revenge, and my two children are still too young. Odin said slowly, "They need to grow, but there is still too little time left for them now. This is a fact." Luo Hua nodded and said, "The more things you experience, the more people will grow. Maybe you can consider this approach. Experience equals temper." More than that, Odin's first reaction was to let his two children try to feel like being a normal person. Or to be a more ordinary mortal, in this case, it should be enough. Looking at Odin, who was thoughtful, Luo Hua silently mourned the two people first. The dark energy this time. After talking for a while, Odin turned the topic directly to the fact that Luo Hua absorbed so much dark energy this time. In order to reshape a body with unlimited future potential, the light ball his system prepared for him almost absorbed all of Asgard's dark energy. This is not a trivial matter in any civilization. Odin definitely won't give it to you in vain. Think of Avengers Alliance 1. Just the dark energy used to send Thor down makes Odin feel distressed. Not to mention I just dig it out this time. In a short period of time, they even have to plan the frequency of starting Bifrost. Hearing Odin mention it, Luo Hua smiled, he almost forgot. Since I mentioned Ragnarok, so be it. Luo Hua finished eating the fruit in his hand and looked at Odin's confident suggestion, "When that day comes, I will help as much as possible in the value of this dark energy. If the myth still reappears and Asgard is destroyed, then under the negotiation between the two civilizations, I will slightly help the next king of Asgard to rebuild it. That's a thank you Thor for bringing me back." Thor helped Luo Hua bring it back, which is a big help. Otherwise, he doesn't know how long it will take to drift to find a civilization that can convert all dark energy. Hear Luo Hua's explanation. Odin glanced over his head and accepted the answer happily. This is not equivalent to investing in hemp, even what it is. After these two sentences, Odin felt that angel civilization is a civilization with extraordinary potential. And the gap with the previous paradise must be huge. From the perspective of the knowledge treasure house who knew a lot of knowledge, Odin felt that this civilization was not simple. It's not bad for a civilization to have a decent artifact. What's more, Luo Hua only said that this treasure house of knowledge, he didn't feel that the needle would be pricked. Thinking of this, Odin asked, "Angel civilization, what kind of civilization is it? What do you want to do in the future?" It certainly doesn't hurt to know more about a civilization, and Odin will definitely do the same when encountering this unfamiliar civilization. Angel civilization. Luo Hua leaned on the sofa and repeated these words slowly. He leaned his head a little later, looking at the golden decoration of the roof. His originally relaxed eyes became a bit serious. "Recalling the beautiful figure that traveled in the universe in my mind." Luo Hua still said firmly in that posture, "Enjoy life and make your life meaningful." After saying this, Luo Hua turned back and looked at Odin, who was a little confused, and said again, This is not a simple thing, it is the most difficult thing. Angel's pursuit of civilization is not so much, nothing more than to do what he wants to do. It's helpless to fight and kill. The research and development of technology is also for ourselves. If there are not so many threats and difficulties, who wants to work so hard? Chat with the most beautiful angels in the universe every day. Isn't it good to make games? Chapter 5. Go to Midgard, Spiritual Faith Energy Conversion. Hear Luohua's explanation. Odin thought about it for a while. During his long life, he has been fighting for most of his life. Always fighting for Asgard. Looking back at Luohua and his current thinking, it seems that he has already reached his own state. This directly made Odin sigh. Next. Luohua estimated that the time was almost time to leave. Since we want to develop civilization, it's definitely not in people's leisure. He needs to find a place that suits him to develop and use the system. What are you going to do next? Odin touched his beard lightly and physically. It was quite easy for him to be able to talk about this headache and find a solution. Go to Midgard. Luohua changed his leg and cocked it. Midgard. Odin frowned slightly in confusion. Midgard is the earth. Is that a place suitable for the development of civilization? Although Odin did not understand, Luohua naturally had a reason for him to go. He thought of a condition that fits the myth and can be used immediately. In simple terms, it is spiritual belief energy conversion. People on earth have a belief in mythology. As long as Luohua makes reasonable use of it, it will be of great help to him. If the ability of this technology can turn the spirit of goodwill or belief in angel into the most essential energy, then it is more practical and more effective than dark energy, solar energy. Ding! Angel civilization technology set successfully. Spiritual belief energy conversion technology. By absorbing the spiritual goodwill of creatures towards angel civilization, it is converted into special belief energy, such as shaping angel, creating reality, super energy, and so on. Note: the higher the goodwill, the more energy is converted. At this moment of smooth thinking, Luohua directly mastered this semi-mythic and semi-scientific special technology. The converted energy will be directly stored in his body. This is ability as a king of angel. He directly set the technology of angel civilization. Luohua, who has obtained the new technology, is also a little happy. He nodded to Odin and said, "Yes, Midgard is an important place for me, maybe I will put my home there." To keep your home there is to tell Odin Midgard Luohua or angel civilization wants it, whether Midgard was and will be important. But now Odin doesn't care about Midgard. Odin said, Midgard's resources are very scarce, most of them are ordinary resources, and Thanos will definitely go there. If you say that Midgard is yours, there will definitely be a dispute between you. The time converted to Earth now is about 2009. Thanos adopted Gamora in 1987. In other words, Thanos's universe knows that the plan has been underway for a long time. So Odin must know this. But Odin's 3-acre land is here, and Thanos will definitely not come here rashly. But Midgard won't be like this, Thanos will definitely pass. Even if Luohua is going to develop now, it only takes about 10 years, and the slowness will not exceed a few decades. These times are still too short for the development of a civilization. It can be said that it is just getting started in the infancy. Facing Odin's worry, Luohua waved his hand relaxedly, "Don't worry, it can be solved." Seeing Luohua full of confidence, Odin smoothed his beard. I don't know why, he suddenly felt Luohua's strength. From the first glance he was unusual, to the later I believed that he was a civilized king. Even in the end, Odin himself felt confident that he was right. Is this the charm of a real king? Just looking is convincing. Finally picked up a fruit in front of him. Luohua stood up and said, "The time is almost up, I have to leave. If I can catch up, Midgard has one more thing waiting for me to do." Now that there is a spiritual belief conversion energy technology, exposure is the main purpose next. Why is it that there is still exposure, but Angel's loftiness, like a god, is a skill to live? And the time now is almost the time of Tony's accident, but the exact time is uncertain. I don't know if he just had an accident, or he was about to make a war armor and rushed out. But no matter what, this node still cannot be let go. Seeing Luo Hua get up, Odin also stood up with the gun of eternity in his hand. How are you going to Midgard? Luo Hua stopped walking towards the gate. Odin had a bad feeling. His angel wings have not been upgraded to a very high level. So the shuttle between time and space is either by wormholes or by folding or by using ready-made ones. That is Bifrost. Dark energy has been stored again for a while, or is it counted in Ragnarok's account together? Face the proposed Luo Hua. Odin's mouth twitched helplessly. What else can I do? Here it is. Standing in the teleportation ball at the end of Bifrost. Only Odin and Heimdall are standing here now. Heimdall, the Asgardian, looked at the wings behind Luo Hua in a daze. Because he really couldn't see any information about Luo Hua. But now that Odin has ordered, Heimdall used his big sword as a key and inserted it into the hole in the teleportation center. Then Bifrost began the sequel to energy. After a while, the transmission standard was reached. Luo Hua watched his feet slowly lift off the ground with only a small flap of his wings. Odin reminded me slightly, "Don't forget our agreement." Luo Hua nodded. Immediately afterwards, there was a click. Heimdall twisted the big sword. As soon as Luo Hua leaned forward, he took the initiative to fly into the transmission channel. Target, Midgard, Earth. Please ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. So far is the first day of update, there should be a chapter in the evening. You can say what you think in the comment area, and I will read each one. And I will refine it when I see it, which means that I have read all the comments you posted. If you update it, you will be guaranteed 5 chapters a day before it is released. Chapter 6. The body of steel descended to the world and was accosted by the girls. Look at Luo Hua flying into the transmission channel. Heimdall turned the sword back. Then, watching Odin, who was still staring at the direction of the passage, hesitated for a while and said, "On him, I can't see any trace of him no matter where he is. And from the moment I left, I never saw him again." Hear this question from Heimdall. Odin did not answer, but turned around and walked back and said at the same time, "If you can see Luo Hua clearly, then his value as a civilized king may be lost." Watching Odin leave, Heimdall drew his sword and landed it on the ground. He looked at Luo Hua's departure direction with deep eyes, perhaps thinking about how good he was. The screen returns to the earth. Buzzing boom. With the large amount of energy fluctuations, a vibrating buzz sounded in the sky. Then at the last moment, a figure with its back and wings like a dazzling light appeared. He gently waved the wings behind him, floating in the air. Look at the wavy clouds and the scorching sun in the sky below your feet. Go down and see where this is. After speaking, Luo Hua just prepared to fly to the ground. The sound of rumbling in the distance came randomly. Turning to see, a Boeing 747 plane was flying towards here several kilometers away. It turned out to be an airplane on the route. Then there shouldn't be any remote place here. In a short while, Luo Hua, who stayed for a short time, was quickly passed by the passenger plane. At the moment the deputy captain in the plane rubbed his eyes in a daze. He looked a little demented at Luo Hua's position just now. What's the matter? Eyes are sore? Do you want to take a break? I'll open it. The captain sitting in the main pilot looked at the deputy captain and thought he was tired. No, I can just drive. The captain who recontrolled the plane thought about it or hesitation asked, I seem to have seen Angel just now. Puff. I think you are really stupid, let me do it. I seem to have seen it. He has wings. You hurry up and rest, don't dream anymore. With the airliner in front of him flew by. Luo Hua didn't care if anyone happened to be recording or taking pictures. Since it is necessary to collect faith and transform energy, Luo Hua has already determined Angel's way of doing things, that is, high profile. Forced. As the king of the angel race, Luo Hua believes that Angel should confidently show his beauty to all creatures in the universe. This is the confidence that the most beautiful race in the universe should have. Next, Luo Hua's wings flicked 180 degrees and plunged into the clouds. He flew in one direction, but in a while he reached a height of several hundred meters on the ground. Looking at people wearing white robes under their feet, white scarves on their heads, and some people wearing special costumes. It turned out to be directly transmitted to the sky over Asia. If you read it correctly, this is Dubai. In this case, the news is easy to handle. We will go on to see how Tony Stark's current information is. It is a prosperous city anyhow. Luo Hua found a place with no one to land, and then mind retracted its wings. At this moment when I want to achieve it. Luo Hua's wings turned into feathers and the stars dissipated. I patted the dust that does not exist on the delicate clothes on my body. He stepped into the street. At the moment when I walked out of the alley with no one, the engine sound of the luxury car seemed to become quieter, and the voice of people's conversation started to become quieter from the vicinity of Luo Hua. Slowly, it seemed that everyone's attention was on Luo Hua. Regardless of face or body or temperament, he has a dazzling charm. Pursing her lips, Luo Hua turned helplessly and walked into the alley. After a while, a figure who was blindfolded could only see the eyes and hair but was still very attractive came out. It's not that he wants to slap himself in the face. It's that he has something to do now, and if it is surrounded, it would be a waste of time. That's why he did it now. This is only temporary. After looking at the effect that does not seem to have such a big impact. Roar. Luo Hua let out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the energy, the eye of insight won't work even if it's researched out. Why should I come down to find Tony's news myself? Speaking of Luo Hua, he walked towards the center of the city. The conditions there are abundant, and there must be some news on Tony's presence. And he was also going to absorb a little energy by the way before leaving. Walking on the streets of the city. This is almost exactly the same as Dubai before he crossed. Luxury cars, white cloth, styles, etc. are all similar. Walk slowly. Anyone passing by Luo Hua will turn their heads to look at him along the way. However, because Luo Hua did not directly reveal the identity of Angel, these people did not achieve the highest efficiency in the energy they converted. At this time, a few blonde girls who had just come out of the global shopping mall found themselves in front of them. They were a little surprised when they were far away. Roar patted to remind his girlfriends. Then he quickly took out a pen and paper from the bag that straddled his arm and wrote something. The other girls quickly followed suit after seeing it. Luo Hua looked at the girls in front of him. He was not interested. Angel, who is the most beautiful in the universe, doesn't like it. Is it so difficult for you to let him like mortals? Luo Hua, are so dedicated. It's not Angel, he doesn't like it at all. See Luo Hua looking here. The girls wrote the notes and waved to him quickly for the exquisite manicure. Even if Luo Hua had his face covered, these girls only identified him by looking at his eyes and a little bridge of nose and forehead. Looking at the girls who waved, Luo Hua just nodded gently and walked naturally. His target is near the center of the mall, not them. The results did not wait to stagger these girls. They walked quickly one after another. Then they surrounded Luo Hua directly one by one. Luo Hua. Helpless, he just wanted to retreat and leave. One of the girls reached out to Luo Hua's palm. Luo Hua, who was not so good on the street, was naturally held by their palms. Then a note was just tucked into his palm. The other 2 to 3 girls did the same when they saw it. There are many of them scratching the oil in the palm of his hand. Please ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, please provoke you, this is very important to me. Today's update is here first. The results on the first day have reached the standard in my mind. Later updates are concentrated in the evening, and I have read all your comments, thank you. Chapter 7. Eyes of Insight, Harvest Spiritual Energy. Finally, Luo Hua, who withdrew in 2 or 3 steps, looked at the 4 pieces of paper in a daze. Looked at the city girls who had been thrown away behind them. Luo Hua clenched his fists and squeezed the paper into a ball. Flick your fingers. After a scream, the note was bounced into the trash can with a strong sound of breaking wind. By the way, the aluminum skin of the trash can was ejected into a pit. Those notes are nothing more than the XXX room of the XXX Hotel on XXX Street. These girl groups who come to travel are also a bit rich for ordinary people. However, this time the Kung Fu girls seem to give themselves a lot of energy to transform. After getting rid of the girl, Luo Hua is still walking on the street eye-catchingly. Soon after, a square shopping mall appeared in front of him. There are commercial streets all around here. Luo Hua walked casually and passed by a place that sells electricity. One of the big TVs is broadcasting the news that Tony Stark was kidnapped and disappeared. Moreover, Mai Fang also offered a reward for the amount of Mijin that can provide effective information. Hello, do you need to buy goods? Luo Hua just stood here and watched for a while, and the female salesperson in the shop immediately posted up and asked. Do not. Maybe it was Luo Hua who had noticed him long ago when he was not here. Seeing that Luo Hua ignored the news that she was still watching Stark, the female salesperson immediately opened the topic and said, it has been more than 2 months since Tony Stark disappeared. During this period, the United States has been searching for a long time, but found nothing. Just get nothing. Tony disappeared in Afghanistan. It is impossible for the United States to drive over to the radar to search here. So it can only hinder the search. In addition, the location is secret, there is no signal from electronic equipment, not to mention that Obadi is making trouble in it. It's weird to find Tony. Thanks. After taking a look at this female salesman, Luo Hua nodded to her and left here. She was completely taken aback by Luo Hua's galaxy eyes. The female salesman didn't react until Luo Hua left. Walk into an empty place. Luo Hua started to set up Angel's technology ability. In the world of the macrocosm, the universe has a dark plane and is full of dark energy. The dark energy will record all the data around the main biological plane. It can be stored almost indefinitely without being absorbed or used. And the Eye of Insight can analyze dark energy through the dark plane and then all the information before and now. Ding! Angel Civilization Technology set successfully Eye of Insight, consume energy to obtain all previous and current information by analyzing the dark energy of the dark plane. Angel Civilization Creation System. Angel, Luo Hua, King of Angel. Technology, the first generation of Angel's body, Angel's wings, faith energy conversion, Eyes of Insight. It's done. Looking at the successful technology, Luo Hua pursed his mouth with a smile. This technology is extremely convenient. Next. Thoughts moved. To outsiders, Luo Hua's eyes seemed to be covered with a holy white film. But in Luo Hua's eyes, he looked around, he knew everything that happened here a few days ago. For example, people who come to travel have gone the wrong way. People who are addicted to cigarettes come in and smoke a cigarette and so on. At this time, haven't waited long. Feeling that the energy just collected in his body was about to be squandered, Luo Hua quickly closed the Eye of Insight. This skill consumes too much energy. Use up the point he just collected. It consumes energy so much, it seems that a wave of energy must be harvested before leaving. As for how to harvest, it's very simple. The concept of angel exists in this world. Although it is not the same, as long as Luo Hua walks around in a conspicuous place, he can harvest part of his energy. It may not be too much, but at least it can be used. Then he thought, and his wings appeared behind him with feather-like fluorescence. Immediately after Luo Hua's wings flicked, he flew directly to Dubai's tallest and most famous tower. It is the center of city tourism and the location of Harry's Fata. It is more than 800 meters high and is the center of local tourism. After a while, Luo Hua, who reached the top of the tower, fell slowly like a feather. Accompanied by the phosphorescence of snow-like feathers that he deliberately used his wings to exude. In less than a while, the vision of the crowd here was attracted to the past. Even the surrounding birds began to fly over and circle Luo Hua. Originally, his temperament and charm are eye-catching. Coupled with Angel's natural affinity, even animals can't help but get close. Just ask. Does anyone think Angel is a badass at first sight? Even if there are probably not many people. Wow! Click! 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 The noise of the crowds in the tower and underground rang, accompanied by a crisp camera shutter sound. Luo Hua can feel that the energy he converted is rising rapidly compared to before. Please ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, please provoke you, this is very important to me. There are at least 4 chapters in the evening, and the time is a bit uncertain. Recently, I am changing my schedule. I woke up at 10 o'clock last night. I haven't slept yet. After I change my schedule, it will be stable. Sorry. Chapter 8. What should I do if the enemy doesn't hit me because I'm so handsome? After a while. Keep it in a state where people are still hot. Luo Hua, who had almost collected part of the energy, rushed directly to the endless sky as soon as his wings flicked. Seeing the handsome and beautiful Angel disappeared in the blink of an eye, the people who had been slowed down quickly uploaded the photos and videos they took to the internet. As for the consequences, Luo Hua hopes that this information will be more perfect. He doesn't need to be low-key, nor does Angel need to be low-key. Not so much low-key words. Not to mention that Angel should be suitable for a higher profile existence. The screen turns back to Luo Hua's side. About 6 minutes after the flight, Luo Hua saw that he had reached the Afghan region. In other words, his speed has reached Mach 10. In other words, the speed of Mach 10 is 3.4 km per second. And Luo Hua, who was already a body of steel, did not feel the pressure of this speed at all. It can even be said to be simple. After arriving in Afghanistan, Luo Hua briefly started the Insight Vision to check it out. Eye of Insight. After starting for a while, Luo Hua closed the ability after all the data was collected. Then fly towards the side with information. Start ability one by one. It didn't take half an hour. He flew to the top of a desert. Finally, use the Eye of Insight once and then close it. Luo Hua has flown directly in one direction. In the insights just now, he had seen the jeep convoy here pulling the injured Tony towards their base a few months ago. And he has mastered the specific position. Although this trip wasted a lot of time. But as long as the energy is sufficient in the future, the Eye of Insight ability upgrade will be fully fired. Even the information of the entire Earth can be collected in a while. Think about my impression when Keisha went to that blue star. A pair of cataracts cast his eyes. The entire blue star's information has been read clearly within a few seconds at least for many years. So Luo Hua wasted this time. 1 is to save some energy, it is useful later. 2 is that the Eye of Insight has not been upgraded to a certain level. Next, when Luo Hua flew to the final target position, the flight man in the reconnaissance fighter circling in this area almost sprayed out. He looked at a signal reflection point that suddenly appeared nearby on the radar. Hastily sent a message to the Combat Command Center far away in the United States. A great gift to thank. Sir. I found a reflection point in the center of our search range. Very close to us. Officer? How did he appear? We didn't find a trace at all. At the moment, the flight man circling the fighter plane in the real sky once again stared at the radar on the fighter plane in a daze. After a while, "Sir, maybe it was too fast, he has disappeared in my scanning radius, and I watched him fly away." "Are you silly, flying a plane? How big is our scanning radius? You said you watched him fly away." "Yes, sir, it's probably several Mach speed." The officer fell silent again. "You follow to see the situation, I'll report it." This kind of radar equipment uses kilometers to calculate the unit. It appears in an instant and then disappears. How fast does that have to be? Anyway, this must have risen to a point where even the chief of the flight crew could not handle it. And it is estimated that it will reach S.H.I.E.L.D soon. And to be honest, if it weren't for Luo Hua almost past the fighter plane, it is estimated that his size and speed cannot be scanned by radar at all. And this period of time is nothing but effort to drink saliva. Luo Hua has now reached the sky above Tony's imprisoned position. In this valley, everything that can be seen from the outside is covered with a layer of muddy yellow blocking cloth. This makes it impossible for the flight crew to detect this place either by radar or by naked eyes, unless close to observe with your own eyes. After observing the situation, looking at the mercenaries carrying supplies and patrolling at their feet, Luo Hua fell directly as soon as his wings stopped. Bang! After the sound, the mercenaries who were startled hurriedly looked at the place where the sound was made. Then they froze. "God angel!" After a while, someone finally reacted and said in surprise, looking at Luo Hua's white wings and appearance, "His fair complexion, his facial features are like carvings, with a touch of gentleness in his handsomeness. The temperament exuding from him is complex and eye-catching, like a mixture of various temperaments. The overall contrast to the surrounding environment." Everyone present felt that the environment here was not worthy of Luo Hua at all. Looking at the mercenaries around who were not attacking, Luo Hua gently stroked his forehead with his right hand, expressing helplessness. "I'm an intruder, can you shoot me a few times and then I will fight back?" All fighters from behind flew over. Although I did it directly, it had no effect. But when the video is uploaded to the internet, it will be the first thing that you do. Doesn't it have a better effect on me? What fell apart angel was attacked by evil mercenaries. What to punish evil and promote good, bala bala is always better. Chapter 9. The hand shot the nut as a bullet, and Tony was blinded on the spot. After the audience calmed down for a long time, just when Luo Hua, helpless, was ready to take the initiative, boom! Da-da-da-da-da-da! There was a violent fire and explosion from the cave in the distance. The mercenaries outside the field suddenly turned their heads to look at the cave where the gunpowder smoked. They looked at each other. One of the commanders yelled, and the crowd immediately ran towards the cave where the explosion sounded with guns in their hands. Looking at the empty space around, Luo Hua didn't know what to say. Leave the person who landed suddenly? Even if you don't know if it's an intruder, it's not good to just leave it alone. Boom! After these people left, the sound of explosion came from the cave again. Thought for a while. Luo Hua also walked towards the cave where the explosion sounded. What else can there be explosions and gunshots in the cave now? That definitely means Tony is ready to rush out. Along the way, Luo Hua saw a lot of weapons and ammunition. Among them, there are many heavy firearms that can pose a threat to their current first-generation Angel's body. For example, the Stark industrial missile smuggled over by Obadi. That thing is still a bit threatening to Luo Hua. It's just that Luo Hua must be bombed there. Otherwise, the flight speed of the missile would not be able to catch up with him. As I walked, the gunshots got closer and closer and denser. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Just a few tens of meters away from the cave, Luo Hua can see the flames of the fire snake in the cave. See a box of nuts on the table on the left. Luo Hua walked up and grabbed a handful. Then prepare to walk into the cave. As for the nut, it can be used as a pinball, but his hand strength may be a little bit stronger. It's not impossible that brains popped up. Come to the outskirts of the cave. There are also a few mercenaries squatting at the door. They stuck to the wall outside the cave, and then held out their guns to observe. Concentrating, none of them found an angel with 2 wings standing tens of meters behind them. One of the mercenaries suddenly raised his gun over his head and kept firing inside. But next, a fire snake tens of meters long engulfed them immediately. This look is Tony's first fire-breathing system. Other weapons do not have this firepower. Ah! The swaying fiery snake echoed in this valley with the screams of the mercenaries. After a while, a robot made up of broken copper and iron came out awkwardly. But it is different from the original plot. Because the mercenaries outside were attracted to the past. This time, after Tony came out, there were only a few defenders left outside. However, Tony's Mark I is obviously more broken than the original plot because of this. There was even sparks at the joint of one of the legs. As the charred bodies around were still burning. In a tired state, Tony also saw an angel with white wings and a more handsome appearance outside the cave standing there. Angel? Tony asked himself suspiciously. But just when he was thinking about whether to bake with Angel, Luo Hua took out a few nuts from his left hand. Then he pointed at the few mercenaries on the periphery. Puff! 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 It's like penetrating tofu. Several people who were flicked by Luo Hua fell to the ground, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. After solving these people, Luo Hua threw away the other extra nuts in his hand, and then patted his palms. But just when he looked at Tony, Tony stumbled reflexively and took 2 steps back. He was really afraid that his steel armor could not stop that thing. But seeing that Luo Hua had already thrown away the nut, Tony also relaxed and joked. "Hi, handsome angel, did you come down from the sky to save me?" Luo Hua curled his lips helplessly when he heard it. Now that Tony is okay and he shows his face, there is no need for extra conversation. Finally, he patted his palms. Luo Hua rushed to the sky without saying a word. Tony looked at Angel, who flew away without paying any attention to him, and wanted to scratch his nose in embarrassment. But because he was wearing the armor, he could only think about it. Looking at the deserted valley. When Tony was considering leaving, he suddenly discovered something. Lifted Mark I's leg and limped over. Tony slammed the cloth covering some of the boxes. The obvious signs of Stark Industries are directly exposed. Look at the missile weapons in the distance. They are all products of Stark Industries. In other words, someone sold the weapon directly to them without his approval. Tony wanted to hammer the box angrily. But the problem now is to destroy all these things. It can't be found out that Stark sells these things here. Therefore, blowing up the entire valley is the best choice. Luo Hua hovered over Tony's head and watched. With rumbling scream, the whole valley trembled. But a figure flew out of the valley at just the right time. And it happened to fly to the same height as Luo Hua. Tony looked at Angel in the sky. He whispered in surprise. Sudden. Before he was happy, he escaped. The leg that originally had sparks fell apart directly due to the impetus of the flame. With the loss of power, Tony's Mark I was still in the sky for a moment. Then fell sharply. At that moment, Luo Hua saw Tony's dazed expression. Tony, I knock. Chapter 10. Please eat burgers, do you still sit back and enjoy the jeep? Watching Tony go from suspended to fall. Oh. Luo Hua sighed, then flew down and slowly dropped the armor parts on Tony's back. If you fall directly from a position of several hundred meters high, no matter how lucky Tony was, he would have to die. He slowly returned from the state of panic, until his feet stepped on the soft desert. Tony knelt directly on the sand with his legs soft. After a while, Tony took off the Mark 1 part remaining on his body. Then he panted and said, "Thanks Angel, what is your name? I will ask you to eat my favorite burger someday." "Who saved you for eating burgers?" After a while, Tony changed his kneeling position to sitting. Then he swallowed thirstily and looked at Luo Hua, who was standing aside, and said, "How do you look so handsome? Are angels so pretty? Wearing everything, not flattering." I heard Tony tell the truth. Luo Hua looked at Tony and nodded gently and said, "Yes, no one can compare to Angel." After Tony heard it, first nodded in agreement. Then suddenly asked, "Then do you have water? I'm dying of thirst. Although I have stock in my bladder, I don't recommend using it directly." Hear Tony's words in Tony style. Luo Hua looked at a direction in the distance and said, "The helicopter will be here in a few minutes. The military will not be unaware of such a big explosion. Hearing that I was in the vast desert, someone came to rescue myself." Tony immediately looked in Luo Hua's direction. But because of his eyesight, he couldn't see anything. Covering the venomous sun above his hijab, Tony didn't say a word and decided to wait. He is still willing to believe what Angel said. After a few minutes, sure enough, a carrier helicopter flew over. After confirming that it was Tony's military friend Colonel Roddy. "Okay, I'm leaving too, see you in the United States." Luo Hua threw a sentence and flew away. Pooh! Ba ba! Spit a few mouthfuls of sand brought up by Luo Hua's wings. Tony looked at Luo Hua, who was already flying away, and shouted, "Where can I see you? You haven't told me where to live yet. Where do you live?" Luo Hua would ask himself if he heard what he said. He doesn't even have a home. Where else can I live? But Luo Hua is already preparing. The Eye of Insight can have other uses. For example, the information collection ability of the Eye of Insight and the invincible learning ability of your own body and brain. That is like a computer. No, it is a learning ability that is more powerful than a computer. One scan, one record, one study. There is something you cannot learn in modern technology. Tony's sighed. When the carrier helicopter landed slowly in front of Tony, Colonel Roddy ran out the moment the hatch opened and knelt down in front of Tony to check the situation. "How are you? Are you injured?" "I'm okay, Roddy." Tony put one hand on Roddy's shoulder. "An angel saved me, otherwise you will see a puddle of flesh." Talking. Tony also pointed to the high altitude, using his hand to compare the posture of the crash, and his mouth was vocal. Roddy frowned and reached out to touch Tony's head. "Is this kid stupid?" Snapped. Scream. A slap knocked out Roddy's hand. Tony got up and said with a serious face, "It's time to go back, there are still many things to deal with." I feel Tony's seriousness. Roddy also confirmed that he was okay. "Let's go. Do you still have to sit on your own jeep in the future?" Roll. The picture returns to Luo Hua's side. After half an hour, Luo Hua has flown over New York from Afghanistan. Then he put away his wings, found a large library, and walked in. After taking a few books at random, Luo Hua found a Citan did it. Although he doesn't need to use the Eye of Insight to collect all the books and materials here. But after all, it takes time to learn that it takes time to behave. Hours passed by. There are also more and more people in this large library. Luo Hua also noticed that there were people in the upper left of the other seats, but there was no one at the 6-seat table. "Don't you want to sit with yourself?" "No, it's not. It is that they all feel that they are not worthy to sit with Luo Hua. If it were on the street, someone would have come up to strike up a conversation. But in this library, obviously the people here are still polite, knowing not to bother others. Close the book in your hand." Luo Hua returned these books. Now the entire library's materials have been collected by his Insight Eye. If it weren't for learning too slowly, Insight Eye would have been able to analyze the data in an instant. There is no need to analyze and learn at the same time. It may be possible to create a database of angel civilization in the future. This is much more convenient. But if others know Luo Hua's current thoughts, they might vomit blood in anger. After a few hours of studying a library, what are you going to do? And Tony at the moment has also returned to his home. It also announced that a press conference will be held in the Stark building 2 days later. This is already very urgent, and some of his wounds are still not healed. Chapter 11. Angel Investment Group, S.H.I.E.L.D. Research Angel. Time came 2 to 3 days later. Luo Hua, who has already studied the materials for a long time, has already started preparing for a fixed address. After all, as the King of Angel, he can't even have a normal home. The city of suborbital Angel is definitely going to be built. But not now. If possible, Luo Hua first intends to create the only thing in normal human society that will come into contact with normal people. That is, angel investment. I will pay attention to the style and status, and only in the early stage. You can rest assured that the character will be upgraded soon, and the combat power will also be improved. This is regarded as the only thing Angel interacts with people in society. The company only recruits people who believe in Angel very much. As a civilized King of Angel, he can't casually contact with mortals, and neither can Angel. But it is impossible for Angel to have no contact with normal society at all. So a right angel investment is very good. In ancient times, it was called Angel Country. In modern times, it is called Angel Investment. In the universe, it is called Angel Civilization. That's pretty much what it meant, and that's the way the plan to settle down temporarily. But there is something really worth talking about these days. That was the time Luo Hua was revealed in Dubai. The clearest video on the YouTube video website has reached tens of millions of views. And it will soon exceed hundreds of millions. If according to normal circumstances, this video has long been popular all over the world. The reason why there are only tens of millions of broadcasts now is that many people think that Luo Hua is a character from 3D synthesis. The comment area is saying that such an angel is too perfect. Such videos are too real to be real. But even so, this tens of millions of broadcasts still brings a low TOF energy reserves to Luo Hua. In those few days, he opened the eye of insight without saving. Morning. 9:37. The door of the Stark building was crowded with reporters from various companies. Usually, in this case, those who are invited in, and those who are not invited are allowed. But Tony's press conference seat was different. Get off the back seat of Rolls-Royce. Tony had a handguard on his right hand. Then he took over the burger from his good friend, the bodyguard, Harpy. You, and you, plus these two, can go in. Randomly clicked on a few pleasing reporters. Tony walked into the Stark building with his own people. Yes, this is Tony. Only he made such a casual and temporary decision. At the same time, inside a luxury top hotel in New York, Luo Hua also used the laptop in front of him to manipulate several data at will. If you look closely, everyone will know what it is. That's right, it's stocks. As the meeting waited, Tony announced the closure of the weapons manufacturing department. The collapse of Stark Group's stock is inevitable. In other words, you can reap a lot of money by simply shorting the stock market. It is different from the usual rise, that is, when the stock rises, it makes money. This short-selling method is to make money if the stock drops. But I won't go into the details. Anyway, I borrow some money from the stocks that Stark must lose. After all, building the angel investment building in the future requires money, and some necessities also require money. Although Luo Hua doesn't care about the balance number on the account and how much money he can make. But this thing cannot be without. Even if it's a reward for saving Tony, it's a big deal to give Tony some technology that he won't be able to use in the future. The technology that Angel doesn't use is considered top technology here. Next. The Stark press conference continues. Tony sat casually on the steps, holding a hamburger in his left hand and taking a bite. Chewing food in his mouth. Then he was taken aback suddenly, as if remembering something. I seem to remember that I said, I want to ask a Mr. Angel to eat a piece of my favorite burger. Tony finished saying this. A reporter present immediately asked loudly, is this the Angel from Dubai? The Angel in Dubai? Tony gave a puzzled voice. The reporter immediately turned over the phone. Then I opened the video of a group of birds surrounding Luo Hua and handed it to Tony. Tony leaned forward slightly until he finished watching the video. He turned around and looked at the reporters in front of him and asked, do any of you know where he lives? Uluru. Faced with this problem, everyone shook their heads in unison. Until now, I don't know if it is true or not. Who knows where he lives? Just when even Obadi didn't know what Tony was thinking. The reporter who just watched the video for Tony immediately asked. Mr. Stark, do you know this angel? Just now you seemed to say that you would invite an angel to eat a hamburger. Tony's face became serious now. He looked at the underground reporters and said, yes, his name is Luo Hua, angel who rescued me once in Afghanistan. If you know where he is, I do want him to eat my favorite burger. The people in the audience knew that Tony was serious, after all, he shared his favorite things. But they still couldn't help but want to laugh. Inviting Angel to eat a hamburger, only Tony this person thought of. We don't know where he is, but in the video, Mr. Angel showed up in Dubai's tower before saving you. After this, he has not been discovered for the second time in the world. After Luo Hua came to the United States, she put her wings away wherever there were people. Although he doesn't like to put away his wings, he prefers the feeling of unfolding, but for unnecessary trouble, let's put it away first. So before Angel's popularity really rises, he can still walk around outside. Hearing the answers from the reporters, Tony nodded and said, then hope I can see Mr. Angel again. After saying this sentence, Tony stood up. He walked behind the podium and looked at everyone with a serious face. After a moment of silence, Tony officially began to review his treatment in Afghanistan. Till the end. He looked at the crowd and said slowly, now I announce that the Stark Weapon Department will be closed forever until it has any meaning again. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D. is also discussing the same thing that Tony said just now. That is, Angel. Please ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, please provoke you, this is very important to me. Today's plot may be a bit plain, because it needs a little paving, so that it won't fit the plot too much later, just write the explosion points. Chapter 12. Hill, Luo Hua, what do you think? Very handsome, too charming. Inside the office on the top floor of the Triangle Wing building, a person with no hair and a bright reflective head is sitting at the innermost point. He propped his chin with both hands, and was wearing a black windbreaker that he did not change all year round, with a black one-eye mask obliquely strapped to his face. He had a black blindfold with his black head, and it was not right. Nick Fury didn't look fierce. At this time, he was turning his head to look at the Stark press conference just concluded on the right screen. After Tony announced the closure of the weapons manufacturing department, he left. He turned his head to the left and watched the scene when Luo Hua gently waved his wings and surrounded by birds in the video. Nick Fury thought for a while. Then he raised his head and looked at the desk in front of him, who was also fascinated by Luo Hua's video, and asked, "What do you think?" "It's handsome, it's so charming." Hill watched the video without any hesitation in reply. Hill stood there, her outfit and ponytail looking neat and tidy. Holding her hands behind her, the straddling posture made her heroic. "Hey!" Marinated eggs bewildered. "Oh no!" Hill reacted, then raised his head and looked at Nick Fury seriously and said, I said Angel's appearance is indeed as perfect as described in the legend. But I don't know if his ability is similar to mythology, and so is history. Nick Fury was lost in thought. With S.H.I.E.L.D's detection capability, they must know that this video is true. And it relies on the external agent to respond. The truth of Luo Hua's appearance is indeed true. So now the problem is coming. Is he good? Still, no, it should be good. The question of good or bad stayed in front of Fury for a while before being passed. If Angel becomes a bad person, then he really can't think of other explanations. Then the new problem comes. What did Angel show up for? What is his purpose? How is his condition? These three questions were slowly addressed by Fury. He is the director of SHIELD. He has to worry about everything that is too powerful. Face these three problems. Everyone certainly can't get back to this question now. But how can I know? Only ask in person. Nick Fury turned his head and swiped dozens of photos taken on the streets of New York. This is the image captured by the local camera. Luo Hua did not hide, so S.H.I.E.L.D can be photographed so easily. Open the map function on the display. Fury looked at the most luxurious presidential suite hotel in New York. At the moment the Angel lives there temporarily. And in these short 2 or 3 days, the Angel obtained a huge amount of money on the internet that was not available to ordinary people in a lifetime without breaking the law. To know. In the first 1 to 2 days, this Angel was still studying near various libraries and computers. This was done in such a short time. How horrible it is to learn ability. Thinking of this, Fury couldn't rub his temples with his hands. Lan Xiao sighed, it was troublesome. At this time, Hill suddenly lowered his head slightly, raised his hand and held the headset to answer the call. She looked serious, as if it was something important. After a while, the call on the headset hangs up. Fury also looked at Hill curiously and waited for the report. Hill sorted out the language. Director Fury, the shares of Stark Group have plummeted by more than 30% since just now. I guess so. Fury nodded. This is the same as he predicted. The main business of the Stark Group is the arms manufacturing department. Now that it announced that it was closing, the Stark Group would have broken a hand. And it's the most commonly used hand. But this is when Hill suddenly added, on the stock trading platform, short selling on an account called Angel Investment got the biggest benefit. This sentence is said. Hill and Fury were silent and speechless. Is this a coincidence? No, definitely not. Most people can't find out the trader's account, but S.H.I.E.L.D has this background ability. Although it must be said to protect privacy from the outside, who will believe that? And it started with the words Tony said. He knew Angel and saved him. Although I don't know what Tony and Angel talked about. But it is clear that Angel has inferred that Stark Group stock is about to plummet. Maybe Tony told Angel about the idea of shutting down the weapon manufacturing department at that time? Angel Tony seems to be called Luo Hua. Fury recalled, does an angel like this have a title? Maybe knowing his title will enable us to understand him faster. Yes. But it may be different from what you think. What about King Angel? Maybe he is not the same as the information we know. At this time, Hill guessed, maybe he is different from the Angel of the Earth. Is it another angel race? Judging from observations during this period of time, he is very different in addition to his similar characteristics. We also have no evidence to prove that he is the same as the angel we know. Now they definitely can't see the difference between Luo Hua's angel civilization and what they know. But when we have the micro-wormhole transport technology or the wing of time technology, we will be able to see it. Luo Hua's angel civilization is not only angel. It is also a god. The true god. Chapter 13. Antarctic Vibranium's Toughness, Mark II Battle Armor. After discussing for a long time, Fury was stunned when he watched Luo Hua float on Harry's tower, the tallest tower in Dubai. Even if the picture is paused at this moment, he also felt a majestic momentum rushing toward his face, showing it to himself. This is obviously a sign that you are in a high position or that your mood has reached a certain level. So there are often creatures that look at you with a tremor in their eyes. This is the embodiment of absolute hierarchy in biology. After hesitation with his hands on his chin for a long time, Fury looked at the desktop and said in a low tone, "Maybe, we need to meet and talk." Speaking of this, Fury seemed to feel the same and added, "Angel came to the world. It seems that he is only alone at the moment. Then S.H.I.E.L.D. Director's decades of agent experience. He needs help, some small things that he doesn't need to do by himself, maybe we can do it for him. For example, money, food, clothing, etc. How could these little things make Angel bother himself? These things are too small for SHIELD. Then go to applaud Angel with these convenient things, it's very profitable." Thought of this, Fury couldn't help but praise his lack of agent for so many years. Watching the marinated eggs get better. Hill also has to admit that this is indeed a good way. For example, in the Bear Country during the war, because of the light industry, their clothes, tools, and other small things were very scarce, and they were all expensive. At this time, a small country, such as S.H.I.E.L.D., undertakes the help of these small things for free. That young country must be more happy. And it can help you solve some problems. This is equivalent to Fury's thought. But in reality, you still have to talk to know. After all, the above thoughts were felt by Fury based on the intuition of the King of Agent. This Angel Luo Hua. Absolutely awesome. Recovered. Hill changed his posture, and the single ponytail standing behind him swayed and said, "Does this matter need to be reported to Mr. President first? S.H.I.E.L.D. is the latest news. Then Fury decides whether to report it or not according to the file size of the matter." Fury thought for a while. "We will report it after we finish meeting with Angel and sort out a complete profile." Hill nodded, indicating that he knew. The screen turns back to Luo Hua's side. Watching the discussion on the internet due to Tony telling the truth. Stark's closure of the weapon manufacturing department and Angel's enthusiasm went hand in hand. Oh no! Now it seems that Angel's enthusiasm is significantly greater. After all, Stark is a weapon, and many ordinary people have nothing to do with him. But Angel is worth discussing. Some people who originally believed in Angel were even more ecstatic. Click. Close the laptop. Luo Hua wore the exquisite disposable pajamas in the presidential suite and came to the floor-to-ceiling windows. He never comes and does not plan for the future. So, what to do next? Luo Hua already has a plan in his heart. First, get all the top resources available on the planet as soon as possible. Especially Space Gem, it has close to infinite energy. So after the Avengers Alliance is over, there is a plan that Space Gem will be in hand as soon as the plan is completed. But that's all after a while. And what can be done now? Vibranium. A thought suddenly flashed in Luo Hua's mind. Yes, it is vibranium. But if you are thinking of Wakanda's vibranium, you are wrong. Luo Hua thought of the nemesis of Wakanda vibranium. No, almost equal to the nemesis of all metals below it. This is the Antarctic vibranium. Antarctic vibranium, through the excitation of energy, the vibrations emitted can weaken other types of metals in the bonds of nearby atoms and molecules, leading to the liquefaction of nearby solid metals. It is not only strong and defensive, but also the nemesis of low-grade metals. Although I don't expect wishful thinking that it can liquefy some artifacts such as Mjolnir and the Gun of Eternity. But for Tony's battle armor, the splints of alien warships still liquefied easily. Definitely, if Tony's armor is upgraded to the nano level, it would be a bad idea. It depends on the actual situation. After deciding, Luo Hua took this matter to heart. First feel the energy converted in the body. After the Tony incident is fermented, maybe he will create his own angel after the Iron Overlord's problem is resolved. There is no doubt that the 3 pillars of angel civilization must be created first. Whether it's the future research and development of technology or the issue of civilized combat power. Just get the 3 kings out first, and everything will be done. Roar. Slowly exhaled. Look at the suites of this top floor, which is a luxurious presidential hotel relative to the earth. At the moment it was getting late. The red, green, and green lights downstairs flickered everywhere. People who just got off work are busy wanting to go home. In the center of New York, the workload here is not small. If you want to make progress, you have to fight everywhere. However, this has nothing to do with Luo Hua. Taking a final look outside, he reached out and closed the curtains. At the same time, somewhere in the underground garage of a villa with a sea view, Tony is sitting at the work desk, manipulating the entire projection system in front of him to optimize his Mark II armor. Please ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, please provoke you, this is very important to me. Chapter 14. All parties studied overnight, Banner suspended yoga training. Reject and optimize useful parts along with unnecessary parts. The bloated body of the original Mark I battle armor also slowly strengthened. After all, the materials used are different, and the energy aspect has also been optimized by him. Patter patter patter. At this time, the sound of high heels stepping on the floor came. Pepper walked down the spiral staircase. After her identity was confirmed, she opened the door with a cloth-covered box in her hand and walked in. Looking at Tony, who was so focused that he didn't look back at him at all. Pepper put the box on the table next to it. Then he walked to Tony and looked at the projection system in front of him and asked, "What is this?" "My new toy is also my life." After finalizing the approximate model, Tony assembled the Mark II simulation and saved it in a top-secret file. After all these are done, Tony turned his head and looked at the box that Pepper had placed on the table next to him and asked, "What's that?" "The little lamp that I took out for you that day." Pepper spoke, and Tony stepped forward to lift the cloth. An arc reactor he originally wore was placed right there on the shelf. "It's like an ornament." Pepper thought it was commemorative, so he didn't listen to Tony throwing him away, but saved it. Tony nodded. J.A.R.V.I.S, help me prepare all the materials needed for Mark II. I will make him overnight. Without any equipment in the cave, he can make the Mark I in a month. And that's still under cover. Now fully equipped all night to build. Tony believes he can rub it out by hand in 2 or 3 days. Definitely, the equipment must be used. Watching Tony continue to get busy. Regardless of the souvenir, Pepper asked again, "You said that there was an angel named Luo Hua in Afghanistan who saved you. Does angel really exist?" After all, it is a creature in mythology, in the history that the Earth people understand. These are all close to unnecessary existence. Although they all know it, most people still believe in science. Although I don't know if he is the angel in mythology, I know he is almost angel. And he also saved me when my armor flew to the highest altitude and turned off. Heard this answer. Pepper apparently believed in angel's existence and met Tony once. After talking a few more words, she left here. Wait until Pepper leaves. J.A.R.V.I.S voice suddenly rang in the basement. "Sir, I want to say this time the majority of the Stark Group stock shorts are almost all done by an investment account called Angel." "Yes, not only S.H.I.E.L.D, but also JARVIS. It's easy to check the account. Because there are transaction records in the rice stock market. Although Luo Hua can also use the ability he learned to hide his account. But this is not necessary. To be short is to be short, to admit is to admit, there is nothing to hide." I heard the words of Jarvis. Tony didn't seem to care at all. While manipulating the details of the Mark II design, he said, "The end of the stock market crash is inevitable, and I don't care who benefits from it. If it was Mr. Angel who received this benefit, I would be happier instead." J.A.R.V.I.S. Think about it. He didn't understand why Tony thought so. In the cognition of written materials, shouldn't this reduce the goodwill? And he just told Tony what he knew. "Well, you don't need to understand the truth in this regard, let's help me solve Mark II." Tony casually called J.A.R.V.I.S. to help improve the armor. J.A.R.V.I.S. is at best a logical intelligence, that is, looking for answers from a huge database under a set situation. It is impossible to think, nor can it understand emotions. So in Avengers Alliance 2, Tony was so excited when he might get real artificial intelligence. But J.A.R.V.I.S. is incomparable to Tony. Their feelings surpassed its actual effect. The picture is pulled up. In the dark at night, the second basement floor of the villa is still brightly lit. One person, one intelligence, and at the same time set out to build the Mark II battle armor. The Sonqui building in a certain place was also brightly lit up all night to study Angel's history and negotiation process. Because of Luo Hua's arrival, they all need special preparations. At the same time, far away in a mountainous area in the United Mexican States of North America, Bruce Banner, in order to make his mood more stable, when he was doing yoga training, he also placed a small TV next to it that was broadcasting the major news of the United States. This not only assists his training, but also allows him to grasp the latest news happening in the United States for the first time. The usual training is underway, accompanied by the switch of the next news. Banner, who was changing yoga poses, suddenly stopped. Diddy. At the same time, a small but extremely rapid alarm sounded. This is red flag that his heart rate monitor has reached a certain standard. Chapter 15. Low-key Tony, the amusement park wants to be with Angel. Banner slowly changed from the yoga posture just now. He sits on the ground with his legs crossed and stabilizes his mind. But the surging chest cavity and the large arteries in the neck betrayed him. After a while, knowing that the heartbeat siren laughed out of the alarm, Banner opened his eyes and watched the news broadcast on the small TV again. From Angel's appearance at the tallest tower in Dubai until Tony personally admits that Angel is real. At the same time, a group of people who believe in Angel is still gathering on the internet. Roar! Banner took a deep breath. He closed his eyes a little annoyed, and pressed his right hand on his eyebrows. About Angel, Banner knows very little. He is a scientist and doesn't believe in the existence of Angel at all. But now Angel appeared. Could it be that Angel really descended from a myth? Then is there a possibility, that is, Angel is the same as himself? It was also due to some reason? As soon as this idea was born, Banner fell into deep excitement. That's why he had such a big reaction just now. Feelings Banner thought he had found the same kind. Should I go find Angel? Where is Angel? How should I go? What do you say after seeing it? Will he help me? Is he the same as me? As soon as this idea was born, a series of questions followed. But Banner's thoughts about seeing Luo Hua have never diminished. After finally seeing a little hope, Banner didn't want to give up at all. And if it's according to the myth? What if Angel has a way to heal herself? Even if it didn't, Angel happened by accident just like himself. At the end of the day, only Angel would give Banner a sense of belonging. After all, he considers it to be similar. The more in this lonely state, the more Banner hopes to find real friends. He clenched his fist in his left hand. But the right hand is covering the left hand in an attempt to appease it. He closed his eyes tightly, frowning his brows together. I do not know how long it has been. He didn't decide until Banner's hunger made a sound of hunger. Wait. Watch again. Don't worry. Angel has revealed too little news now. Banner also knew that he couldn't go to him rashly. So you have to wait until you know enough to find him is the best chance. Now he must learn to control himself. Time is fleeting. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few days, Luo Hua was not only resting, but also storing the energy converted from faith. Encounter is still too little energy for the creation of Angel. In other words, a rather explosive event must also occur. Roar! Opening his eyes from the soft mattress, Luo Hua exhaled. Looking at the outdoor sky, it was already dark again. Recently, in order to plan the future development route and R&D direction of Angel civilization, he planned carefully day and night. Although Luo Hua is the king of Angel, his current physique is only the first generation of Angel's body. He hadn't slept for several days in a row and took a little rest this morning. Who knows, it's night to sleep. I got up from the bed and tidied up the exquisite clothing on his body a bit. It seemed that it never polluted dust. The two wings trembled behind their clothes and relaxed and relaxed. Next, with the appearance of feather-like fluorescence, the wings behind Luo Hua also disappeared. At the same time, he opened the door and walked out. After working hard for so long, it is time to go out and relax. But said to put away the wings and go out to relax. But now, with almost no wind at night, Luo Hua released the wings and sat on a tall tower with a thimble somewhere overlooking the city. Putting away the wings is an uncomfortable thing for Luo Hua. For example, people have to keep their hands in their arms and are not allowed to stretch out their sleeves. So if he can stretch out his wings, he stretches out his wings. It seems like there is a holiday today. Luo Hua looked to the other side. The city under his feet is now not only brighter than before, but even the amusement park has some activities. In the cool evening breeze, Luo Hua stretched. Unfortunately, now if I have a female angel with me, maybe I can be happier. There is nothing more eye-catching than the female angel. It's a pity not now. Thinking of this, Luo Hua felt a little boring after sitting for a while. Looking at the amusement park where activities are still being held. Luo Hua thought for a while, stood up and patted his body, then sat down again. The king of Angel is not without innocence. It's better not to go if you are just alone. If there is a chance, the blonde, the black-haired, the silver-haired, which one can't go together? He won't go alone. Rumble. Bang bang bang. At this time, the tearing air sounds of a certain object in flight accompanied by the sudden burst of firework in the amusement park. There is also a sound of jetting flames flying through the fireworks of firework. In terms of Luo Hua's strength, he has a silver-coated armor all over his body, and he is flying around. Does that still mean who it is? Something low-key guy. Chapter 16. Tony, who tested the armor, S.H.I.E.L.D meets for the first time. After flying in the sky for a while, the excited Tony's expression in the armor was as happy as he wanted. Wearing the battle armor, flight in the flesh is a kind of flying. After all, people have hoped that they can fly since ancient times. The longing for the sky has never ceased. At this time, Tony, who was happy in the armor, found a notice from Jarvis. Sir, I seem to have discovered Angel. His display device showed a tall tower in the distance with a figure sitting on it. After zooming in, you can see from the white wings. That is Angel Luo Hua. Tony's smiling lips tucked away. He flipped his palm and flew in that direction immediately. After a while, next to Luo Hua, a Tony with his hands and feet hovering in the air appeared. What's the matter? Looking at the dimly lit amusement park in the distance, Luo Hua said flatly without turning his head back. He is now a widowed king, and it will be difficult for Tony to see him in the future, and it is not in this way. Click. As the mask of the battle armor opened, Tony, who still has abrasions and scabs on his face, looked at Angel, who looked into the distance without turning his eyes, and asked, "Are you thinking about the other angel?" "Yes," Luo Hua admitted generously. Then he became silent again, because there was really nothing to say. Tony seems to have just studied the Mark II, and now he is here to test. "Then we go have a burger?" Tony asked, still floating in the air. "No, as long as you have energy, Angel doesn't need to eat anything. Most importantly, he doesn't want to eat with men." Looking at Luo Hua, who was silent again, Tony really couldn't pick up the topic, so he asked directly, "Why don't you look at me?" Hearing these words, Luo Hua rarely turned his head and gave him a serious look. "Perhaps on Earth, you are the only one with the most potential, and no one else is worth it." Then he turned back. Now it was Tony's turn to be trapped, and he didn't understand this sentence at all. After thinking for a while, Tony found a topic again and said, "I'm here to test the armor, you go ahead." Not waiting for Tony to finish, Luo Hua let him go directly as if he had allowed him. Tony was speechless again, really can't think of how to say or how to answer. "I can only click helplessly close the visor with a sound. Then fly directly to the sky to test the performance." In the sky, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S sounded. "Sir, judging from the previous data, his body is not afraid of all the weapons of the Mark II attack. And his physical strength should be much stronger than the armor." "I know," Tony said after listening, "I just want to know Angel better. For us, Angel is a myth. Is he the real Angel, or is he called Angel? Face this problem." J.A.R.V.I.S can't answer, he doesn't have data in this regard. "So I can only keep silent. Wait until the silver figure is gone." Luo Hua still looked at the distance intently. There is no focus in his eyes, as if looking at the world dimly. The world is so big and the universe is so vast. But except Angel, Luo Hua doesn't really speak to anyone. At the moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury, who was ready to meet Luo Hua, was staring at his coordinates in a daze. "Take Hill and Phil Coulson by car to the tower where Luo Hua is currently staying. Look up. Because of being too high and too dark, there are also reasons for eyesight. Although he knows that Luo Hua is there, he can't get up now. For Angel who has already gone out, it is better to meet outside by coincidence than to call someone out." At first Fury thought he was under the tower. "Who knows it's on it? It's good to fly, but now I think it's not good for me." Muttering a word, Fury turned off the cell phone that showed the satellite positioning coordinates. Then he looked at Hill and Phil Coulson next to him and said, "Drive a helicopter and we will go up to find Angel. Since it is here to visit, there is definitely no reason for Luo Hua to come down. So they can only go up by themselves." Da-da-da-da-da-da. Accompanied by the rotating sound of helicopter blades. Fury, who had asked Phil Coulson to drive near Luo Hua, brought noise-cancelling headphones out of the cabin and spoke loudly to Luo Hua. "Can we talk? Mr. Angel Luo Hua." Hear Fury's invitation. Luo Hua turned his head and looked at the three people in the helicopter. Eye of insight. Although their general information Luo Hua knows. But there is certainly no insight that is accurate. Turn it on for a while and then turn it off. Let's go. Luo Hua stood up and nodded lightly, patted for fear of the non-existent dust on her body. Then he walked 2 steps forward, under the eyes of Fury's trio. Luo Hua is like a bird of paradise that has stumbled. It fell down instantly. Then again during the period of their stupefaction. An angel with beautiful wings flew towards the ground. Fury. So, they came up in a helicopter just to call roar? Chapter 17. The concept of pre-nuclear and post-nuclear civilization, the meaning of angel. Follow the dreamy figure to drive away. Haven't waited for Phil Coulson and Hill to park the helicopter. Nick Fury himself chased Luo Hua first. Come to the island next to the Statue of Liberty. This is the famous immigration island of the United States, New Jersey. Near the island is the Statue of Liberty. And the north is the center of New York, Midtown Manhattan. Not far to the south is the Liberty State Park, covering an area of 5 million square meters. It is surrounded by the sea on all sides and belongs to the very center of its absolute position. It is a great place. When Fury saw Luo Hua, he had put his hands on the fence by the sea, while looking at the natural forest in the distance. It seemed that there was nothing in this world worthy of him to take seriously. But if Luo Hua knows Fury's thoughts, he would say yes. Are you the angel we know, or the angel we don't know? Fury asked as he walked over. No, Luo Hua said without turning his head. This sentence is hard to judge. Fury thought for a while and asked, then you are from the earth, or from the earth? Come to earth. Understood now. From now on, he knew that Luo Hua came from outside the earth. Fury put his hands in his pockets. Then he walked to the nearby coast and looked at the distance like Luo Hua and asked again. May I ask what you are here for? What is your purpose? Do you want to protect the earth? Luo Hua said directly. No, no, Fury shook his head quickly and refused. I want to protect this country at best. This is my duty, and the earth doesn't count. Luo Hua chuckled lightly. Then leisurely said, your civilization consciousness is too low. If you can't hold the earth, your country can't hold it either. But I don't blame you, the level of life is different, and the thinking is different. Marinated her lips, then said, we can't do it, there is no ability, and there is no reason. Yes. Luo Hua said affirmatively, living in a pre-nuclear civilization, all your actions are passive. Pre-nuclear civilization? Fury asked suspiciously, then what is post-nuclear civilization? Pre-nuclear civilization is easy to understand. Nick Fury's understanding is, it's not the meaning of thorough research on nuclear bombs. But what is post-nuclear civilization? That is an indicator, a standard. Luo Hua faintly stated the cruelest baptism of a civilization and said, it represents the unity of a civilization, and the entire civilization has only one expression of will. At the same time, this civilization is aware of the importance of longevity and high-quality fertility. And reaching this link often means that this civilization has received the baptism of a global nuclear war before this. The baptism of nuclear war, yes, yes. If a civilization needs to develop, then it must have only one will. In other words, the current Earth will not develop at the level of cosmic civilization. After global unification, people think about how to live forever. How to learn knowledge as soon as possible. How to make the next generation better. In the life of a normal person, it is enough for a person to choose as-you-jikt at will. This is not just a question of the length of life. It is also a matter of learning speed. The study of a strong civilization is definitely not a rote memorization of reading or reading by mouth, but another powerful learning ability. Hear Luo Hua's explanation. Nick Fury slightly opened his eyes without blindfold and turned his head to look at Luo Hua. Then the meaning of pre-nuclear civilization is a civilization that has never broken out a nuclear war. Yes. Luo Hua nodded slightly, and added, but this is just a standard statement. There are also many civilizations in the universe that have developed uniformly without a nuclear war. Such as Xia Empire, New Star Empire, etc. It was Fury's turn to be silent. This is what it says now. He came to know a lot of alien civilizations. What about this? Report it. This must be reported. Patter patter patter. At this time, both Phil Coulson and Hill, who had parked the plane, came over. They looked at the silent director Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. and didn't know what happened. After Fury heard the footsteps. Turning around, I looked at them and introduced to Luo Hua, these are the agents I trust the most. Her name is Maria Hill and his name is Phil Cowlson. For these two people, Luo Hua nodded casually, as if he knew it. Scan through the eye of insight. Luo Hua knows all the stories of their lives. After seeing everyone there, Fury turned around and asked Luo Hua a question he was curious about. What was the moment you rolled your eyes when you saw us just now? Definitely, we just asked. It's just scanning. Luo Hua lazily looked at the waves of water on the sea. You don't need to know too much, you can't understand it. The dark plane, dark energy, the earth can see it is not bad. Not to mention understanding and scanning. They wouldn't understand it. After knowing the general meaning, Nick Fury didn't mean to ask further. He looked back at Hill and nodded that he could ask the most important question. Hill saw Fury's hint. She immediately took out the phone and took a look, and then she tried her best to make a friendly gesture and prepare to ask Luo Hua the most critical question for their visit this time. That is, the meaning of Angel's arrival. Chapter 18. The shocking bitter egg became a dog licking S.H.I.E.L.D. With the scene officially down, Fury amicably explained to Luo Hua, "Introduce ourselves, we are called the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. The content of the job is to investigate everything that will affect the national level. So this time we are here to explore Angel's intentions. Correspondingly, if we are friendly, we will try our best to assist you as far as conditions permit." After hearing Fury's explanation, Hill glanced at the problem on the phone and the online coordination organization of the headset connection. She officially began to ask. First question, Angel, what is the purpose of going down to Earth? This question was prepared before coming, so Luo Hua's coming was called descendant. Purpose? Luo Hua replied without thinking, there is no purpose, I just want to make my civilization develop better. The Earth has what I need, and there will be an unimaginable crisis here in the near future. Fury frowned. This was said from Luo Hua's mouth. Then the unimaginable crisis must be real. Alien invasion? Fury tried to ask. That's just one. Luo Hua replied lightly. Now the three faces of S.H.I.E.L.D. are completely ugly. This is a big problem. After slowing down, digest the news. The three of them looked at each other. Hill asked formally again, in that case, are we friendly? Friendly. Now Luo Hua seems to have heard some funny news. After laughing helplessly. Under their puzzled look, Luo Hua turned his head and looked at them formally with his eyes for the first time and said, "What makes you feel that we can deal with problems on an equal footing? Perhaps in daily life, I can communicate with you as an ordinary angel. But in civilization, you can't even find a representative of a planet, let alone a representative of a galaxy. I came to the Earth for the development of civilization, and at the same time, I will protect the Earth from destruction at least. Do you know that angel civilization can use a second-generation angel to make the current Earth use self-destructive counterattack? If you send out a 3rd-generation angel, you can walk sideways without encountering the top power in the universe. Earth. Not even counting units are qualified. In the future, the Earth will at most be regarded as a civilization in the field of angel civilization. It will never be considered a friendly party. Who can be the friend of Angel's civilization? The answer is, no." After speaking, Luo Hua turned his head and looked into the distance again. Before his civilized project officially started. Later S.H.I.E.L.D. will know how precious it is to meet Luo Hua in person now. A long time passed. After finally digesting what Luo Hua said, Fury glanced at Hill. Directly and temporarily change the question, the third question, on behalf of the country, I said, on the premise of doing my best, is there anything that can help Angel civilized? Even if it's a little busy, I hope Angel can develop in the United States with peace of mind. As long as it is a question that is not excessive, the decision of the upper level can be agreed at any time. This time, Phil Coulson and Hill glanced at Nick Fury without leaving a trace. This is not the same as what I was going to say before. Originally, their third question was: can the two sides exchange their interests on the premise of reaching cooperation? Although it is an exchange of benefits, both parties pay together. But on their home court, the United States still wants to take advantage. However, these problems are not caused by Fury, but selected by the intelligence analysis agency equivalent to SHIELD. But Fury changed it on the spot. Fury is the only one who can temporarily correct the problem and make the decision. When Captain Marvel came to Earth, it was Nick Fury's inspiration to resolve the crisis. So after Phil Coulson and Hill looked at each other, they also chose to believe in Fury. Face Fury's third problem. Luo Hua moved his eyes and looked at Fury. He also obviously felt that this issue was changed temporarily, not related to the previous one. But Fury's cleverness is still very good. Thought of this. Luo Hua turned around, spreading his hands on the fence behind him. Looking at the distant city from across the sea, Luo Hua looked around the island and said, "You don't need this island of New Jersey that was the entrance of former immigrants. So I hope this island can be used as the base of Angel Investment Building. I hope you can handle the group procedures together." He didn't want to build the Angel Investment Building in the city. Now it seems that this island is quite good. But Angel will definitely not live on the surface in the future. Any suborbital cruising sky city is much better than this. For an instant, Hill and Phil Coulson's eyes widened. They looked at each other with joy in their eyes. This news is really great for them. Chapter 19. Micro-wormhole transportation technology, Angel Investment Building. Unexpectedly, their biggest idea was to simply leave Angel here and realize it. This is a big surprise for them. And one island and one procedure? There are as many things as you want. Compared with the cost of keeping Angel here, it's not even a fraction of the cost. Next. Fury, who couldn't hold back the joy on his face, walked forward and stretched out his hand to express a happy cooperation. This is an old reaction. So. Luo Hua glanced at him without moving, as if looking at a fool. Fury stroked his nose awkwardly. "Okay, let's go first. At this late hour, my agents may have problems at home." To ease the embarrassment, Nick Fury took someone away without saying a word. Before leaving, Phil Coulson took a cell phone from the helicopter and jumped off. "Mr. Angel, this is our dedicated satellite phone. If you have any questions, you can dial at any time. We will solve the rest of the entire process, please rest assured, Mr. Angel." Looking at Phil Coulson with his hands spread out, his head lowered slightly, and the satellite phone in his palm. He is very respectful. This agent has done this. Luo Hua, who didn't want to take it, stretched out a hand and picked up the satellite phone with pity. The black and bulky phone compared to his hand. It's like a treasure that has always been peerlessly stained with dust. The satellite phone looked abrupt and unworthy. After seeing Luo Hua accept the satellite phone, the hearts of the three SHIELD were filled with joy. Because this means that they and Angel are not a one-time transaction. Accepting the satellite phone also means establishing contact. Negotiations in any aspect will be much easier in the future. Finally, he waved his hand and called roar. The S.H.I.E.L.D. helicopter flew away with the sound. After waiting for the surrounding silence again, Luo Hua reached out and looked at the satellite phone in his hand. "It seems that we have to develop the micro-wormhole handling technology. He can't walk around with the satellite phone. And he was even less likely to put this thing in his pocket. What's more, he will have a lot of things in the future. It is also much more convenient to develop the micro-wormhole handling technology in advance." Thinking of this, Luo Hua just did what he said. In the understanding of Angel civilization, the interaction between the entire universe and the dark plane is covered with tiny wormholes. They are the bridge between the dark plane and the main biological plane, and they are also an important key for the two planes to transport atoms. As long as you understand the atom that needs to be transported, you can let it shuttle freely between the dark plane and the main creature plane. This is micro-wormhole transport technology. Ding! Angel Civilization Technology set successfully wormhole transportation technology. After understanding the target atom, energy consumption can allow the target to shuttle between the main biological plane and the dark plane. Note, the difficulty of handling has nothing to do with the target file size, but is related to the difficulty and intensity of the target atom's understanding. Angel Civilization Creation System. Angel, Luo-Hua, King of Angel. Technology, the first generation of Angel's body, Angel's wings, belief energy conversion, eyes of insight. Micro-wormhole transportation technology. After setting up this technology, Luo-Hua looked at the satellite phone in his hand. Silently using micro-wormhole handling technology. Next. The space next to the satellite phone opened in a ripple. It's like a ripple on the water. The satellite phone in Luo-Hua's hand disappeared. But in the dark, Luo-Hua could still feel the relative position of the satellite phone on the dark plane. Use the micro-wormhole handling technique again in my mind. A whole ripple appeared in the sky again. Then the satellite phone reappeared in Luo-Hua's hands. Nodded. After a few experiments, there is no problem. Luo-Hua threw the direct phone into the dark plane, then opened his wings and gave a shake. Fly directly to the place where he used to live. The next day. It's not dawn yet. The sound of black trucks rang out near the Free State in West Zhejiang. At the same time, there are also various large-scale civil construction machines driving to the same place. Some were too late to even use dozens of helicopters to start transportation. Their goal is only one place. That is the island of New Jersey. And today is the weekend. Many people on vacation in New York choose to relax in state parks. But when they watched the convoy that stretched like the Great Wall along the way, out of freedom considerations, everyone dared not speak. Didn't you see that all the helicopters in the sky are mobilizing large and heavy equipment? People with a little bit of brain know that they are doing great things. If this is going up to make trouble, 10 lives are not enough. At the same time, Tony, who was studying Mark III in the basement of the Ocean View Villa, also received a report from J.A.R.V.I.S on this discovery. Chapter 20. The Strength of the Second Generation Angel Investment Logo. Sir, New Jersey has used a total of construction standard treatment far exceeding the general military level. Building materials are used in accordance with military standards. And the manpower used is dozens of times the usual standard. If the same Stark building is built according to this standard, the total time required will not exceed 3 to 5 days. But the cost is dozens of times higher than the original level, and it is mainly spent on manpower. Sitting at the work desk, Tony looked at the various data listed by J.A.R.V.I.S in the virtual projection before him. Among them are various indicators such as cost, vehicles, manpower, and materials. Turning around the toy that I didn't know where to take out, Tony thought for a while and asked, what name did they use to build it? The island of New Jersey and his Stark building are separated by a small sea. If you use Mark's armor to drive on the road, it is the effort of going to the toilet. Sir, the project has no name. This project was directly approved by a certain department. Maybe it hasn't been officially named, maybe it needs to be hidden now. Do you need to directly hack into the core database? Although accurate information can be obtained, it will be exposed. Hear the advice of J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony quickly refused, no. It doesn't need to be. Since they acted so aggressively, then this matter may not be absolutely secret. Maybe it's just that it doesn't need to be announced yet, wait until their building is built. Good sir. J.A.R.V.I.S responded. The picture returns to Luo Hua's side. With the design of the micro-wormhole handling technology completed, it is indeed a lot easier on the convenience of life. This is equivalent to a private space that is infinitely large as long as the energy is sufficient. The construction in progress on New Jersey Island is also continuing. He took the time to see it. At the same time, Luo Hua also sent an angel investment logo to SHIELD. The logo is all presented in gold. The whole is an hourglass with 2 wings. This is not only Yayu, this is the sign of angel. The hourglass in the middle also represents cherishing the time before you, and also to enjoy angel's long and even infinite life. Not only that, there are 2 pointed cones above and below the hourglass. This means that we are still attacking ability. Don't think that angel is so good looking that it's easy to provoke. Next. While the angel investment building was still under construction, Luo Hua concentrated on researching how angel's already upgraded technology could improve ability again. And currently the first one needs to be upgraded. That's angel's body. The first generation angel's body is barely enough for now. But after some time in the future, the first generation of angel's body will appear to be powerless. The standard of the first generation of angel's body is the body of steel. At this level, most ordinary firepower can no longer cause damage to angel. Moreover, the impact of poison and explosives can't hurt angel from inside the body. It looks okay, but this is far from enough. Because a normal equivalent missile or the kind of missile on an airplane can cause damage to a generation of angel. Not to mention a large enough missile. For example, tomahawks and the like, it also has tracking ability. Although he is the king of angel, angel wings flight speed is so fast that the missile can't catch up. But the ordinary angel in the future does not have this speed. Even if their bodies are flexible, how about multiple guided missiles tracking together? Therefore, angel's body is currently the first place to be upgraded. But fortunately, as long as you don't upgrade to a god body, then the cost of upgrading is only more energy consumption. There is nothing else. But if you want to upgrade to a divine body, you don't know how many angels can be created for the energy that needs to be consumed. Maybe the energy to create thousands of angels is not enough to create a divine body. The second generation angel's body can also be understood as the Superman in the body of steel. It is the strongest body except for nuclear weapons and super-equivalent missiles. Generally, a body of this level is enough to serve as the middle-level angel of angel civilization. In Luo Hua's impression, the second-generation angel is the mainstream angel in the angel civilization and the most angel. Although it is still cannon fodder in the top creatures. But in the mainstream cosmic civilization forces, a second-generation angel can easily sweep through countless enemy soldiers. And basically no matter how many soldiers the enemy has, before all the energy of the second-generation angel is exhausted, come and die. So now, it's time to create the second generation of angel's body. Chapter 21. The second generation angel's body, the building is completed. The second generation angel's body. It is the capital that the body can act unscrupulously before it encounters a nuclear bomb or a bomb of sufficient yield. But correspondingly, the normal food on the earth is no longer enough to supplement this body's standard of energy consumption. One punch smashes the mountain, one foot cracks the ground, the physical strength is even stronger than that of ordinary Hulk. With Luo Hua's angel technology, the design is perfect. A set of reasonable settings is slowly presented. At the moment, every bone, every blood vessel, every nerve in Luo Hua's body, whether it is the internal organs or the brain, whether it is muscle or blood, his whole body is exuding light called sublimation. The visual effect brought by this light makes everyone who sees it feel extremely noble, as if he was undergoing the most glorious transformation. Ding! Angel civilization technology set successfully second generation angel's body, the second-generation angel's body will not suffer any damage when it is not facing a nuclear bomb or a missile of sufficient weight, and the body will not feel tired until it runs out of energy. Note, but the price is that it consumes amazing energy every moment. If it is insufficient, it is very likely that the energy will be exhausted and die in lower civilizations. Current angel technology: the first-generation angel's body, the second-generation angel's body, angel wings, faith energy conversion, inside eye, micro-wormhole handling technology. Roar. Following Luo Hua's breath, the light in the room gradually dimmed. But what it brings is indeed a qualitative improvement. That's not a star and a half. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration that a second-generation angel can fight dozens of first-generation angels at the same time. And this is the only way for the first generation of angels to use their lives in exchange for exhausting the energy of the second generations of angels. If it is a soldier of ordinary civilization, feel sorry. Unless the energy of the second generation angel is really exhausted, you can kill as many as you want. The human sea tactic has no effect at all since the second generation of angel. Anyway. Luo Hua looked at her palm, then clenched her fist. Compared with the previous body, this surging sense of power is not available in the first generation of angel's body. He can punch through even a wall of steel. Definitely, he can't attack with his bare hands. We will definitely use weapons in the future. But having said that, fortunately there is a spiritual belief energy conversion technology, otherwise it will only rely on the resources of the earth. None on angel can supplement the energy supply needs of the second-generation angel's body. Yes. Without this spiritual belief conversion technology, Luo Hua would not upgrade his body even if he had the second-generation angel's body technology. Otherwise, he will really become the first king of angel to starve to death. Next. With the advent of each day, the angel investment building was gradually completed in less than a week. The golden angel hourglass logo a few meters in size at the top of the building is also particularly eye-catching. No matter from which point of view it looks like a building. The golden sign scanned the surroundings as if with majesty. It makes people feel admired at first sight. Many people have already thought that this logo must be related to Angel. Moreover, the project that cost so much manpower this time has already been seen by everyone. But it wasn't until the mark of Angel's investment was hoisted up by a helicopter. All speeches changed in an instant. Many people who believed in Angel came to watch on the only road to the island in New Jersey. They all want to know if the real Angel lives here. Moreover, this project was officially started. Doesn't it just show that this was built for Angel? At the same time, Tony also got news from J.A.R.V.I.S in the basement. Sir, it is almost certain that that building was built for Angel Luo Hua. Now only exquisite decorations and batches of exquisite decorations are being shipped to New Jersey. It is expected that the Angel investment building will be officially completed in 2 days. I heard the words of JARVIS. Tony shook his eyebrows and stopped the design drawing of the Mark III battle armor he was designing. Angel invested in the building. No wonder why the stingy government can build this building regardless of the cost. In this case, it means that the official has negotiated with Angel Luo Hua, and at least talked about it. But based on what the government said, Luo Hua must have used something to directly convince the United States government. Can make the United States government become a dog licker so easily? That's certainly not easy. Tony can now directly say that his Stark Group's eyesight in the United States is only a relatively strong bull, far from being a threat. And what he didn't know was that even in the future he would admit that he was Iron Man. The United States government still doesn't pay attention to Tony. There is definitely something about Hydra in it, but you can still see their attitude. Such a comparison. Tony started thinking involuntarily. What exactly did Luo Hua do to make the United States government or S.H.I.E.L.D, whom Tony still doesn't know, become such a licking dog? Chapter 22. A higher position than the president, you have to break the life limit. The next day, Luo Hua, who was planning what technology Angel civilization should upgrade next, suddenly looked up. Then he looked at the direction of his own Angel investment building. The Angel building on New Jersey is expected to be completed today and tomorrow. At the moment, if Luo Hua's newly upgraded body had heard it right, Tony should have been flying towards that building just now wearing his battle armor. Now look from the coast. The Angel investment building has stood in the middle of this island. That golden logo, combined with the majestic architecture of ordinary people, is full of aura. But someone has already said it on the internet. I always feel that this building is a bit unworthy of this logo. But they can't think of a better building. At the moment Tony is wearing his Mark II armor and hovering around the Angel investment building. He just finished the research and development of the Mark III battle armor not long ago. The functions that should be used are all available, and now only painting is left. Wang! Luo Hua's wings vibrated. When Tony didn't react, an angel hovered firmly over his head and looked at his own building at the same time. See Angel again. Tony watched the lightly waving wings greet roar and said, "Good noon, Mr. Angel Luo Hua, have you eaten? Do you want me to buy you a hamburger now?" Luo Hua's mouth twitched without leaving a trace. "Do you still care about the burger? How much energy can one eat a burger? Even if you are greedy, who is crazy to eat with you? Isn't it fragrant for Keisha to feed him in the future?" Silently waved his hand to Tony. Luo Hua glanced at Tony's armor with both hands and reminded, "Develop the armor as soon as possible, don't waste your talents. If you work hard enough, maybe I can choose you as the representative of this planet. Before this, I am enough to ensure that the Earth is not threatened by destruction." Threat of destruction? Representative of planet? Through these few words, Tony has obviously become a little trapped. He just found his favorite way. In addition to being for self-defense now, Mark's battle armor is also regarded by Tony as a toy. He was far from thinking about the destruction of the planet and the point where the Earth would be king. After thinking about it, Tony slowly wondered, then Angel, what did Angel come to Earth for? Speaking of this, Tony said with his hands and added, "I mean, the planet that is still far away from me represents something like that. If you choose me as you said, what is Angel for?" Angel doesn't want anything. Do not want? How can it be? It's just that Tony can't think of it now. Looking back, Luo Hua turned half of his body in the air and looked directly at the noon sun slowly and said, "From the moment I came to the solar system, I put the entire solar system under the jurisdiction of Angel civilization. We do not occupy planets and planets. We live in the starry sky of the universe, and our home is a cosmic nebula after another. Earth is equivalent to a department of Angel civilization in terms of the Earth. Some of them need to be managed by the minister of a department, which is equivalent to going to the president." Tony thought for a moment. After understanding, another question suddenly appeared in his mind. Then, there must be a higher position above the president. What is that? Yes. There must be a higher position above the president. But that is not a position that mortals can reach. In other words, it doesn't work except Angel. He glanced back at Tony. That's not a level that mortals can reach, unless you can escape the limits of your regular lifespan. At that time, you have enough time to touch this location. Definitely, this means that compared to other civilizations, it does not represent the Angel civilization. Speaking of which, Tony couldn't help but look down at the arc reactor in his chest. After being reminded by J.A.R.V.I.S, he has discovered the problem. Conventional energy is no longer enough to support the operation of Mark's battle armor. If you don't use element blocks, he can only wear Mark's armor for dozens of minutes. Those who don't know thought he was transforming tighter. At this time, a reminder from J.A.R.V.I.S came from Tony's armor. "Sir, the armor of Mark III has been assembled." Hearing this news, Tony got excited right away. Seeing that Tony had opened his battle armor mask, he suddenly became interested. After Luo Hua opened the eyes of inside of the instant button, he knew what had happened in an instant. So the result is... Tony just moved his lips to say something. Luo Hua waved his hands casually and said, "Go back and get your armor, remember what I said." Tony? Chapter 23. Angel didn't say anything bad, and he fell into a pensive banner. Night. Sitting on the sofa in the suite, Luo Hua's left leg folded her right leg while watching TV board. At this time, a piece of news was broadcast on TV. Mr. Stark donated funds for the Fire Protection Organization Fund meeting and launched an event for this. Seeing this, Luo Hua knows where the time has come. Tony should be painting his armor at this time. Without knowing it, he was a little annoyed when he saw the action taken by Obadi without authorization. But because time is too late, he didn't care about the battle armor and drove the sports car directly. After arriving at the party scene, Tony gave the key to the sports car to the waiter first. Then he straightened his collar, ridiculed Obadiah a few secretly, stepped on the red carpet and entered the hall. When he came to the bar counter, Tony ordered a glass of wine. At this time, Phil Coulson walked up to Tony. "Mr. Stark." Tony turned around and looked at Phil Coulson with his hands in his trouser pockets. "You are Phil Coulson, agent?" Tony reacted to the bartender's glass and said, "Oh, you are the one. The National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau." Phil Coulson spoke directly for Tony, and went on to say, "I know you are very busy during this time, but we need you to give us a report. We still have a lot of questions, and there are many details that you may forget soon. Including that you appeared near the Angel Investment Building at noon today, and it seems that your armor has been upgraded. So I suggest that we find a time to sit down and talk and write it down first. How about meeting in front of Stark Building in 3 days? Obviously, this is completely different from the attitude when meeting Luo Hua. It can be said to be farewell. And especially the last sentence, in which even half of the carrier's compulsiveness determines the time." But Tony, who casually scanned the crowd, apparently said casually with his left ear coming in and out of the right ear, "Okay, no problem, but your name should really be changed, it sounds terrible." Phil Coulson smiled and replied, "Although I think so, but Angel has no opinion." "Angel?" Tony suddenly became interested. He turned his head to look at Phil Coulson and asked, "Has your government agent talked to Angel? There is also the Angel Investment Building on New Jersey. I remember that is the government memorial island of the former immigration office." Facing the question that Tony suddenly became serious. Phil Coulson admitted straightforwardly, yes, I was there at the time." "Then can you tell me some information about Angel?" Tony was punctually interested with his wine glass. He approached Phil Coulson with his upper body and whispered, "I promise only I know, and I won't say anything. Also, if we exchange it, we can now go out and make a report and talk." "To tell the truth, the value," Tony said. Phil Coulson has no interest at all. Because S.H.I.E.L.D. knew that it was impossible to get Mark's armor. Anyone who has a bit of a brain knows that Tony will definitely not hand over this technology. What does S.H.I.E.L.D. mean? Just learn a little bit about Tony's ability and prepare the case. So this does not constitute an equal transaction at all. I reject Mr. Stark, unless Mr. Luo Hua tells the news about Angel. Otherwise we would not do something that would damage the attitudes of both parties. Hear Phil Coulson's refusal. Tony pursed his lips and nodded and drank a drink. "If you don't talk about it, don't talk about hemp, since you can't type out a little information, then that's it." Anyway, he would not tell S.H.I.E.L.D. the specific data of his armor. Both sides are clear. At the same time, in a town in Mexico, looking at the Angel Investment Building, which had already been completed, Banner got into a new thought. Now Angel's location has been determined. In other words, he can go straight away if he wants to. There is no need to wait as long as I thought before. But he still can't completely control himself. The Angel Investment Building is in the center of the densely populated New York City area. So, what should he do? Chapter 24. Mr. Lan with different expressions, negotiation agent Natasha Romanoff. Do you want to find Angel in New York now? No, it still doesn't work. Even if he knows where Angel is, Banner thinks he still knows too little. If you rush to find Angel now, you probably won't be able to do anything. But this does not mean that he will sit and wait for death. As a scientist, he will definitely be fully prepared and get to know each other as much as possible first. Speaking of which, Banner first took out the pen and paper and began to write down the plan. 1. Look for books related to Angel and try to understand him on a scientific level. 2. Stop contacting Mr. Lan, and try to expose yourself as little as possible before solving Angel's affairs. 3. Solve the problem of uncontrollable transformation as soon as possible, even if it cannot be transformed easily. 4. After writing all these things down, Banner tore it again after reading it silently a few times. Immediately afterwards, Banner took out the communication device, opened it and contacted a user on the dark web. Banner, Mr. Lan, we may not be able to contact anymore. Mr. Lan, what's wrong? Are you in new trouble? But the dark web will not reveal any of your news. Banner, I may have found another solution, so please ask Mr. Lan to destroy my blood. At the moment in a private laboratory of a certain university, Samuel Stern turned his head to look at the patches of Hulk blood behind him and shook his head slowly. Mr. Lan, okay, what a pity, I will destroy your blood. Banner, thank you, I hope we still have a chance to meet. Mr. Lan, no thanks, I hope too. After closing the dark web communication, Mr. Lan turned around and looked around his entire private laboratory. Here is the pure blood of Hulk. There are also various proportions of Hulk diluted blood. If you destroy all of this piece, then he will have nothing. The Nobel Prize in Biology will also miss him. This is impossible. Finally, Mr. Lan's eyes were firm and low and said, no one can ruin my baby. Time comes tonight. Tony, who had just finished the banquet, returned home. However, he was not at all happy, he was even angry. Why? Because at the banquet, a rememberer suddenly found him. And he gave him a bunch of pictures from the war. If it's just a war, Tony still doesn't care very much, the point is, almost all of those photos have the logo of the Stark Weapon Manufacturing Department. Hasn't he been destroyed? But in the next moment, Tony reacted immediately. Someone sells Stark weapons behind his back. From the banquet just now, the source of everything points to Obadi. Looking back, look at the countries in the video that are still at war with his weapons. Tony's anger echoed in his chest. This butt seems to be wiped by him. J.A.R.V.I.S. Assembling the Mark III armor, I am not sleeping today. J.A.R.V.I.S. Good sir. As Tony stepped onto the assembly platform of the armor, several manipulators stretched out from the ground together with the assembly. From the feet to the legs, from the breastplate to the helmet. Until finally I heard a click. After the sound, Tony's hands were down. Boom! With a sound, he rushed into the night sky and flew to Afghanistan. 2 days later, with the final renovation of Angel Investment Building completed, Luo Hua also threw all his belongings into the dark plane using the micro-wormhole transfer technique and arrived on the roof of this building. But not so much the roof, as it is a sky garden. Because here except for a helicopter landing gear that has been hidden as much as possible. There are also swimming pools, flowers, trees, pavilions, rest areas, lawns, etc. on the roof. Then on the top floor oft building is an apartment complex with an office area and bedrooms. The top floor of this building is an open duplex floor, and the second floor with spiral stairs on both sides is not only the bedroom. There are also fitness areas, wine storage areas, tea tasting areas and so on. The lobby is an open combined area of office area and rest area. Behind the largest desk in the middle is a huge French window. This makes the entire top floor look the most eye-catching place. But no one can appreciate this place from tomorrow on. In the future, even if you meet with outsiders, it will be done on the top second floor, which is regarded as a private area. After all, before the establishment of the Sky City, the other angel is still needed. With the landing of the helicopter, Phil Coulson jumped from the platform of the helicopter landing gear and trot to Luo Hua's side and said, "After the arrangement in the bureau, it was decided that I and a female agent named Natasha Romanoff would specifically connect you with S.H.I.E.L.D. But she is still performing a task and has no time to come back. In the future, whoever rests will be responsible for your connection. You can directly dial the satellite phone at any time, and our intelligence center will automatically transfer the line to the resting agent." Speaking of which, Phil Coulson seemed to have forgotten something and immediately added, S.H.I.E.L.D. is our new title. The previous one was complained by too many people. What do you think? Tell me again. I'm S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Phil Coulson. Chapter 25. The big event is about to happen. Rose wants Angel's blood. Facing Phil Coulson agent's sincere answer, Luo Hua nodded and opened the eyes of insight and took a look at the building. At this time, Phil Coulson once again proposed, does S.H.I.E.L.D. need to be responsible for the employment of Angel Investment Building? We will strictly screen the qualifications of employees to ensure that each employee's origin is correct. And also, no. Luo Hua waved and interrupted Phil Coulson's words. Angel Investment Building is not planning to hire people. This is just a toy for future angels to practice their hands. Make money? Banknote? Angel doesn't care about these things. To be honest, with Angel's mind, a small amount of space in the study can easily make a lot of money on the internet. That's right, it's just for playing. So is it necessary to recruit people? When the time comes, you will have to contact and deal with other issues, and that's nothing to look for. Sudden. Not waiting for what Phil Coulson wants to say or write, Luo Hua, who just opened the eye of insight, seems to have analyzed some other interesting information. Open eye of insight again. Luo Hua looked in the direction of the Stark building with a blank eye. Sure enough, someone has already acted. After closing the eyes of insight, Luo Hua looked at Phil Coulson, who still wanted to get close to it, and said, "Go back, something interesting will happen tonight." Phil Coulson? Phil Coulson raised his eyebrows and one eyelid. Obviously the benefits of knowing one thing in advance are very good. But obviously he still wants to ask again. But since Luo Hua said it, Phil Coulson nodded and went back. But guess from the direction Luo Hua looked at just now. Coupled with recent events, such as yesterday Stark drove his armor to Afghanistan to quell the war. So as long as you put all the investigative directions there, you should be able to get news in advance. Thought of this, Phil Coulson took out the agent's mobile phone while driving the helicopter and dialed the egg. Angel said it was interesting news. That is certainly not a trivial matter for them. Time came to noon. After walking around the Angel Investment Building, Luo Hua sat steadily on the largest desk in the top office area. Just now, he waved and demolished all the hundreds of stairs in the entire building using micro-wormhole handling technology. Since he is not going to ask for employees, there is no use keeping this building. And if you want to see him in the future, either fly up or climb up. At this time, suddenly an email from s.h.i.e.l.d. came from Luo Hua's email account created on the internet. Phil Coulson, Mr. Angel, I'm sorry to disturb you. General Thaddeus Ross wants to see you, but since he is a member of the Secretary of State for Military Affairs, we can't stop him and don't know the purpose. I'm really sorry, now it should be almost there. Oh? This email from Phil Coulson really made Luo Hua curious. Want to see yourself? Quite interesting, I hope he gets his mind right. After Luo Hua finished reading this email, the Angel Investment Building also slowly drove up a jeep. The jeep driving is an assistant to General Ross. In the back seat, there were 2 soldiers. However, they didn't have any guns. They didn't bring them, but they were forcibly detained by the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent before entering the island. This is the only thing S.H.I.E.L.D. can do. Get off the jeep. General Rose's assistant looked up at the mansion built a few days ago. It is not only towering above the clouds, but also slightly majestic. But looking at the empty hall in the building, the assistant walked in directly. Anyway, people from S.H.I.E.L.D. said that Angel is here. But after entering the lobby, the elevator that was no longer dumbfounded them. Looked at the hundreds of stories tall buildings. The assistant took a note from his chest, then wrote a few words and handed it to the 2 soldiers behind him. And he also handed them a special white medical instrument facing the Red Cross. You go up and tell Angel what is on the note, I will wait for you below. Yes. Back in the car, the assistant leaned on the hood of the jeep and looked at the building in front of him. Then he dialed the phone of General Ross and asked, can we really get Angel's blood? Isn't that too much for him? Too bully. The assistant didn't fully say this sentence. For a mythical angel, you directly ask people for blood to do biochemical research. Didn't you just want to slap a person in the face? A certain military base at the moment. Rose shook the head of the newspaper in his hand and said, this is the United States. The guy from S.H.I.E.L.D. licked him as a creature in mythology. I am not. After all, maybe he is just a thing created by a biological experiment. The big green man before us was created by accident. In contrast, I don't even see Angel has any special ability besides being able to fly. Stupefied just to look good. In any case, whether he is a myth or biological research, as long as we get blood, everything will be known. His assistant looked at the building in front of him and wanted to say something to Rose. But he moved his lips and closed again. In short, she has a bad feeling. Chapter 26. The arrogant Rose, the elevator smashed his face into tomato juice. I do not know how long it has been. It's getting late. The 2 assistant soldiers finally climbed to the top of the building. Looking at the doors that have been opened along the way to give them the way, the 2 soldiers looked at each other and walked forward with the note in their hands. Along the way, looking at the clouds outside the French windows, one of the soldiers slowly became jealous and said, isn't it just an angel? How about making such a good place for him alone? Another soldier holding a note looked at the magnificent decoration along the way and couldn't help but also became excited. That's right. Isn't it good to have this money for the poor? If it stumps ordinary houses, Angel can't live. What's more, he is not necessarily the real Angel. Who knows the truth, there can be Angel in this world. I do not believe. I don't believe it either. Patter patter. With the sound of messy footsteps, the 2 soldiers finally reached the place where they should enter last. Walk into the last door. Presented before their eyes. It is an angel who sits at the table and reads the book casually. His wings were attached to the sides of the chair, and he waved. One of the legs is on the table. This is obviously a very rude gesture, but it looks so natural to Angel in front of him. One of the soldiers suddenly reacted. He patted the soldier next to him. After the two were sober, one of the soldiers took out the note in his hand and prepared to read it. Another soldier opened the box in his hand on the ground. "Mr. Angel, because I am too old to have inconvenience in legs and feet, so I will not come in person. The next words will be conveyed by my soldiers. Introduction: I am General Thaddeus Ross, and I am also working for the Secretary of State for Military Affairs. As a general, I have the right to negotiate and judge everything that may threaten the country. So for the sake of the country and your freedom, I need to draw a portion of your blood, and no less than 500 cc. After this, since you are an angel, I will not restrict your freedom. But please cooperate with our work as much as possible in the future, such as other research." Wait until the soldier finishes reading in an impassioned tone. Another soldier gestured to the blood transfusion tool on the ground as if he was relieved. Their heads lifted slightly. As if the general's words were so noble. After a while, the picture turns to Luo Hua's side. With the luminous falling, a layer of fluorescent light floats on Luo Hua like a veil. The flowing silver hair even exudes a little bit of starlight. "Hat!" A chuckle came from Luo Hua's mouth. But he still sat on the chair with his legs sideways and read. Turned another page. I didn't even glance at the two soldiers, but a cold voice came out. "You said, should I be angry or should I not be angry? Get angry, they are just two idiots. Don't be angry, they provoke themselves like this again." Thinking about it, Luo Hua smiled helplessly. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Luo Hua took the bookmark on the table and inserted it into the page he saw. Then closed it and put it on the shelf aside. With his legs still resting on the table, Luo Hua glanced at the width of the door. Well, it's the width of 2 elevators. Seeing Angel still being so lazy there, the two soldiers on the side couldn't help it again. One of them reached out and shouted, "Hey! That bird!" Bump! Bump! Click! Click! Luo Hua waved one hand. Micro-wormhole handling technology? 2 silver-white elevators were directly printed on their faces and flew out, accompanied by the clicking sound of the glass. Because the speed is too fast, 2 rectangular holes are printed on the whole piece of floor-to-ceiling window. At the moment below the building, the assistant leaned on the hood of the jeep and pulled off his sleeves and looked at his watch impatiently. It's been so long. Why haven't they come down yet? What are they doing? Just finished speaking. Boom! Boom! Pudgy! The sound of the heavy object falling and the sound of the saw sounded at the same time. The assistant touched the tomato juice splashed on his face in a daze. A bit fishy? Not too sticky. Looking around, it was 2 silver-white elevators that hit the ground. And below the elevator, there are also 2 camouflage fabrics. 1 run, 2 open the door, 3 step on the accelerator. Even the birds around hadn't reacted yet. Rose's female assistant has already changed the head of the car. Then he rushed toward the bridgehead of the island with a kick. 2 elevators were thrown out directly. Regardless of how Angel threw it, she didn't carry a heavy weapon, so her life is still a matter of life. With a speed of over 100 yards, the assistant tomato juice was thrown onto the collar by the speed of the car without even paying attention to it. She was already frightened by the bloody tomato juice just now. For this matter, it was just a joke for Luo Hua. A real appetizer. It's night. Chapter 27. Iron Overlord vs Tony, lead to Angel. Standing in front of the French windows with 2 rectangular holes. Look at the vehicles that have been driving far under the building. He just asked S.H.I.E.L.D. to fix things tomorrow. It's just 1 glass and 2 floors. But he remembered it. If Rose doesn't know how high the sky is, then next time, the Secretary of State of the United States will be one less general. Turn around and walk towards the sky garden of the building. Luo Hua casually found a chair on the edge and sat down. There is a sea in front of me. And across the sea are Harm Anton, New York and Queens. In this position, with the eyesight brought by the second-generation angel's body, he can see clearly, including the Stark building. At this time, Luo Hua's eyes closed, and then he opened the eyes of insight. After determining the target for a while, Luo Hua shut him down again. It seems that the exciting time is coming. From the dark energy analyzed by the Eye of Insight, Obadi had taken his arc reactor from Tony's villa. And he has returned to the company and installed the arc reactor on his Iron Overlord. Pepper also found something was wrong and was calling Phil Coulson. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Phil Coulson, who were already prepared, have been waiting for a long time, fully armed. Since they knew something would happen today. Fury, Hill, and Phil Coulson are all waiting for things to happen in the sub-agent base in New York. Really? Tonight, Pepper called the phone number left by Phil Coulson. Follow Phil Coulson to accompany Pepper first to find Obadiah. Fury and Hill waited outside to prevent accidents. Sitting in the agent's exclusive SUV, Fury said to Hill, "Guess if Angel will come over tonight." Hill thought for a while, not necessarily. But then she added, "Pepper's report is that Obadi sold arms privately to murder Stark. And Pepper called Stark just now, it seems something happened to Stark. Even if the armor is stolen, it seems that Mr. Stark's armor can only be driven by himself. So since there won't be the issue of Warframe brawl, then this incident shouldn't rise to any serious situation. But Mr. Angel said that interesting things will happen. Then all this might happen. Although the agent would come out on this matter originally. But it will definitely not affect the point where even Fury and Hill are here. But since Luo Hua said it, it is better for them to ensure and make sure first. But after analysis, nothing major will happen." At this time, suddenly Phil Coulson's voice rang from Hill's intercom. "Maria Hill agent. Quickly take the director out of here. Here is a armor larger than Mr. Stark." "What?" "Hear this." Hill and Fury, who were sitting in the SUV, looked at each other. They immediately picked up the guns from their side. The result was just about to get off the car. Bang! A battle armor nearly 3 meters tall directly broke through the wall and rushed out. Obadiah rushed out to see an armored SUV in front of him. Without a word, he wanted to test the performance and rushed directly to Boom. He smashed the car flat. Hill, who had just gotten out of the car, said to Fury beside him, "I feel Angel is right. This Meow surprise is not small at all. The eyesight of people on Earth. The greater the mecha, the greater the firepower. Such a big Iron Overlord knocked out and squashed the armored SUV by himself. So the guns in their hands really work?" Fury and Hill looked at the pistols in their hands and began to be in a daze. It's better to take advantage of the fact that the Iron Overlord is tearing down the SUV and haven't noticed them running. But suddenly, an original roar came directly from the sky. Obadi! Boom! A muffled sound of steel sounded. Tony used the acceleration of the battle armor to directly knock the Iron Overlord to the ground with a punch. But Obadi reacted. Directly rushed towards Tony, who fell on the ground. Boom! Behind several consecutive walls, Tony was hugged directly by Obadi and smashed onto the highway. Tony fired the energy cannon directly with his hands facing up. Extremely bang! Following the recoil of the energy cannon, Tony slipped out of the rest of Obadi smoothly. Looking at the distance, Tony is about to stretch out his arm to fire the energy cannon again. Iron Bawang stepped on the passing car with one foot. Then he grabbed it with both hands and threw it at Tony. Looking at the people in the cab, Tony didn't dare to fire the energy cannon. Can only be smashed and flew out by a car. Tony! You even care about the life and death of ordinary people. I have helped you for 30 years. You betrayed me. The Stark Group was developed in my life. You ruined it for yourself. You have failed my expectations of these values. Facing Obadi's roar. J.A.R.V.I.S reminded Tony, Sir, this arc reactor was originally built, and he doesn't have the function of battery life. I know. Tony in the battle armor looked at less than 20% of the energy constipation and said, then find other ways to solve him as soon as possible. His armor is too thick. Sir. J.A.R.V.I.S was silent for a while and suddenly proposed, I know there is a way to solve him easily, but after this, maybe you need to blame. Any solution? Bring him to Angel. Please ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, please provoke you, this is very important to me. Then what? The 3 angels are coming out soon, but do you hope 1, Hexie will come out first, or 2, Liang Bing and Keisha will come out first, or 3, the 3 kings will come out together? You can tell me directly in the comment area. If no one says anything, I just choose 1 by default. For an update, let me tell you. I used to go to bed at 8 in the morning and wake up at 5 in the evening for a year. Recently, I changed my work and rest to normal, but I was sleepy to death in the afternoon, so I haven't changed my work and rest. After these 2 days have been changed, it must be changed every day. I am too sleepy now and sleep first. I will get up tomorrow to watch. Chapter 28. The Raging Iron Overlord, Angel appears. This is a good way, but it's not a good way either. Tony's face had a real blue skinny expression. But instead of being beaten to death by the Iron Overlord, it is better to carry a branch and kneel under the Angel Investment Building. Thinking of this, Tony yelled. J.A.R.V.I.S. Bring all the energy to the footsteps and fly to the Angel Investment Building. J.A.R.V.I.S. Good sir. As the order is executed, Tony sprayed a lot of energy down with both hands to propel himself to the Angel Investment Building quickly. The Iron Overlord looked at Obadi and laughed directly. Tony. Do you think that only you can fly? My armor is also improved. Click click. Following the footsteps of Tai Ba Wang, the components were assembled in a burst. Boom. A thruster larger than the flame of Tony's footsteps started. With billowing smoke, the speed of Iron Overlord was chasing Tony, who was flying into the sky. After watching the 2 battle armors, you chased me and flew to the Angel Investment Building. Phil Coulson ran out of the wall that the Iron Overlord had just smashed into. After seeing it, he panted and said, I think the thing to be repaired tomorrow may be more than 1 piece of glass and 2 pieces of land. No Fury, who had already put the pistol in his gun pocket, walked over and denied. Maybe, we just wait for the body to be collected. Hill wiped Lu Hai on his head and walked over to look at the 2 flames in the sky and estimated. Compared to Angel, they are still too bulky, and all we have is to guess how much power Angel will have. A mess that can guess the fight. One guess only needs to collect the corpse. There is also a feeling that as long as it is in place, it is complete abuse. They don't know the facts, but the results will come out soon. At the moment from the Angel Investment Building. In order to get rid of the Iron Overlord first, Tony chose to fly towards the high altitude here. If you don't use his newest improved anti-freeze function, take a detour. That Iron Overlord uses Tony's latest energy arc reactor will only catch up to him very quickly. The 2 of them flew to an altitude of 1 or 2 kilometers away from the Angel Building. Luo Hua stood on the top of the building, looking at the 2 battle armors fighting each other in the air. But gradually, the 2 of them stiffened again. As Tony collapsed, his brain was knocked loudly. The Iron Overlord, who was covered in ice, fell directly and slowly. Sir, do I still need to fly to the Angel Building? Tony looked at the armor that he had activated the backup energy and said, go down first, and then rush to the Angel Building. If the energy is exhausted, I can't take off this armor manually. At that time, if I was overtaken by Obadi, I couldn't move. Good sir. After watching Obadi fall, Tony flew towards the angel building in paragraphs. But the same. Because Obadi's armor is too thick. The freezing damage did not directly destroy the control elements of his armor. So soon after landing, Iron Overlord also urgently restored the jet thruster. But the Iron Overlord is too heavy. Accompanied by bang, boom, boom, the crashing sound. Iron Bawang didn't know how many shops and cars crashed in the downtown area of New York before it stopped. But still, because of the thick armor, he just looked forward to a few pits. Tony! Obadi roared angrily. Ah! At this time, the fleeing crowd cried and wanted to leave here. Obadiah was angry, so he lifted his foot and kicked a car. Hela! Bang! The rasping sound of the ground sounded along with the impact. The people crushed underneath were gone without even screaming. Tony! You wait for me! Obadiah roared again, and he raised a car. Then he threw it at a crowd. The tumbling limousine swept over people wantonly on the ground. But Obadi, who had become angry, finally stopped accommodating ordinary people. Instead, his feet spit fire and chased Tony and flew away. At the moment the top of the angel building, Luohua watched the two flames chasing him one after the other. The one in front of them was flashing. He smiled and looked at their positions. Tony could be overtaken in a few tens of meters. And they still have the sea left from where they are now. If he executed Obadi on the sea, basically no one can see the scene. And if no one sees the scene, the energy of faith will not be generated at all. This is unacceptable to Luohua. He is almost able to create angel after the last 10% of the energy of faith conversion. If there was no one around him when he executed Obadi, wouldn't it be for nothing? What else is worthy of him? Isn't it the energy of faith conversion? Otherwise there is something worthy of him to do in this matter. If light relies on absorbing dark energy and perseverance energy to create angel, I don't know how long it will take to see the three kings. He can't afford to wait. Because the time given to him is too short. The wings shook. Luohua, who was still on the angel building, disappeared for an instant. The distance immediately after that piece of sea was instantly swept across by him in the blink of an eye. Bang bang! A collision explosion sounded in the sky. Tony was still worried about how this energy would fly to the angel building. The next moment there was an explosion behind him. Look back! Two white smoke that burned the air rose. But the Iron Overlord of Obadiah was gone. Tony was suspended in the air. He looked back at the angel building, and looked back at the Iron Overlord who had disappeared. Tony, what happened? J.A.R.V.I.S, Sir, I only saw a white shadow passing by you. After one night of voting, Papixi has 9 votes, and the three kings have 6 votes. Sisters have 1 vote. Ha ha ha. In this case, Papixi will be the first player to play, but I would like to say that since one of the kings has come out, the next 2 kings will come out soon, don't worry. And I plan to come with Gang 2 and Hulk in the following plot, so the moment when the 3 kings gather will be the first explosion of angel civilization. Finally, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes to support, this is very important to me. Chapter 29. Lord Angel. Please try this saboteur. Judging from the last screen recorded by JARVIS, the Iron Overlord retreated instantly as if hit by a white light. And behind him there was the white smoke when the air burst and rubbed when the Iron Overlord was hit. Tony touched his chest with lingering fear. What will happen if I get hit? J.A.R.V.I.S, Sir, the lowest is the damage to the arc reactor. If you are unlucky, even the heart should be destroyed. J.A.R.V.I.S, however, the armor of the Iron Overlord piloted by Obadi is very thick and should not die immediately. Roar! Tony let out a sigh of fright. J.A.R.V.I.S reminded again, "Sir, shall we still go to the Angel building?" Tony thought for a while, "No, let's go over to see Obadi. Angel's chance to shoot is so cherished, I want to see it with my own eyes." The picture returns to Luo Hua's side. Accompanied by the Iron Overlord being knocked into the air, he fell on the central road in the downtown area with a bang. Luo Hua stepped on Obadi's chest with both feet and rubbed him on the ground like a skateboard for a long time. Zizz. The sound of damage to the Iron Bawang's circuit sounded. Luo Hua walked gracefully from his chest. The wings behind him waved gently, and the exquisite costume made him look like he was not fighting. It's traveling. On the other hand, on the Iron Overlord's side, the tattered armor plus those hideous gaps. This makes people who have gathered now subconsciously think. Iron Overlord equals X bad. Angel equals VOK. Click, click, click. The flash and shutter sound of various mobile phones sounded. For a while, it became like a party. Bang! Obadiah slammed his fist into Luo Hua's leg. Take a step. It's like a walk. Luo Hua, who had already sensed the movement of the Iron Overlord, only took a gentle step to avoid the attack. But some stones hit his shoes. Ugh! Looking at the Iron Overlord lying on the ground, he seemed to have a broken leg. He was struggling to stand up after hitting the floor just now. A good leg slowly propped up the bad leg. Obadiah's manipulator Iron Overlord's hands were trying to prop up himself. Get up! Get up! I want to beat this angel! Hear the roar of Obadi. The crowd who had just gathered around immediately ran away like a frightened flock of birds. But feel after running to a safe distance. They stopped again and took out their phones to continue shooting. Master Angel! Please try this saboteur! Suddenly, when the first girl yelled this sentence, successive crowds also repeated these words. Master Angel! Please try this saboteur! Master Angel! Please try this saboteur! Hearing thousands of people repeating this sentence at the same time, Luo Hua nodded invisibly. At this time, suddenly, when he got up, Obadi stretched out his hand and waved at Luo Hua fiercely. Luo Hua, who had foreseen it a long time ago, just turned around and avoided. Then he used Obadiah's downward swinging arm to help him hard. Bang! Ghe! In an instant, Obadi's hand that had waved downwards instantly accelerated until only one hand shadow remained. In the next moment, Iron Overlord was like shaking his hand violently and breaking his only good leg. Bang! The Iron Overlord, without a good leg, knelt on the ground. He can't move at all now. Wow! For an instant, the surrounding crowd burst into a roar of joy. Judge him! Judge him! Judge him! A unified and enthusiastic voice broke out. The crowd is joying roar at this moment. Obadiah opened the mask with a crack. He roared at the crowd around him, I am the second controlling shareholder of the Stark Group. Why can you judge me? Just when he yelled, Tony also came to the surrounding roofs intermittently. At the same time, Fury, Hill, and Phil Cowlson from S.H.I.E.L.D. also drove here. Now the personnel are all there. The atmosphere has finally arrived at the highest moment of at the moment. Try him! Try him! The shouts of the crowd were deafening. Compare that! Obadiah's roar became inaudible. Why can I judge you? At this time, in the crowd, a normal tone but penetrating words sounded. As if the words sounded directly from my mind. The crowd suddenly became silent. Luo Hua's voice also sounded again. Does Angel need a reason to judge all bad people? Attributable to the role of myth. This sentence is clearly problematic in modern society, but it seems so correct in the hearts of the surrounding people. no! No! There were shouts in unison from all around. They seem to be a little impatient. The pictures in the myth are reappearing in person today and now. The mobile phone and video did not stop from beginning to end, just to record this precious moment. Chapter 30. The trial was successful. The soaring energy of faith. At the moment. S.H.I.E.L.D. onlookers. Tony's gaze. The shouts of the crowd were intertwined. Under the gaze of thousands of people around. Luo Hua's wings waved gently, and his body slowly rose up without moving. The moonlight shone from behind him, as if a god descended from the earth. He is single-handed. A javelin-like throwing object appeared in Luo Hua's hands. This is nothing more than something he brought along with the micro-wormhole technique just now. It just happens to be available right now. The Iron Overlord, who was kneeling on the ground and unable to move, saw that something was wrong. The Obadiah inside quickly opened the hatch on Iron Overlord's chest and wanted to jump out of it. But the moment he opened the hatch, whang! A line of white smoke flicked across. Immediately afterwards, the sound of penetrating tofu sounded in everyone's mind. But it doesn't. Because the speed is too fast. Obadiah looked like sitting in the hatch of the armor. He leaned back as a whole, and a javelin-like object passed from his forehead through the nail on the ground behind him and joined together. His hands slumped weakly on both sides. At the moment, Obadiah looked at the sky like a pilgrim. Sincere and sincere. Clean and neat. Oh oh! Roar burst out from the crowd. And when everything was done, Luo Hua waved his holy wings and looked around the people in the air for a while, then his wings fluttered and flew away. This is Angel who has punished the devil. All this seems so sacred and mythical. Angel seems to look at me. He really looks at me. Are you dreaming? He obviously looked at me. At this time, Pepper finally arrived here. After he saw Tony, he hurried over and found him. After a whole lot of care. There are too many people to see clearly. Pepper looked at the crowd and wondered, where is Obadiah? Tony lifted his finger and pointed at the center of the crowd. Little Chili looked over, and after squinting his eyes, he finally saw Obadiah lying on his back in the Iron Overlord. But judging from the javelin coming out of his forehead, Pepper also knew that he was probably gone. Did Angel do it? Pepper asked. Yes. Tony nodded, a sacred trial. Pepper turned his head and looked at Tony suspiciously. Tony looked at her and said, there are videos around, you'll know when you watch it again. At this time, J.A.R.V.I.S. suddenly reminded. Sir, I'm sorry to disturb you first, if you don't take off your armor, you will most likely be consigned back next. Gan. Tony reacted immediately. Hastily walked aside to prepare to go home. If he is really out of energy, he is really going to be transported back in the armor. On the other hand, look at SHIELD. The three people who had witnessed the whole process finally came to a sense of relief now. Hill and Fury looked at Phil Coulson. It means that I guessed both correctly. Phil Coulson nodded helplessly, then took out the walkie-talkie and began to order all the agents in the hands of the Agent Command to evacuate the crowd and clean up the scene. We must ensure that this place is not affected by a second time. Wait until all this is over. Luo Hua had already flown to the top of his building. It is a very satisfying feeling to feel the energy of faith that is already soaring in the body. Moreover, this was only the first part of what he had just shot. Wait until the video spreads. Let's ferment more vigorously on the internet. It only takes about 2 or 3 days. The energy of faith conversion will surely soar in Luo Hua's body like a tsunami. I'm really looking forward to it. Sitting on the bench, Luo Hua looked at the starry sky in the universe slowly. The days of being alone are finally coming to an end. By the time the energy he has accumulated can at least create the first angel. And some technologies can be put on the agenda as soon as possible to start research. For example, the upgrade of Wings of Time. Luo Hua remembers that after this double wing upgrade, it will dash over in an instant like a phantom. If it rises to a higher level, it can be as unpredictable as traveling through a wormhole. There are also Eyes of Insight, as well as Divine Body technology and so on. This is all research that can be done. Another example is Luo Hua, who is not satisfied with this building. What does Angel look like in the building? Creatures that should have their homes among the nebulae actually live on the mainland? At the very least, I have to live in the subspace orbit, okay? Can the Sky City be put on the agenda? Thought of this. Luo Hua slowly closed his eyes and started planning for the future. No matter how much you plan, you have to take your time, right? Time just passed slowly day by day. Luo Hua's video of judging Obadi like a god is also spreading everywhere on the internet. The amount of playback of a single video has reached billions. Then go through the inquiry of SHIELD. The weapons sold by Obadi and various other crimes were published. So it leads. The enthusiasm that was originally directed towards Angel is like a fire encountering a violent wind once again. And at the moment, Luo Hua, who had sat quietly on the roof of the Angel building for 3 days, finally stood up. He walked towards the lawn in the center of the roof without saying a word. Along the way, although he didn't speak, the waves of his wings expressed his heart at the moment. Angel, finally the second one will be born. Woo, I know that I am slow to update, so it's not because of work and rest. 56,000 words in 7 days, 8,000 words a day on average. Okay, I won't quibble, I admit my mistake, now that my schedule has changed, then. Starting tomorrow. 5 shifts a day. If I can't do it, I'll show you women's clothes. I said. Jesus can't let me make changes. P.S. There is one more in the evening. Chapter 31. Create Angel. The Oath of Hexi and Alan. Time has passed from the last trial to the night of the second day. Standing in the middle of the grass, Luo Hua closed his eyes gently. Angel Civilization Creation System. Angel, Luo Hua, King of Angel, plus can be created. See the tips that can be created. Luo Hua immediately chose her with her mind. Immediately afterwards, his soul seemed to have come to an endless white cloud. Looking up is the dazzling galaxy. The white clouds billowed with his head down. In this endless space, it seems that there is only one angel soul, Luo Hua. Bright and lonely. Stumped. Luo Hua thought of something, he closed his eyes. The existence of the lingering soul began to print in my mind. She has silver hair similar to her own. Those blue eyes seem to be able to see through your heart. The whole body is white with white jade-like legs, and the height of 179 centimeters is a peerless goddess. Coupled with the very raised nose and heroic face, it makes people never forget her at the first glance. She looks like a perfect goddess, and she is also the royal sister next door. In short, the silver figure slowly formed in Luo Hua's mind. Soul. Character. Physical body. The process of creation is always so fascinating. At the moment Luo Hua, who is creating Angel, can't feel the rapid passing of faith energy. Creating is creating. Luo Hua suddenly remembered whether there was an older group of angels who had served the 3 angels. What is it called? Alan, yes, it is Alan. It is Angel with long golden hair wearing a single earring on his right ear. She seems to be the oldest group. With the shaping of soul and character. Wait until Luo Hua recovers. Ah, this! Suddenly, 2 angel silhouettes appeared before his eyes. One is he, and the other one is Alan. His eyes opened a little unexpectedly. He really did not expect to use a burst of energy to create 2 angels during his immersion. This must be a prophet. Thinking of this, Luo Hua raised his hand to assign ability and permissions to the 2 angels. Forgot to say here. As long as the energy used by the angels can be perfectly controlled, Luo Hua is used. In other words, Luo Hua, the king of angel, is equivalent to a host. And all the energy and computing power used by angel can be allocated by Luo Hua in addition to self-generated. So, Angel Civilization Creation System. Angel, Luo Hua, King of Angel, Hexi, Alan Technology, the first generation of Angel's Body, the second generation of Angel's Body, Angel's Wings, Faith Energy Conversion, the Eye of Insight, Micro Wormhole Handling Technology. Open Hexi's Control Panel. Angel, Hexi Loadable Technology, first generation Angel's Body, second generation Angel's Body, Angel's Wing, Insight Eye, and Micro Wormhole Handling Technology. Load. Loading complete Angel Hexi, the second generation of Angel's Body, Angel's Wings, Eyes of Insight, Micro Wormhole Handling Technology. Open Alan's Control Panel. Angel, Alan Loadable Technology, the first generation of Angel's Body, Angel's Wing, Eye of Insight, Micro Wormhole Handling Technology. Only the first generation can be loaded. See Alan's Control Panel. Luo Hua was still a little surprised. But after thinking about it, I still know why. Hexi, as one of the three angels, originally had extremely high potential. So when she was just born, she can immediately load the second generation angel's body. And Alan is far from this potential. So only the first generation angel's body can be loaded. Well, it's a pity. Load. Angel Alan, the first generation of Angel's Body, Angel's Wings, Eyes of Insight. Micro Wormhole Handling Technology. Wait until everything is set. Luo Hua at the moment, who was determined and recovered, also withdrew from his mind. But the next moment, a light of unknown color suddenly radiated in front of his eyes. Immediately afterwards, two angels gently waving their wings appeared in front of Luo Hua. They knelt on one leg and bowed their heads. There is also a hand touching his chest, as if to announce something next. Really? At the next moment, my faith comes from Luo Hua, and my wisdom turns into strength. Even if I die, my soul will always guard the King of Angel. For the sake of civilization, I will never back down. X2. Two clear, magnetic, serious and sincere voices sounded. After taking the oath, they slowly stood up again, looking at Luo Hua with blue and brown eyes. Hexi and Alan once again held their right hand in front of them and leaned forward to Luo Hua. For a time, Luo Hua smiled happily with some relief. He stretched out his hand, took out several sets of clothes that he had prepared from the dark plain, and handed them to them and asked, "How do you know these few words?" The two of them took Luo Hua's exquisite dress and draped it in front of him. They had only one close-fitting dress just now. Among them, Hexi answered in front. "It seems that we have already read a sentence deep in the soul. When we first saw you, we said this from the heart. The children are being scolded for being stupid. I admit my mistake, because there is a problem with the writing. But I am used to writing slow hot texts. The last book is also a slow hot text. This habit is a bit difficult to change, so I try to compress the rhythm as much as possible. In short, I am a good boy who can be beaten to admit mistakes and make corrections. I have read everything you say, and I will try my best to recover the things that are wrong. So? We can whisper, can you have some flowers and votes? It's okay if you don't vote. I know I don't deserve it." Chapter 32. Luo Hua, who was injured by Hexi, the Sky City project. Luo Hua stretched out his hands to them and wanted to say something. But when I thought about it, I couldn't help but smile into a sentence in the end. "Welcome to the angel family." Hexi and Alan looked at each other and nodded happily. But what Luo Hua didn't expect was, he was only planning to shake hands. Unexpectedly, the two angels stepped forward and hugged themselves. Now Luo Hua looked at the two wings happily waving on both sides of her mind. The involuntary mood also improved. Finally, I am not a widow, and I won't be alone anymore. Feel the heartbeat of the three angels. Luo Hua could see firsthand that at the moment Hexi and Alan jumped a little bit faster. After all, they are all pasted together, and there is no armor. After feeling almost, Luo Hua took the initiative to push them away slowly and said, "Let's go and sit there, there is still a lot to say." Hexi smiled politely when he heard, "Yeah, I really want to talk, I don't know what year and month." The three came to a pavilion. Luo Hua waved his hand and took out a tea set from the dark plain. The result was just about to pour water for them. Alan took the initiative to pour himself and Hexi down. Luo Hua didn't argue about this, and simply looked at Hexi and Alan and asked, "Your names and memories?" "My name is Hexi." "My name is Alan." Before Luo Hua finished talking hesitantly, the two of them took the initiative to speak. Hexi opened his blue eyes like lake water and looked at Luo Hua and explained, "I don't know why. From the moment I was born, my name, consciousness, and common sense all gathered together like a soul. Every action, every thought, is so natural and perfect." Speaking of this, Hexi turned to look at Alan who had finished pouring tea. The two nodded and looked at each other. Hexi added, "I think these are all brought to us by the king." Confronting Hexi's statement, Luo Hua looked at Alan. After pouring the tea, Alan pushed both teacups in front of them. Then looking at Luo Hua's eyes, he nodded seriously. In other words, there is no difference between them at the moment and Luo Hua's impression. Except that this is a fresh start, everything else is the same. No wonder it was the first time the three met. But just now it was like Angel who had lived together for countless years. So meeting this time, they are not the first negotiations. It is a testimony of the formal and perfect sailing. Okay. Luo Hua nodded, then I will say it straightforwardly. The development of angel civilization has just begun, and we have not yet reached the point of surviving beyond the continental plate. There is also an unstable energy source, although these ordinary people can bring us more refined belief energy than dark energy and perseverance energy. But this is only one aspect, and we cannot use it as the only source of energy for survival. There are other technological aspects etc. which are all items that need to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Our time is only a few years, which is too little for a civilization. During the time Luo Hua was speaking, Hexi just leaned on the cushion behind him and kept looking at Luo Hua with his beautiful blue eyes. Even the effort to sip tea. That also brought the tea cup up, but his eyes never missed Luo Hua's face. In the middle, Hexi turned his head and looked at Alan. And Alan happened to turn around together to confirm each other. All right. It's a bit guilty of a guilty conscience. The two smiled helplessly. They turned back to continue admiring their creator. And Luo Hua, who has been explaining, doesn't know that they have been paying attention to themselves? He must know. But the main Hexi's eyes staring at him are still spoiled like a sister next door. He didn't know how to remind her. Think about it or forget it. Finally, Luo Hua simply leaned on the cushion, folded his legs and relaxed and said, "So, Hexi and Alan, what do you think?" Hear Luo Hua's reminder. Hexi also reacted and said with a nasal voice, "I feel that a modular, centralized, and fully functional sky city needs to be built immediately. Although the city of Angel built in the nebula is still too far away, it is very simple to build a sky city for suborbital cruising. A city in the sky has at least a full set of intelligent production of charity, whether it is weapons, armor, or daily necessities, food, etc. Furthermore, with the sky city, the way Angel civilization builds its image is even simpler and straightforward. Speaking of which, Hexi lightly stepped on the floor of the Angel building with her silver high heels and said, "This is not like something an Angel civilization should have." Sudden. The scene at the moment was a little silent. Hexi, who reacted all of a sudden, remembered that this building was nominally Luo Hua's. In other words, she caught Luo Hua just now and had a meal together. Wang! Hexi reacted immediately and got up from the chair. No matter what, her words are a little bit referring to Sang and cursing Kuei means in it. This is disrespectful to an angel civilization who admires the king. The remaining 4 will be updated from 5 p.m. Chapter 33. Rose captures Hulk. Banner, go to New York. As Hexi stood up suddenly, she stepped on Yubai's legs and walked quickly to Luo Hua. Holding Luo Hua's left hand with one hand, the 5 fingers of her left hand are crossed together. Then he knelt down on one leg and put the remaining left hand on his heart to silence. At the moment she no longer needs to speak, and the rest will be arranged by Luo Hua. Ailan got up nervously and walked aside. She didn't expect Hexi to say this straightforwardly. At the moment, look at the tense atmosphere around. Luo Hua shook the jade hand in his heart and said, "Forget it, you didn't mean it, don't care about it, get up, Ailan is still watching. After all, this building was not built by itself. Rather, S.H.I.E.L.D. gave it to himself for friendly negotiation." Facing Luo Hua's hand gesture to herself, Hexi's lowered head shook slightly. This should indicate that it's no good, it's too light. Ailan watched from the side, and put his hands together nervously before suggesting, "Hexa should be a punishment." Luo Hua knows that without Ailan, Angel is really strict in this regard. Regardless of the file size, Hexi wants Luo Hua to give her a formal decision. All right. Luo Hua looked helplessly at Hexi's flowing silver hair in front of his legs. Finally, I can only say, well, I will punish Hexi. For a while, Hexi and Ailan focused on becoming nervous. Punish Hexi to relax when I'm tired. Roar. Ailan let out a sigh of relief. Hexi unexpectedly raised his head and looked at Luo Hua. What else are you thinking about? Get up. Luo Hua helplessly pulled Hexi up. Then he reminded them, in the future, even if there are outsiders, I need to be called the king. But if we are together, I can also call Roar and I am Luo Hua, definitely, as you get used to. Hexi and Ailan nodded at the same time. Then he got up with Hexi. Ailan turned and went back to sit in the seat. But Hexi did not go back, but directly bypassed Luo Hua's seat behind him. Then he stretched out his slender and flawless fingers one by one into his hair and pressed them. Feel the massage on both sides of your mind. Luo Hua's strengths of relaxation took a sigh of relief, and he didn't care about it. The chat discussion continues. At the same time, a helicopter is on its way to Mexico. Ross really ordered something into the intercom. Wait until almost. His assistant asked, "We are going to Mexico this time, are we going to capture that monster?" In a stuffy environment. Ross was sweating, wearing noise-reducing headphones and said, "Yes, you also watched the video a few days ago, if you get Angel's blood by relying on the frontal conflict. Then we don't have a legitimate reason in the world, so the parliament will directly send me to a military court. But if we can use Hulk to solve this problem, then Angel will definitely leave blood. In fact, we still have a backup plan, which is to directly attack with anesthesia needles. But I didn't know that this method would not work, so I put it as a last resort." Hear Rose's analysis. His assistant nodded and agreed. But then he asked, "Then can we catch Hulk? Even if we can catch it, can we control him? Face this problem." Rose's hand holding the report clenched slightly. Originally, he didn't need to personally participate in the work of arresting Hulk. But for that Angel, after solving Obadi, he came directly to trouble himself. He directly brought his most elite special forces to Mexico to capture Hulk. Whether we can catch it or not, we have to try it. Hulk is my thing. It's not Banner's. This is something the United States military should control. It is not something a scientist can have, After this, Rose planned to catch Hulk if he could. It's easy to control it. If you can't control it, then create an accident for Hulk to fight Angel. Then they recycle. In this way, he can not only get Angel's blood and even capture Angel together. He can still be ashamed of what he suffered in front of the Angel building a few days ago. Next. At the same time, the two helicopters were flying to Mexico. At the moment in the Mexican town, Banner watched the video of Luo Hua's trial of Obadi in the air like a god in a daze. This is the first time I have seen Angel on the whole network so clearly and intuitively. And the whole world has a basic understanding of Angel's ability. For example, the projectile that can penetrate steel tens of centimeters thick. It takes so much power to do it. That means this Angel may be a creature in mythology. Isn't it a biochemical change? No, it is still possible. It's just that people may be more perfect than their own mutations. But maybe it's something I've never understood before. But all in all, Banner sat in the room thinking about it for a long time. During this time, it was very difficult for him to even control his yoga training practice for these problems. Because as long as he calms down, Angel's questions keep appearing in his mind. And it's the same when sleeping. Whether it was before or after going to bed, even when he fell asleep, he was thinking about Angel's question. It's not a problem to go on like this. After thinking for a long time with closed eyes, Banner opened his eyes sharply. This time, there was an unwavering look in his eyes. Go to New York. Chapter 34. Somehow Natasha Romanoff succeeded. No matter what he controls, he can't control it anymore. This kind of problem entangled Banner deeply like a drowning water weed. These days I opened my eyes and thought about Angel's question, and closed my eyes, I was thinking about Angel's question too. He couldn't even do his job in the factory during the day. Then it's better to go to New York to find Angel to solve this problem. Even if it was violent at that time, Angel should have ability to control his unwilling destruction of the city. Just do it. Get up from a cross-legged state. Banner quickly packed up clothes, computers, items, money, and other things. Finally, he took a look at the packages hanging on his body. Banner threw away clothes and other useless things without hesitation. With his connections to top scientists, once in New York, it is easy to get enough money to live on. Wait until everything is packed. Banner stood at the door. I looked back at this home where I had lived for several years. He has fled to live here since he mutated a few years ago. From looking for a job to finding a teacher who practices to control his temper. In the past few years, he has achieved little success. Otherwise, just seeing the news of Angel's appearance that day would make him so excited to transform. Goodbye. Silently sighed with emotion. Banner left here with his important computer and wallet. But just before he stepped out of the door, because of the high terrain of the house where Banner lives, from this banner, I could see that several people in black special soldier combat uniforms were groping here at a position less than 100 meters away from me. The guns in the backpack and the combat equipment all over it looked like the Special Forces combat soldiers of the United States government. These are not ordinary soldiers. Banner's face changed. He immediately grabbed the bag on his back and walked around to the side where they came. Take advantage of the terrain. Banner has seen their course of action. So as long as it is not exposed, there is still a great possibility to go around from both sides. But General Ross, holding a telescope at the bottom of the hillside, saw the familiar figure at a glance. This is not only for skin reasons. And Rose's deep impression of Banner caused him to be seen in the crowd at a glance. Rose took out the walkie-talkie. Bronski. The target went around on your right side. He is wearing a black t-shirt and brown pants. He is carrying a big bag and a small bag. Brown Sky looked to the right, looking for the target. After confirming the goal, he gesturing towards his teammates, chasing and surrounding, then replied, "Good sir, I saw him. But I still want to talk about why we want special forces like us to capture a scientist." Sitting in the command car, Rose said directly, "Don't ask, grab him quickly." The helpless brown sky could only let go of the doubts in his heart and chase after him. But he still has some vigilance and desire for exploration. It takes a whole special force to track an ordinary scientist? What a joke! Was it the creature version of the Iron Overlord who was on the streets of New York a few days ago that stumped them? How can it be? And at the moment, inside the S.H.I.E.L.D.S tri-curved wing building. After learning that General Ross personally led the troops out. Now Fury himself. Phil Coulson and Hill stand in Fury's office. Looking at the armed exit documents approved by Ross above. Ross just wants to get something and then provoke Angel. At that time, the entire United States will reduce the image of all of us in Angel because of him. Fury threw the photo of the file onto the table, and then put his forehead on the table with one hand, tired. Hill and Phil Coulson also learned of the news. Phil Coulson smiled and said, "Director Fury, maybe we don't need a headache." "How do you say it?" Fury raised his head slightly to look at Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson explained, "As long as we stand on the team ahead of time, and say that Rose has nothing to do with us. That way, even if Rose provokes Angel in the future, it won't bring us any responsibility." Speaking verbally. Hill asked next to him. "No," Phil Coulson added, "we can also let people speak in person to show sincerity. And in the future, all the information collected about General Rose can be given to Angel. We and Rose are just similar in terms of position. I believe that if we express clearly in advance, we won't have anything to do with us. And the trouble for General Rose to find Angel is less than a month at most. I think if he goes too far, maybe only live for 1 month. Strictly speaking, this is a good idea." The three of them glanced at each other, and they all silently agreed to this approach. But here comes the question, who will say it? Looking at each other, Fury and Phil Coulson both looked at Hill. Women may better solve this problem. It's not on the battlefield. Hill saw the eyes of both of him. "I immediately got rid of the option and said, at the time, I said that the online agent between Angel and S.H.I.E.L.D. is Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff. Since women are the best, Natasha Romanoff just finished the task, so I think Natasha Romanoff is a very good choice." This statement came out. The three nodded in agreement. Whoever is not is unlucky. "Big Daddy, don't worry, it's all in the evening, it's only what time, it's a bit uncomfortable to see before the shelves, but this is for exposure. After it's on the shelves, I promise to gather together as much time as possible, and at the same time at least 3 shifts a day and 3,300 plus shifts each. Please ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, please provoke you, this is very important to me. P.S. And Rose is definitely going to die, killing and killing." Chapter 35. Formally researching Angel technology, the arrival of Natasha Romanoff. The next day. Angel building. The nascent sun is rising. The 3 angels have gathered together and discussed for a night. For Angel's body, angels can rest without sleeping for a long time, but they will also be uncomfortable. Unless it reaches the point of a divine body, then all that the whole body needs is energy. Even the spirit can be supplemented with energy. But sleeping is a comfortable thing to enjoy life. So it's better not to give up. Angel is also accompanied by some lovely nose sounds. Hexie stretched lazily in the exquisite clothing Luohua gave her. When she stretched her waist while supporting her left elbow with her right hand, Luohua even saw the tender white belly. Ahem! There is no way, in sight, there is no way not to look. After a fair look, Luohua was also made to want to beat Hatch by Hexie. Really? Laziness is contagious. In addition to the Sky City, what do we need to upgrade recently? Alan asked. Roar Luo Hua took a sigh of relief. Then he leaned on the cushions lazily and said, there are many. For example, angel wings. After having the micro-wormhole space technology, it can also pull the wormhole after upgrade to make itself move instantly. However, this kind of displacement is the same as the micro-wormhole transport technology used for throwing attacks, which will put a great load on the body, and it is not the second-generation angel's body that cannot be used. The second-generation angel's body. Hear this. Alan looked at her hands with regret. She is currently only the first generation. Although she has a body of steel, she has only a few tons of strength. Compared to the second-generation angel's body, it is far worse. The first generation of angels was just an ordinary angel in the angel civilization. Only by reaching the second generation can it barely be counted into the mainstream. And the third generation, that is already one of the few top angels. At this time, Hexie enlightened from the side. Okay, don't be like this. When you have enough strength to fully use the second generation angel's body, I believe Luo Hua will load it for you soon. After speaking, she turned her head and blinked at Luo Hua. Seeing her little movements, Luo Hua smiled helplessly and said, yes, as long as Angel can fully master the use of a certain ability, I will directly load her with technology. It is different from the angel civilization in Luo Hua's previous impression. The angel civilization nowadays, Angel is very pitiful. The one he knew was Angel, who was tens of thousands of small. And myself. I don't know when it will develop into dozens of angels. So what is left in the arrangement of the lack of technology for my angel? Ashes. But although it seems that the gap is so big. But by then, his angel is at least the start of the second generation. And I'll reach the point of linking Luo Hua this host. By then it will be completely different. Hear Luo Hua's acknowledgement. Alan nodded heavily. I will definitely master it as soon as possible. Take it. It's almost time to watch. Luo Hua stood up and said, I will show you where to rest first. Although the basic knowledge and information were all fixed at the same time when creating them. But shouldn't it be more formal? Go down to the top of the building. The three came to the top floor. Upon entering the door, a spacious and multifunction hall came into view. Needless to say, the huge desk in the center is Luo Hua's location. Then there is a rest area on the left, and a semi-sports fitness area on the right. There are places to drink tea and cook and so on. Luo Hua introduced them as they walked. Then, after shopping on the first floor, Luo Hua took them from the stairs on both sides to the second floor. Came to the door of a room. Luo Hua reached out and pushed it away. Soon, it will become history, and the Sky City is our home. Following Hexie and Alan nodded. The area of temporary living is considered promising. The three came to the rest area on the first floor. Alan walked to the function area on the right to see what tea to drink. At the moment there are only Hexie and Luo Hua. There are many big sofas in the lounge area, and the two sit on their own sofas. Hexie took the silver hair with his hand and looked at Luo Hua and said, while studying the structure of Angel City, should we also upgrade angel wings? Although Luo Hua can create a city in the sky. But that requires him to have a complete set of knowledge in his mind that is correspondingly complete, scientific, rigorous, reasonable, and so on. In other words, only the city of the sky can be fully understood in technology. He can use the system to create it. So upgrade wings of time and space too. Yet. Luo Hua nodded, yes, in addition to angel wings, there are also some small but practical technologies that can be developed easily. Then leave it to me to develop it. At this moment, Alan, who had already made a pot of tea, walked over with it and said, my learning ability is not too strong, only fighting ability can still see it. Since there is no fighting now, I can still do some small things. Luo Hua nodded. Well, we have a reasonable division of labor. Even if I, as a king, I need to constantly improve and grow. Speaking of this, the three of them looked at each other and nodded neatly. The research has begun. Being a king, Luo Hua at least requires him to have enough ability to lead all angels to the forefront and take the lead. Whether it's literary or martial arts. The next day, a woman with big red wavy hair and a relatively fiery figure stood under the angel building. Chapter 36. Angel went out to mask and successfully developed new technology. Early in the morning, Luo Hua, who had just designed a small technology with Elan, was teased by Hexi. There is a girl who is a beauty relative to the earth is waiting for you here. Hear the words. Luo Hua opened the eyes of insight. Then I learned that Natasha Romanoff was waiting downstairs. It seemed that she was ready to enter the hall. Close the eye of insight. At the moment Luo Hua, who was sitting next to Hexi, stretched out his hand. Then put it on Hexi's forehead. Bulletin. He bounced his forehead. Do you think anyone in this world can compare to any angel in the angel civilization? Regardless of Hexi, who lowered his head and covered his forehead. Luo Hua turned his head and looked at Elan and said, "Go down and tell her what is going on as soon as possible. Don't come up if you don't have to. Just try our newly developed technology." Yet. Elan nodded obediently. Then he took out a half-face mask from the dark plane. This mask will cover the entire upper part of the face, and only a little bit of the tip of the nose and delicate red lips will be leaked out. The delicate pattern makes the entire mask a work of art. Then Elan stood up and waved the next pair of wings, and the pendant on his right ear also trembled a few times. She walked to the top of the building and flew straight down. At the moment, downstairs of Angel Building, Natasha Romanoff brought S.H.I.E.L.D. and found all the documents about Rose to Angel. Just to make a good move with Angel in advance, roar. My God, what happened during my mission? Natasha Romanoff, who was rushing to tutor Angel's materials last night, is watching now. But the more I understand her, the more incredible it becomes. What is the world like? Angel is out? Angel Luo Hua, a height of 185, has an easygoing personality and sometimes ignores him, and he values the development of civilization extremely. Have a handsome face and long time wear white gold silk exquisite dress or daily clothes. Jun Yi? How handsome is it? This question flashed through Natasha Romanoff's mind. But as she turned to Luo Hua's next page of information, this problem is solved directly. My God! It's Angel if you don't lose. Looking at a whole page of photos taken by Luo Hua in various time periods, Natasha Romanoff had never seen such an attractive man. It's like a woman attracts a man. Luo Hua definitely has the qualification to make women infatuated. Even if it is an agent. At this time, after a cry of "Wing!", a female angel suddenly landed in front of Natasha Romanoff from the top of the building. She waved her wings lightly and received her back after landing. The delicate drop of the right ear was still dangling when she landed. Natasha Romanoff looked up. How dazzling Elan's golden hair is against the sun. Because Natasha Romanoff is barely tall, it counts as 170. However, Elan's height is 176, which is still the net height when she is not wearing high heels. So this is too high for Natasha Romanoff. Looking at Elan's mask, the overall silver mask with gold silk carvings, in the eyes of Natasha Romanoff, does not seem to be a luxury product on the planet that can match it. At the moment, Elan, who had just landed, happened to see Natasha Romanoff who was indulging in a photo of her own king. If you want to see it, you can go home and watch it. It's disrespectful to watch Wang's photos outside. In Elan, no, in all angels' perceptions. They all know that Luo Hua always makes many people addicted or care. So watching photos or videos is definitely not stopping. But you can enjoy it at home, but you can't watch it outside. After Elan's serious reminder, Natasha Romanoff reacted immediately and closed the information. Then she looked at the female angel in front of her, but she was constantly complaining in her heart. Didn't it mean that there is only one angel? How come there is a female angel? Who is the king of angel? This should be Luo Hua in the information. But what should I do if this is disrupted? How to talk? What does the S.H.I.E.L.D. information center do? Although he was constantly complaining in his heart, Natasha Romanoff still looked at Elan with a smile and said, "My name is Natasha Romanoff, and I am an online agent sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. After speaking, she handed Ross's information to Elan and said, "The task given to me above is to hand him over to an angel named Luo Hua. It's the king of angel." Elan immediately reminded. "The task given to me above is to hand him over to your king angel." Natasha Romanoff said immediately. Received the information handed over by Natasha Romanoff. Elan flipped through it at random, then opened the Eye of Insight and swept it away. After finally feeling okay, she glanced at Natasha Romanoff and turned sideways. "Raise your right hand and place it next to your right ear." Natasha Romanoff? Although the scene is silent. But Luo Hua, who was on the roof of Angel Building at the moment, received an application for a dark energy call line. After Luo Hua passed, Elan's voice rang in his mind. "King. Wang," a woman named Natasha Romanoff came and said. After listening to Elan's report, Luo Hua raised his head to face the direction of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Sanqui building and opened the Eye of Insight. Then he lowered his head while studying technology, while taking the time to reply. "Yes, bring things up and someone will let her go back." "Yes. The end of the 5 shifts I will keep at least like this every day from now on. Thank you for your urging. This gave me motivation. But I'm still very sleepy now." Chapter 37. Poor He, Dark Energy Communication Technology. The screen returns to the downstairs of Angel Building. Elan turned around after completing the communication. Wang has agreed to accept this information, but people don't need to go up. At the same time, let me tell you to inform SHIELD. Here are the original words. "Luo Hua, I know what S.H.I.E.L.D. did and didn't do, so what the result is will be what you deserve." It means Luo Hua knows whoever does anything to angel civilization. So what the result is depends on what you did. If you have a clear conscience, don't be afraid of anything. After writing down this sentence, Natasha Romanoff nodded seriously at Elan. "Okay, I remembered, but you are Angel Alan." After leaving a sentence. After completing the task, Elan opened his wings and flew to the top of the Angel Building deep into the clouds. After watching Elan go, Natasha Romanoff remembered the name and nodded and left. Although it seems to be just an ordinary meeting. But for Natasha Romanoff, she knew she had a good harvest this time. Because this is something that no one else has understood. What is the highest value in society now? Definitely the latest news. Go back to the building. Alan got down from the top of the building and went straight into the lobby on the top floor. At the same time, she said as she walked, "Dark energy communication technology is very successful. Within the planet, perfect communication can be achieved without increasing energy output." Said. The new small technology just mentioned is dark energy communication technology. This technology allows Angel, who can control his energy, to directly master the ability of the phone in his mind. Ding! Angel civilization technology set successfully dark energy communication technology, same as the normal call function, but dark energy communication technology is more secure and convenient. You may be tapped on the phone. But what dark energy communication technology can eavesdrop on must be a civilization that has a higher level than the use of dark energy. It's just that the current universe is a universe full of dark energy. So apart from a few special methods, there is no eavesdropping on the existence of dark energy communication technology. I'll talk about this particular method later. Now wait until Alan sits down. She immediately couldn't wait to say, since there is no problem, then we can study deeper technology. Yes, Alan is right. Compared to the next technology to be studied, this dark energy communication technology is just to lay the foundation. And that technology is full energy projection technology. At this time, when Alan was obsessed with researching the whole energy projection technology, Hexie, who had just been shot by Luohua and lowered his head, finally raised his head. She looked at Luohua with pity. Zixi with blue eyes that were a little bit teary. It hurts. Not. Luohua knew that he was really useless, just a little bounce. Besides, Hexie is now the second-generation angel, and her missile bombed her without scratches. Can it hurt? Although my heart is so complaining. But Luohua took the time to stretch out his left hand and stroked Hexie's forehead. It's all right, it doesn't hurt anymore. He is not a straight man, coax or coax. Hexie, who was touched, immediately returned to the appearance of Yuji. She got up and leaned on the cushion of the sofa behind her. Then I learned Luohua's stack on both legs, and continued to lazily start designing the technology of Sky City. Luohua, who is also working on the energy projection technology of the whole system, has an invisible twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is your seamless transition too fast? He was still pitying just now. Now she's the Yuji who has entered the high-cold research mode. At the moment Stark's Sea View Villa. After the Mark III battle armor was nearly destroyed, he not only rebuilt the Mark IV battle armor, but also studied the latest Mark V battle armor, the suitcase armor on the original basis. Because he was almost consigned back that day. So Tony thought of designing a armor that is easy to carry. In this way, Mark V battle armor, suitcase armor came into being. The advantage of this armor is that it is convenient and can be worn at any time. But the shortcomings are also obvious. For example, not to mention that there is only one layer of metal defense, all the functions of Mark V's battle armor rely on the supply of Tony's chest. The original armor palm cannon and the thrusters on the solace of the feet were supplied by a separate arc reactor, but the Mark V did not. Because the original intention of this suit was to get Tony out of danger as soon as possible. Instead of fighting. Looking at the assembled suitcase armor, Tony put on the test on the spot. But since the front of this suit is silver, so this is a bit ugly. I think this set is too low-key. What do you think? J.A.R.V.I.S. J.A.R.V.I.S. I feel the same way, sir. Mr. Stark. What are you doing? You haven't been to the company for a long time. Stupefy, your company doesn't plan to take it anymore? And why should we donate all the famous paintings we collected to those so-called charities? At this time, Pepper, with the title of Little Pepper, came to Tony's underground studio from the spiral staircase on the first floor. And she came with anger. Because Tony has been the shopkeeper for a long time. Please ask for flowers, tickets, please provoke you, this is very important to me. Chapter 38. Chlorophyll Juice, S.H.I.E.L.D. found the second angel. Seeing the menacing Pepper walking quickly, Tony waved his hand Tai Chi quickly and said, "Do you have a cold? Then you'd better stay away from me, because I don't want to catch a cold." With that said, he also picked up the chlorophyll drink on the table and wanted to pass it to Pepper. "Would you like some drinks? I made them secretly, it should be able to cure colds." Facing Tony's pleas, Pepper walked up to him angrily and asked, "Why do you want to give away all the famous paintings we bought back then to the so-called charities? You know, those charities are basically just formal tax avoidance methods for the rich. It's basically out of the hands of those who need it. Yes. Many so-called charities in the world. Most of them are reasonable tax avoidance methods for the rich. Definitely. There are also rich people who really do charity, but they are rare. Tony explained, it won't happen this time. These charities are all I have inspected. They will give all the money to the people who need it. Pepper spread her hands. She didn't understand why Tony suddenly made this. Tony had actually donated before. But there are very few and no donations have been made recently. As a result, such a large sum of money is still donated anonymously. What is he doing this for? Regardless of Pepper's doubts, Tony took the time to pick up a pair of Iron Man oil paintings leaning on the table and walked to a simple kitchen corner in the basement. Pepper saw Tony and walked over. But what she didn't expect was, Tony also directly replaced the painting he liked before. Then hung up his own Iron Man oil painting. What is this? Narcissism is serious. Pepper decided to ignore this and immediately started looking for key questions. Then why don't you go to your Stark company once? Do you know how much I have helped you handle company affairs for so long? And there are many that I can't make a decision, and I have to wait for your personal approval. I'm going crazy, even now I take the time to find you. If this continues, I will resign. Okay, then you are now the CEO. Facing Pepper's anger, Tony directly blocked her mouth with a word. So why did Pepper complain so much? Not because she is just a secretary. And so much work will make Pepper feel that he is at a loss. Yes, it feels like this to everyone. So Tony gave her the position of CEO directly. In this way, all the problems are easily solved. Because the CEO is meant to take on so many things. Moreover, these days Tony is testing whether Pepper can take this position. But now it looks pretty okay. Except for a bit of a bad temper. To my goodness, what should I say? In an instant, Pepper, who rose from secretary to CEO, was a bit incoherent. It's like an ordinary angel instantly becomes the left and right wing. It is estimated that a body that is not strong can faint directly. At the same time, there is a whole S.H.I.E.L.D. senior executive who is as unexpected as Pepper tonight. In the three-wing building. At the moment Fury's office on the top floor. 4 people, Fury, Natasha Romanoff, Hill, and Phil Coulson, sat on the lounge sofa next to them, talking about what happened this morning. Natasha Romanoff, do you mean there is more than one angel now? And you guys met at the Angel building this morning? Fury sat on the sofa with both elbows against his knees, wondering. I knew Angel Luohua a few days ago. More than one now? Furthermore, Angel Luohua is the king of angel in their mouths, wanting to be president. Hill was also puzzled. Everyone saw it that day. They have never found a trace of a second angel in Angel. To the end. Even the silent Phil Coulson didn't know what to say or write. S.H.I.E.L.D. temporarily handed Natasha Romanoff an urgent task, although the 3 of them collectively threw it out. But the information center has been working for a long time, and there is a second angel? Will it be the 3rd one? Even the 4th, 5th, and so on from now on? But after thinking about it, Phil Coulson said with a sigh of relief, at present, Angel's ability to distinguish right from wrong is still very powerful. Phil Coulson's words were unanimously agreed by everyone. Fortunately, Angel will not be angry with others. If it's because of Rose's wisdom that the entire image of the United States is wiped out, it will be finished. But even so, at the very least, the goodwill of the Secretary of State and the House of Representatives Angel will drop very low. Although Rose is a general, they approved these actions. But in the end, as long as there is nothing wrong with S.H.I.E.L.D. after Rose is dead, they are nearly semi-independent institutions. At this time, Fury suddenly thought of something and asked, then what are the characteristics of the angel you saw? although it is now confirmed that the myth has nothing to do with the current angel. But I think since they are both angels, there must be something similar between them. Please ask for flowers, tickets, please provoke you. This is very important to me. Chapter 39. Jealous Hexie, there is no way S.H.I.E.L.D. Feature. Natasha Romanoff thought about it for a moment. Long golden hair, a unique earring on the right ear, and the wings are the same as Angel Luohua in the literature. The height is at least 175 and the style of clothing is the same as Angel Luohua. But I don't know the face. She wears a very beautiful mask. The mask only allows Angel to leak out his chin, lips, and a bit of nose, and nothing else can be seen. By the way, she has brown pupils. After some description by Natasha Romanoff, the three of S.H.I.E.L.D. at most have a certain understanding of Elan, the female angel. But it's only limited to the image, and I don't know anything else. Sudden. Natasha Romanoff had an inspiration. She seemed to remember something. Angel Allen seemed to turn sideways when receiving the information in his hand. Then after a period of silence, she turned back and said that King Angel had agreed to this information. And Elan also conveyed the words of King Angel? How is this communicated? Silence can communicate. Thought of this. Natasha Romanoff said this to them immediately. One more thing, after Angel Allen received my information, she was silent for a while and then replied to me again. And there seemed to be some kind of communication, but I didn't find anything. Hiss. This time. Finally, a key piece of information came out. But how to analyze it? In this fairly large office, the top 4 agents of SHIELD look at me and I will look at you. There is nothing to do with this information. Because it is impossible for them to get any analysis from dark energy communication technology. At most it is to understand. There is a special ability that allows you to settle the conversation without speaking. Gone. At most, the analysis is here. Isn't it analyzed in a second? But this time. Hill thought for a while and said, since Angel has the ability to communicate without speaking, does it mean that they can use their minds to manifest their ideas? Be able to speak your thoughts. This was originally an extraordinary ability. And it is very useful in many places. So Hill's words came out. Everyone immediately pointed their direction here again. But how is this different from analyzing dark energy communication technology? You don't even know the ability on the surface. Can you analyze the deep ability? So to the end. Hill looked at the silent Natasha Romanoff on the left. Then he looked at the Phil Coulson and Fury duo on the right looking at the floor. Oh. Finally she sighed. I will sort it out tonight, and then give it to the intelligence center overnight. Let them do this. This statement came out. Everyone nodded. We are all agents, how can this kind of scientific problem be solved? Professional matters must be handed over to professional staff. But it sounds nice. It's as if a mortal can solve it. This technology is useless even if the think tank of the New Star Empire comes. There is nothing to do or nothing to do. Wait until the discussion on S.H.I.E.L.D. is over. It's already night outside. At the moment Hexie and Elan are both on the top floor of Angel Building, but Luohua is not there. He is not gone. Instead, I came to the top of the building to relax. Half lying on a specially planted 25-degree slope lawn. Luohua put his hands behind his head. Then look at the stars. From this time Luohua discovered. He loves watching the stars too much. Obviously, the alien races say that the starry sky will get tired after watching the sky for a long time, but Luohua feels that he will never get tired of it. Maybe this is the reason for Angel's race. Roar. Take a deep breath. Luohua was talking while thinking. If both Keisha and Liangbing were there, Angel's technological progress would be faster, but it's too anxious now. The creation of 2 king-level and even more than king-level potential angels at once is another big expense. Are the potentials of Keisha and Liang Bing or the 3 kings of the 4th generation gods? Definitely not. Definitely more. Patter patter patter. At this time, accompanied by the sound of high heels, even Luo Hua, who had only lived together for 2 days, knew it was Hexie's footsteps. Her footsteps have a sense of no arrogance, and graceful and luxurious experience. Let you relax even if you just listen to the sound of footsteps. Followed by a figure. Hexie smoothed his silver hair in front of him. Then walked to the distance. Luo Hua was less than a slap, and sat down and said, "Her 2 sisters, it seems to me that they are enemies." When Luo Hua created them, the basic understanding between Angel Luo Hua is still set. This will not prevent everyone from starting again. It's as if we don't know each other, but we knew it well in the previous life. It seems that after the reincarnation of the male lead and the female lead in the national team, they met each other again. After Hexie's reminder, Luo Hua also remembered the love and hatred between Liang Bing and Keisha. But something I don't know. He was still thinking about what brand new sparks they would collide with when they met each other again this time. It's interesting to think about it. But the next moment, Hexie suddenly stretched out the index finger of his left hand and nodded on the cheek lying on the lawn. Luo Hua complained and said, "How long have I just been born with Elan, you start to miss her Angel. Please ask for flowers, tickets, please provoke you, this is very important to me." Chapter 40. Pepixie who is ill-packed, ordinary people playing with steel toys. This. Under Hexie's gaze, Luo Hua pursed her lips helplessly. Then he sighed and turned to look at Hexie helplessly and asked, "You learned this rogue move of women on Earth so quickly?" That's Hexie turned around and circled the wrist of his left hand with his right hand facing the starry sky. "It's like learning a very powerful move. But if you insist, this trick is really powerful." At least Luo Hua has nothing to say. Then when Luo Hua turned back and lay down again to look at the stars, Hexie moved down and lay down. She put her left hand on the back of her head, and her elbow was pressed against Luo Hua's right elbow. Then he pointed his right finger at the starry sky of the universe and said cheerfully, "Wang, say, how about our home in the future?" When saying this, Hexie also deliberately changed the tone of the word "our family." People who don't understand don't even know what she means. 2 people's home. It's still Angel's home. Slap. Don't make trouble. Luo Hua took out the hand that was not held by Hexie and patted her hand pointing at the starry sky and said, "With your current vision and cognition, you still haven't understood whether the starry sky looks good or not. So Luo Hua means it. The sentence you just suggested to settle down in that place is definitely not about drinking." Hexie, who was photographed, may be honest. But she still refused to accept it. "I didn't say to specify that distance. What if there is really a beautiful starry sky in that direction? The universe is so big. Calculate the area from all angles of 365 degrees from a point. At that time, even if 1 millimeter is advanced, the space will be expanded by n times more than before. Therefore, it is not true to say this in any direction. But if there really is a beautiful starry sky..." Luo Hua said this sentence in a self-questioning tone. Then turned his head slightly to look at Hexie. Hexie turned his head to look at him at the same time when he heard Luo Hua's words. "If there is a beautiful starry sky, then listen to you, and we will keep our home there." A king is directly giving the choice of civilized settlement to a subordinate angel. What attitude does this represent? Although the final right belongs to the king, it is already a great honor to say it directly. So at the moment, the air is a bit quiet. Luo Hua's charming eyes were printed in Hexie's blue eyes that day. As if no one knew what to say. As Pepixie, she was really happy just now. But now he is caught by Luo Hua. There is no way at all. But just when Hexie couldn't hold on. Patter patter. Suddenly there was footsteps in the distance. Who else can this be? It's definitely Alan's. Before the person arrived, Alan recruited roar from a distance. Wang, Hexie, I made a pot of tea, and you all come and taste it. Ahem. The rescued Hexie immediately propped himself up with his hands, then clenched his fists and pretended to cough in front of his lips. Let's go, don't let Alan wait. After speaking, she stood up immediately. Then walked quickly towards Alan in 3 or 2 steps. Slipped away, slipped away. Hold yourself up. Luo Hua turned half and looked at Hexie, who had hurried away, and smiled. Thinking that you are a royal sister, you want to spoil me? You call me? Ahem. Luo Hua, who was thinking too late, also coughed slightly and stood up. Then down the road all the way down the roof to the top floor. In the lobby on the top floor. Because in order to prevent being too quiet, the TV on one wall of the lounge area was also turned on to broadcast real-time news. Drinking the tea that Alan has just brewed. Suddenly, news about Tony was broadcast on the news at the moment. Stark Group officially announced that Pepper Paws will be the newest CEO. For this CEO position, we interviewed Paws. Pepper Paws, for this new and challenging position, I will try my best to do what this position should do. Next, Mr. Tony Stark said that he will attend the latest F1 race in Monaco in a few days. And Monaco is a highly touristic city, See here. Luo Hua easily knew that this was the birth of the whip. And he will snipe Tony in this racing game and want to kill him. At this time, saw Luo Hua watching Tony's news. Alan also knows that this person is fairly well known in the world now. So Alan asked, Wang, do you need to create a situation on him? No, Luo Hua decisively denied, if it was just him. The situation of single-piece manufacturing would not bring us much faith energy. Unless it is a multi-party melee and rises to the level of the people, there is no need to dispatch any angels. You say Tony Stark? Just an ordinary person who makes steel toys. Although it doesn't stop there, it's actually the same. If it's only related to Tony's alone incident, Luo Hua doesn't appreciate that little energy at all. And if the current angel civilization participates in everything, that would reduce the mystery of the entire civilization. So, they only need to play at the most critical moment. Please ask for flowers, tickets, please provoke you, this is very important to me. Chapter 41. Full range of energy projection technology, the latest news from Ross. In the early morning a few days later, when Tony took Pepper and Harpy to participate in the Monaco F1 car, Alan on the top floor of the Angel building also happily raised a smile and said, Successful. All energy projection technology, the experiment passed. With Alan's happy voice sounded. Hexie and she are both looking at a virtual control panel in front of Luo Hua's hands. This virtual control panel is actually not controlled with 2 hands. It is controlled by mind, and the panel is just a manifestation. You can also understand that this is a system control panel of Angel. With this thing, Angel's convenience at any level will increase dramatically. Just like research. Do you dare to believe that the 3 of them did the research in their heads a few days ago? And now there is this. Whether it is calculation, modeling, setting, or various aspects, etc. The convenience of full energy projection technology is unimaginable by ordinary people. And its technical component is nothing more than linking energy with mind, just like Angel uses energy in the body. Ding, Angel civilization technology set successfully. All system energy projection technology, use your mind to mount a full function computer in reality, which brings great convenience to Angel at any level. Then, control it like a virtual computer for a while. Luo Hua loaded Hexie and Alan with this ability. Loaded with the latest technology, Hexie waved with one hand. A silver control panel gathered before her eyes. Then, Hexi closed his eyes. At the moment, she is rapidly transmitting the Sky City technology she designed to the panel. After a while, Hexi opened his blue eyes that day. Immediately afterwards, a sketch model of a huge floating city floated in front of the three people. It is different from the ancient city with walls in everyone's mind. While the Sky City is really full of a sense of future technology, Hexi has also prepared sufficient greening plans for it. In this way, the entire floating city looks like a futuristic technology inside at the same time. It looks like Angel's habitat, like a paradise. The contrast between these two things makes people never think of what kind of Sky City this is. At the moment's elan, she was already fascinated by the sketch model of the Sky City that Haki had magnified to about 1 meter. Luo Hua, while holding his chin with one hand, was still thinking about writing. For example, this is really a sketch. There is almost no internal technology. But after all, this was only studied by Hexi within a few days. So it's already very powerful. This is a big project that other civilizations can't even complete. And Hexi did this for a few days alone. But now that there is full energy projection technology, in the future, multiple people can develop a technology at the same time. In this way, there will be no duplication or mismatch in it. Luo Hua, I designed the current Angel City to have a file size of 10 kilometers in radius. Hexi stretched out his finger to move the virtual model in the air and explained, this should be enough before we upgrade to Tiancheng. Sure. Luo Hua nodded to confirm. Angel's technology is very concentrated. Therefore, for a city in the sky with a radius of 10 kilometers, almost everything a civilization needs to survive has been included. As for file size, this Sky City will always float on the suborbital Earth. The following will simulate various cloud layers. Even if it is a satellite or something, it doesn't matter. We are angels, and we look like angels under the covers. However, although satellites can be found, only outlines can be found. Therefore, the Sky City will only allow others to see the external structure at best, and the others will be invisible at all. Next, we will jointly develop the internal technology of Sky City. In addition to comprehensiveness, I also know that there is a metal that is worth mining on the Earth. This requires us to develop a series of complete facilities including collection, transportation, and manufacturing of finished products. The metal Luo Hua refers to is Antarctic vibranium. It can be made into certain weapons and armors. Although the attack power of the weapon is low, the defense power of the armor is definitely sufficient for the time being. Hear what Luo Hua said. For a while, Hexi and Alan were a little surprised. They did not expect that the Earth would have such high-level metal. To know special metals that can be specially named. There are not many in the universe. Think about the existence of red flame metal, dark iron, and dark silver that are not loud. And the Antarctic vibranium may be the whole universe. I thought of this. Hexi immediately opened another module happily and said, then I will study this facility, and you will help me study the others. Ai Lan looked at Luo Hua weakly. No way, why don't you have that ability? I can only pick up scraps and research. And Luo Hua can study with Hexi together. So Luo Hua comforted the helpless Alan, it doesn't matter, Angel has its own strengths. The scientific research type is the scientific research type, and the combat type is the combat type. Everyone has their own uses. If anyone who doesn't have eyesight comes to trouble in the future, you can solve him 3 times or 2. Although Hexi can do both. But Alan was comforted and happy. He looked at Hexi who was fascinated by the research. Fortunately, these designs are modular, as long as a part of the design is well designed, it can be assembled inside. At this time, suddenly, Luo Hua received a message from the online mobile phone that Luo Hua stayed in the dark plane. Too lazy to take it out. Luo Hua opened the eyes of insight directly. It was actually news from SHIELD. And it's the latest information about Rose. Please ask for flowers, tickets, please provoke you, this is very important to me. Chapter 42. Alan, who swears to the death to defend Luo Hua's glory, does not save Tony. Hello, King of Angel, I am the agent Phil Cowlson of SHIELD. This time I want you to report. Ross went back to Monaco a few days ago, and today seems to be running back dingy. At the same time, the private special commando team he took out also returned with only one person. That is to say, only 4 people came back with the helicopter pilot. According to our investigation, the reason for Rose's visit this time was to arrest a mutated human caused by an accidental experiment a few years ago. He not only has a strong physique but also a strong offensive power. Hulk's basic information is attached. If Rose goes to trouble you again, please don't worry about any factors, he has nothing to do with us. Even if there are any problems internationally, S.H.I.E.L.D. will desperately defend you. The above is all the news that S.H.I.E.L.D. can get. After reading all the news at a glance, Luo Hua smiled contemptuously. After Hexie saw it, he cast the eyes of 2 curious babies. Although she can't ask directly, it's not good. But she can behave, right? Just like this, if you don't say it, you won't talk about hemp, I just look at you like this, you don't talk about it. So Luo Hua shook his head helplessly and said, S.H.I.E.L.D. prepared me all reports on Ross' actions in advance. If nothing else, Alan's official appearance will not be long. When Alan heard about her own affairs, she quickly raised her head from the study and looked at Luo Hua. Seeing Alan's positive appearance, Luo Hua quipped her, if someone wants to provoke and insult your king, you will swear to the death to defend the king's glory. Before Luo Hua's words were finished, the excited Alan directly told her true thoughts. If the target is in front of her now, Luo Hua estimated that she could directly drew the sword and slashed him. All right. So this question is like asking for nothing, so in the end it's just a joke. At this time, in front of Luo Hua, behind Alan, the big projection news TV on the left of Hexie began to broadcast Tony's news. From him to that banquet. Then I found an excuse to avoid lying and go to the bathroom. After seeing Tony go, his old rival Justin Hammer and the reporter interviewed began to mock Tony. For example, his armor will soon be followed. How about Tony's style and so on? But the picture turned. A man in blue protective gear got into his F1 car. And after finding out, the director locked in and aimed at Tony. Hexie leaned back on the sofa lazily, took the time to look at it with insight, and said, Palladium is poisoned to 58% of the total blood volume, which is dying for an ordinary person. Moreover, Alan added, he also participates in this kind of game where the blood boils all over the body for ordinary people. In this way, even if he does not continue to use the core of his arc, it will accelerate the palladium element poisoning. He can obviously give up the use of high-efficiency palladium elements and switch to the use of ordinary elements. This is to face and suffer? I really don't cherish my life, I don't know the beauty of life. Good guys. They are still at home. Hexie and Alan said Tony's biggest problem now in a few words. And Alan directly sneered at Tony's approach. Even for the iron piece in his heart to save his life, Tony would just use the kind of arc core he developed in the cave. The core of the first type of arc is free of palladium. But the price is that Tony's Mark battle armor can no longer be upgraded because of insufficient energy supply. So for Angel, this behavior is what they hate most. Brainless. And they were right, if Tony wasn't because of the element his father left behind. Then Iron Man 2 he died. This is the price of being strong. Next. Sure enough, Ivan Vank, who had mixed in with maintenance personnel, broke into the track directly. He started the energy system. Ivan Vank, the clothes on the whip, was directly burned to ashes by the high temperature. He swung his whip. Papa! After a few sounds, the two cars in front of Tony were directly interrupted. After that, it is the same as the story in the plot. Tony relied on his Mark V suitcase armor to replace the injury and directly pulled out the core of the ark from the lashes, successfully out of danger. The whip was also shouting, "You have lost! You have lost!" At the same time, he was taken away by military personnel. Angel Building. Hexie looked at it again with insight. 61%. If he continues to use energy, he will say goodbye to the world within 12 hours. After speaking, Hexie looked at Luohua with questioning eyes. If he comes to Angel. Even if he comes to me. Luohua leaned on the sofa and changed his legs leisurely and said, I won't save him, although it's easy to change blood and organs by relying on Angel's technology. But Angel will not save such a person who does not cherish his life. Instead of saving a Tony Stark, I would rather save a terminally ill person who loves life. I went to save Tony before, not only for the opportunity to show up. Also because he was not a person who didn't love life at that time. But now. Forget it. Please ask for flowers, tickets, please provoke you, this is very important to me. Chapter 43. The classic reappears, and Hexie broke the sword. At the same time Tony had this kind of accident in Monaco. Inside a military base. Brown Sky, wearing a black combat uniform, approached Ross and asked, "What the hell did we arrest that day?" With staring eyes that refused to admit defeat, Brown Sky said sharply again. "A green monster, nearly 3 meters tall. I saw him throw a person out like a chicken. He even lifted a jar full of water and weighed a few tons directly and threw it out. There is also a wall of 10 centimeters in front of him like paper. General Rose, I think you need to make this clear to me." I heard Brown Sky's angry and extremely curious words. Rose's eyes dangled and said, "Why Bronsky, with your merits, if you want to be an official, it is easy to be my colleague. But you have to choose to be a soldier, this is something I don't understand. And the notebook we got from the captured target that day is about to be deciphered. What are you in a hurry?" "Because I like strength and fighting." Brown Sky said directly, "But I am old now, far less powerful than before. But when I saw that green monster, I felt like I had to know those." Hearing that, Rose looked at Brown Sky in surprise and reminded him, "You also said that it is a monster." "It doesn't matter, sir," Brown Sky said with excitement when he heard that Ross had any way to do it. "The monster that is useful to the country is the good monster, not the green monster." Hear Brown Sky's enlightenment. Rose nodded and then stretched out his hand to pat his shoulder and said, "I'll tell you the information about Hulk, and we still have a little bit about that thing. You can prepare it." Hear what Rose said. Brown Sky immediately looked at him with surprise in his unexpected eyes. "Yes, sir." Just when Brown Sky went to accept the transformation of a new life, someone also drifted across the sea, slowly rushing to New York by boat and car. The reason is so slow, because he has to span an entire continent. Sitting in a farm cart where a good-hearted person is taking him a journey. Banner looked at his wallet with only bank cards and cash, and began to think about what to do next. Yes. He was indeed violent after Rose's arrest. He only found his wallet afterwards. But the most important thing is, his notebook is missing. Although the dark web information on that laptop could not be found by Ross. But on that laptop, there are also the information about Banner's experiment and the geographic location of Mr. Lan in an encrypted file. It is said that it is an encrypted document, but it is a virtual display in the United States military. It is believed that Mr. Lan will be arrested by Ross soon. And he will be the one who harmed Mr. Lan. I thought of this. Banner was a little annoyed and grabbed his hair with 10 fingers. At this time, the driver who was driving the agricultural vehicle asked, "Where are you going?" I think you are a bit annoyed, but you don't have to. For example, if I ran the car today, my wife would definitely scold me when I got home. So what's the use of being in a bad mood now? I still have to be scolded when I get home. Although rough, it does make sense. After Banner heard this, after a little better, he said silently, I seem to have killed a friend of mine. He helped me before. Then you can help him again. The driver said cheerfully. Banner was completely speechless. If he went to help, it would really help a lot. Isn't this going to give the pairs all the land there? But in the end, what they said was right. I can't help but I can't watch Mr. Lan being arrested and remain indifferent. Anyway, I want to go to New York together. So, let's help Mr. Lan solve the crisis first. Go find Angel again. After making the decision, Banner confidently pointed in a direction and said, just let me down there. At the moment's Angel building, Luo Hua looked at a pile of swords in silence. These swords were made secretly by Alan remotely. And the best metal in normal society in the world has been used. So the reason for his silence is nothing else. The sword is too bad. Although it looks good, it really doesn't work. Now that the Sky City has not been built, its own weapons cannot be produced yet, and there are no materials. So in order to prevent Alan from really bare-handed, Luo Hua still prepares many swords to be used as weapons when they come. Regardless of the fact that the sword is really bad, it is because it is in Angel's judgment. If you really want to use the wormhole transport technology to throw, even Tony's Mark's armor can't hold a few swords. At the very least, there is no problem cutting the pile of swords like iron. At this time, Hexie suddenly took a sword. She shook the hilt of the sword and patted it in her hand again. Then he squeezed the tip of the sword and broke off. Finally, Hexie shook his head again and said, this sword, no, it's a snap. Ping! He didn't wait for Hexie to finish speaking. She broke the sword if she broke the sword twice. Luo Hua. Alan, 0.0. All of a sudden, Hexie cut his head cutely, and then looked at Luo Hua pitifully, and said in a low voice. Tu didn't want to really break it, really, I just want to try. After speaking, her blue eyes almost burst into tears. At the same time, the long eyelashes flickered, seeming to help her master express her emotions. Ha ha ha, I laughed myself when I wrote this. Hexie really laughed at breaking sword back then. Please ask for flowers, tickets, please provoke you, this is very important to me. Chapter 44. Tony meets Fury, Howard Stark's box. Ugh. Luo Hua sighed helplessly. What can he say about the scene of this classic reappearance? Pepixie is Pepixie. Well, this sword was built to play, basically it has no value. Waved his hand to make Hexie throw away the broken point and hilt, Luo Hua added again. You don't want others to be stable, you are very stable, and the leather is very leather. You're the kind that looks like an angel for a while, but doesn't look like an angel for a while. Which angel will be okay with the sword that has just arrived? Which angel will be nervous for a while, and for the elder sister? Even in multi-universe, there will only be Luo Hua. Watching Luo Hua do not hold himself accountable. Hexie straightened up immediately. Then he got up and bent over and picked up the teapot from the table in front and poured a cup of tea with both hands and handed it to Luo Hua. Wang, get thirsty, drink tea. He smiled helplessly because of Hexie. Luo Hua reached out and took a sip of the tea from Hexie. Hexie saw that Luo Hua drank tea, and it really meant that he was all right. She immediately happily took the teacup that Luo Hua drank and put it on the table and went back to make it. This whole set of procedures was well regulated by her demonstration. It didn't look like when he broke the sword just now. Finally, I looked at Alan who was stunned from start to finish. Luo Hua waved his hand and said calmly to her, it's good to get used to it. Her indirect nerves are not a day or two. Alan nodded and shook her head suddenly. After Hexie heard it, she secretly stopped to study and turned her head to look at Luo Hua. Luo Hua stared back when he found out. Then Hexie turned back wrongly. Really fine. Looking back at Tony's side. A few days after the whiplash incident. Although they didn't know that they were rescued by Hammer after being in prison with the whip. But S.H.I.E.L.D has directly found the door of Tony's Seaview Villa. Sitting on the deck chair blowing the sea breeze. Fury turned his head and glanced at Tony. I heard that you will have a birthday party in a few days. Tony gave him an accidental look. Although I know that my birthday is easy to be inquired about, but do you want to celebrate it for me? Let me say that I only like women. Stupefied, don't you know where your problem lies? Fury questioned Tony and pointed to the chlorophyll potion he had just used a drink bottle to disguise and said, what do you explain? Tony thought for a while, this is my sports drink, because I'm going to work out later. Are you still in the mood to work out? Fury looked at Tony with a funny look. Is it difficult for you to feel nauseous and head muddy when you exercise? Hearing this, Tony pursed his lips. It sounds like S.H.I.E.L.D already knew about his palladium poisoning. Okay, it is exactly the same as you said, but why are you here? Tony raised his hands to Fury and asked, since Phil Coulson said that the chief wanted to see me, then you brought a bunch of agents in and looked around. Then you just tell me what you want to say about things that I don't understand. What do I want? Fury retorted as if he had been wronged. Do you think I want to see you, but do you think I'm around you? There is something more troublesome than this in the Southwest. If you are not Iron Man, who bother to care about you? Don't you want to know why I want to see you? Okay. Then I'll tell you. I am specifically dealing with those of you who have ability and problems. If we hadn't known about palladium poisoning not long ago, you might have died, we would have known it. When Fury said these words, Natasha Romanoff had already walked behind Tony with the needle in his combat tights. By the time Tony found out it was too late. Natasha Romanoff twisted the needle on Tony's neck. Tony, who received the powerful relieving acupuncture effect, felt stiff in reality. Then after a long delay, he came back to his senses and asked, what did you give me? Isn't it an obedient medicine? If you think I'm okay, give me 2 boxes. I think I can handle the problems I have now. This is lithium dioxide. It can only delay your symptoms. It can't be used as an antidote. Fury looked at the poison mark on Tony's neck and said, it seems that it is still very difficult to cure you. Tony, who had completely slowed down, leaned back on the couch and said, I know better than you, I understand my condition. I have been looking for substitutes that can replace palladium. And I have tried every element and every combination of elements. Now I'm going to ask Angel what other elements in this world I don't know. As he spoke, Tony's tone was also full of helplessness. So I'm here to tell you, you haven't tried all the elements. This is, Fury finally said his purpose. Tony immediately looked at Fury suspiciously. Slap. Fury slapped his palms, bring things here. Then, several black agents brought up a box with Howard Stark written on it. Please ask for flowers, tickets, please provoke you, this is very important to me. Chapter 45. Dark computer is temporarily unable to study? Luo Hua, yes. Finally, I looked at the time on the watch. Fury reminded Tony, your father is great, but he said he was trapped by the times. I will send you all the information S.H.I.E.L.D knows about your father later. And your father also said that all the things he wants to leave you are in this box. With that said, Fury stood up on the recliner and walked out. But when he was halfway there, he remembered something, turning his head back to Tony and flauntingly said, one more thing, if you really can't find a way, then I suggest you come over and ask for my help in person. Then I can borrow the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. and suggest that you contact the King of Angel. Trust me, they definitely have a way, but killing you is another problem. And I can only guarantee that I can contact at most once. I can't guarantee the meeting. Because even I can't see it now. Since the meeting at the tower, Fury really understands it and wants to meet Luo Hua in person again in the future. That's too difficult. Fart you, what are you talking about? Tony looked at Fury, who was showing off, and said with disdain. Do you think you are the only one who knows Angel? You know I also met Angel back then, and he saved me compassionately. Oh, is it true? Fury turned around and walked back and looked at Tony and said, then you try again? Can Angel save you? Suddenly, Tony was speechless. No one can guarantee this indeed. And Tony also recognizes that he was a good person who wasn't even considered before. Now Hemp is so-so. If you count his donation of money, it will barely be worth the effort. Fury came to meet Tony earlier than the far story. It's all because of the angel layer in it. If it was before, they would still care about a series of questions, such as if Tony couldn't take it easy, would he go crazy? But no longer. Because of Angel, no matter how bad the bad guys are, even the heinous and sinful bad guys S.H.I.E.L.D. thinks they will seduce a group when they see Angel. Find out about the trial? In the Angel building at the moment. Although Luo Hua knows that there are still 2 days left before Tony's birthday party. But it does not matter to him. He is also busy calculating the technology of designing the city of the sky, and his mind is fast enough to fly. If this is compared with digital and computers, it will be able to beat the server. And many more. Thinking of this, Luo Hua seemed to remember something suddenly. Computer? Angel has the same technology as computers. And it was the technology that almost had to be loaded in Angel at that time. Dark quality computer? But want to load dark computer will have a trouble. But it seems that it can be solved. Thinking of this, Luo Hua looked to Hexi, we should be able to develop dark quality computers. Dark quality computer. Hexi stopped the R&D in his hand and turned to look at Luo Hua in doubt. Really? It's still far away from us, isn't it? The dark computer seems to be developed and loaded at least until the god-making civilization. Although Hexi said so. But she still looked at Luo Hua with hope. Because the dark computer will bring them too much improvement. That is a huge increase in versatility, both in terms of combat and R&D. If the energy projection technology of the whole system can be compared to the improvement of research and development efficiency by 10 times, that dark computer can increase more than 100-fold in combat and research and development at the same time. Definitely, this also depends on the amount of calculation. You see, if you want to load a dark computer, then there are 3 requirements that are necessary. With that said, Luo Hua sat forward and explained to Hexi and Alan. First, gene manipulation system. Second, the energy required by the system. Third, algorithms required by the system. So you said what we are missing now. The principle of dark computer is very simple. The first system refers to a whole set of frameworks, and it is also the most important part. The second energy is even simpler. It is the same as Angel consumes when using ability daily, such as the Eye of Insight. The second calculation law is a set of manipulation procedures and calculation methods, such as computer binary and processing methods. Facing Luo Hua's problem, Hexi and Alan looked at each other, and then said without hesitation, gene manipulation system. Slap. Luo Hua snapped their fingers to them. Yes, why is it called a gene manipulation system? It's because it is a technology that can only be created by a god-making civilization. It needs to completely decipher the genetic code and then load a system into the gene. And the amount of analysis to completely decipher genes can only be done by at least building a central system of knowledge treasure. Listening to Luo Hua talking about this, Hexi and Alan's mood a little lowered. The god-making civilization and the treasure house of knowledge are still too far away. Seeing the two women in a bad mood, Luo Hua smiled mysteriously. However, I thought of another method, which can bypass the problem of deciphering the gene and directly transfer the system to the gene. As soon as these words came out, Hexi and Alan opened two beautiful eyes. They are so curious. This technique can be bypassed? Please ask for flowers, tickets, please provoke you, this is very important to me. Chapter 46. A system that does not use loopholes is not a good plug-in. Looking at the two women who were surprised, it's no wonder that they were both surprised. After all, this level is a bit outrageous. But Luo Hua's method is very simple. That is the system. Not a genetic control system. It's the angel civilization creation system. Since the formal loading of the genetic control system needs to decipher the genetic code. That being informal means that there is no need to decipher it. But how should this be done? It's simple, just skip it. The first principle to understand is that a formal dark matter computer requires three conditions: the gene manipulation system, the energy required by the system, and the algorithm required by the system. Now Angel has met the last two conditions. So now there is only the condition of deciphering the genetic code in the first condition. Strictly speaking, this is even a big project for the creation of God civilization. If the genetic code cannot be deciphered, the genetic control system cannot be loaded. Remember, it can't be loaded. Rather than being unable to develop. After all, the development of genetic control systems in this technology is relatively simple. What is difficult for both wings is to understand the key to the genetic code and then install it. Let me give you an example. Gene equals safe. Gene code equals safe code. Genetic control system equals money. But now that I have the money and the safe, I don't know the password, so I almost put the money in. If it is a god-making civilization, this needs to be done step by step. Decode the code before putting the money in. But the angel civilization creation system is not like this. It can be set to. The money was in the safe when it existed. That is, the dark computer was innately owned when Angel's body was born. The conditions for the creation of the angel civilization system are that it can be set after understanding. In other words, under the condition that Luo Hua understands all three known conditions. Luo Hua can directly set Angel's body with dark quality computer. And there is only one consequence of this magical operation of skipping the password. That is, in the future, the genetic control system cannot be replaced without deciphering the genetic code. Right. There is only one consequence. Gone. So after thinking about it, Luo Hua looked at Hexi and Alan and said. So after skipping the genetic code program, our consequence is that we cannot change the genetic system temporarily, do you understand? The moment Luo Hua finished explaining. It was also the first time Luo Hua saw Hexi and Alan stare at Kazilan. This was the first time he saw the shocked picture of two women. Luo Hua directly used energy to condense and preserve it. When the tools are available in the future, restore them directly. After a while, Hexi came back to his senses and rejoiced and said, "What is the consequence? Isn't it impossible to decipher the genetic code before the creation of the god civilization? Then being unable to decipher the genetic code does not mean that there is no dark computer. What about replacing the system without a dark computer?" Alan nodded and added. "But now that we have a dark computer ahead of time, we have to enjoy it first and use all the technologies that we should have in the future." Yes. Hexi nodded after hearing this. There was no dark computer before the creation of the god civilization. Then can't replace the system before that is the consequence? This is clearly an advance. Looking at the two angels who are radiant, Luo Hua sorted out his ideas and smiled, "Then I will develop this technology first. It will take about 2 days. Don't look at it just verbally. It takes time to really organize all the settings and create this dark computer as a whole. It is very troublesome to just close and organize the rules of the 3 conditions. 2 days. Alan was shocked when he heard Roar said, "Wang, I thought it would take as long as the development of the Sky City." Hexie nodded beside Alan in agreement. She thought she was going out with Sky City. At that time, she will develop a city in the sky, and Luohua will study a dark computer. But I didn't expect Luohua to study this in only 2 days. Although it only took 2 days to be incredible, both she and Ai Lan believed in Luohua unconditionally. Thought of this. Hexie suddenly questioned whether he was too relaxed and skinny during this period of time. Not only is the progress of the Sky City research so slow, and is it wasting a lot of time to skin yourself from time to time? Seems to see through Hexie's thoughts. Luohua stepped forward and spread out Hexie's somewhat squeezed palm. Then rubbed her hair. Feel the warm hands on top of his head. Hexie raised his head to meet Luohua's warm and soothing smile. In fact, Hexie is already very fast, but if you want to compare with Luohua who is on the hook, it is really incomparable. Did not say a word too much. Luohua removed his palm and waved to the 2 women, "I need to find an immersive environment for research and development, so I will go to the study first, and see you in 2 days. Ah!" For an instant, Alan looked up in surprise. Hexie, who was cured just now, also turned around. For the time they have lived for so long, 2 days apart at one seat seems to be quite long. Ah, what? Looking at the mouths of the 2 women, Luohua waved his hand and walked into the study. 2 days of research and development is true. Finding a study room is indeed in order to immerse my heart down and concentrate on sorting out. Otherwise, it must take more than 2 days. 2 days later. Today is Tony's birthday party. At the same time, the entrance to the study room on the top floor of Angel Building. There are also 2 sneaky figures waving their wings from time to time. "Please ask for flowers, tickets, please provoke you, this is very important to me." Chapter 47. New Technology, Dark Computer. Alan teaches Tony. Ding! Angel Civilization Technology set successfully Dark Matter Computer. The full name is Dark Matter Computer, which is loaded into Angel's genes and at the same time provides Angel with a great increase at any level. Roar! Seeing that the technology has finally been set up, Luohua breathed a sigh of relief. Reached out and pressed his head with both hands. After intensive calculations these days, he felt that his brain was shrinking. Then, Luohua walked to the entrance of the study while pressing his head. He pulled out his right hand and opened the door. A figure with long silver hair threw directly into his arms. Feeling the warm and moist body in his arms. Hexie. With her move, she thought she was touching porcelain if she didn't know it. At this time, Luohua's hand was placed on her back just now. The touch is smooth and silky. Looking down, Hexie today is wearing a backless gown. Her white back will attract others' eyes unconsciously. But Hexie only wears it at home. Take the well-behaved Hexie to the sofa and sit down. Luohua took a sip of the teacup and asked, "You won't stay at the door for 2 days, right?" "That's not it." Hexie directly denied Wen Yan, "We just stayed for 1 day. 1 day you still said that it feels very smart. Are you crazy? It's not that I can't come out." Then, faced with the look of expectation in Upper Elan, Luohua also remembered that he had successfully developed it. "I will load you dark computers first, what's it like for you to try?" Talking. Luohua drank tea with one hand and tapped a few times in the void with the other hand. Angel Hexie, the 2nd generation of Angel's body, Angel's wings, eyes of insight, micro-wormhole transport technology, dark energy communication technology, full energy projection technology, loadable technology, dark computer. Angel Elan, the 1st generation of Angel's body, same as above, loadable technology, 2nd generation Angel's body, dark computer. Luo Hua saw this. Is Alan able to load the second-generation angel's body? Nice. After an unexpected glance at Alan, Luo Hua praised her. Alan, congratulations, you have mastered the second-generation angel's body. This time I will help you load it with the dark computer. For an instant, Alan's wide-open eyes were incredibly happy. Thank you, Wang. I will definitely work harder. Loading Angel Hexi, Angel Alan with technology. Angel Hexi, Angel Alan, the second generation of Angel's body, Angel's wings, Eye of Insight, micro wormhole transport technology, dark energy communication technology, full energy projection technology, dark computer. Following Luo Hua's order. After loading the technology, the two women immediately closed their eyes and realized the improvement brought by upgrade. After a while, Hexi opened her azure blue eyes first. Then he shook his hand a few times. This increase is too much. Eye of Insight has been increased because of the increase in computing power. The wormhole handling technology has also become more powerful and the throwing speed is faster. Dark energy communication technology can also be connected within galaxies. Even energy projection technology has become faster. Hexi talked over and over again about the degree of increase brought by the various abilities of the experiment. But after the whole experiment, she was also surprised. This is too strong. You know, in the angel civilization that Luo Hua remembered, dark computers are not available to every angel. Angels who can have dark matter computers are aerial angels with special genes or high-level gene systems. For example, Yan, Leng, Chasing, Zhixin, etc. And her angel. They can only distribute the computing power blessing of the Keisha knowledge treasury through the data connection. And there is only one point. Because other large allocations were given to the third-generation angel, such as Yan's hands. So when Keisha fell, so many angels' combat power plummeted. It was because the host was offline that they had no computing power to bless them. Then, Alan also opened his eyes happily. She got the second-generation angel's body upgrade. At the moment, she feels full of power. She couldn't wait to find someone who had provoked the king immediately and punished him. At this time, it seems to be what you want. Alan suddenly opened the eyes of insight and turned to look in a distant direction. Then after confirming it, he turned around and asked with seeking eyes, Wang, do you need to warn him? Luo Hua nodded, waved his hand and said, Go, don't worry. Yes. Alan received the order. Immediately took out a mask from the dark plane and put it on his face. Then she flicked her wings, and flew from the top of the building to the top of the building in an instant, and then flew towards some armor that was flying over. Yes. What Alan was talking about was Tony, who was drunk now. It seems that the party has been held, and it seems that the discovery of new elements in the past few days is not ideal. Otherwise, he wouldn't get drunk at the party. But the press conference of Hanmer Industries will begin the day after tomorrow, and it depends on whether he has time. At the moment, Tony, who was in a drunk driving flight, flew towards the Angel building in a daze. Although he himself didn't know why. But maybe it's the reason for that trace of desire to survive, he instinctively wants to come here for help. At this time, an angel waving his wings suddenly appeared and pointed his sword sharply. At this moment in Angel's domain, don't blame me for being rude when you get close. At the moment Tony, who was drunk driving, definitely couldn't react. Even if J.A.R.V.I.S wanted to help him brake the car, it was too late. Please ask for flowers, tickets, please provoke you, this is very important to me. Chapter 48. Tony, who begged Alan for mercy, the indirect nerve goblin. So, accompanied by the sound of Jiang, a red and yellow figure flew out directly. Alan won't keep his hands because of what Tony you are. If it weren't for Tony's high defense in battle armor, Alan's scruples would have been swiped in two. Hiss. After being taken over by J.A.R.V.I.S, the armor was suspended in the air. Tony finally became a little awake. He opened his confused eyes. The sharp pain in the head reminded me of the injury. And looking from the place where the wind came in, his visor was swung open. Although the body was not injured and bleeding, there was definitely a concussion. And next time, the head is gone. J.A.R.V.I.S, sir, 74% of the visor is damaged. Another attack will directly cause irreparable fatal injuries. Do I need to take over the battle system of the battle armor to counterattack? No. Now Tony immediately reacted and shouted, "Stop J.A.R.V.I.S." At the same time, Tony raised his hands above his head to show Alan. "Dear Angel. I was drunk just now. I didn't mean anything." With that, Tony also extinguished the palm cannon arc reactor in his hand and showed Alan. Seeing Tony finally honest, Alan raised his head slightly and looked at Tony, questioned, "The sea area with the mansion as the center radius is Angel's domain. You just broke into it?" No, I went wrong by accident." Tony waved his hand quickly to change his statement, "I just ran in the wrong direction when I was drunk and my head was unclear." "Really, please believe me." Facing Tony's words in a panic, Alan put down her finger and pointed at his sword first. But he still held the sword in his hand and placed it beside his leg coldly and said, "In that case, leaving here, the second time is the sword in my hand speaking. If Tony really wants to break into the building, Alan would still find it interesting. It was impossible for him to break in anyway. And his own sword is not enjoyable. It is better to take a battle armor to practice hand. To hearing Alan's stern warning, Tony trembled and tried to say something but said it was right. One is that he is really dying, he will belch as long as he uses the armor for more than 3 hours now. But the new element still couldn't be found, and he was almost desperate. 2. It is really possible that Angel can save himself, but in that case, Tony didn't allow himself to be like that in his heart. He thought he was a genius and couldn't beg others like that. But he was really dying, and his thirst for survival urged him to find Angel. What the hell is this to do? While saving face, it is fate. At this time, just when Tony made up his mind to ask Angel for help, he hasn't spoken yet. Alan's cold voice was heard thousands of miles away in advance. "Don't think about it, the king won't save you, Angel won't save everyone who doesn't cherish their lives. You are not worthy of Angel expending even a trace of resources to save. Only creatures that love their lives are worthy of Angel's resources to save. And you? Not counting." After speaking, Alan stopped looking at him again. He turned around and waved his wings and slowly returned to the building. But before leaving, "I can tell you in advance that if you use this armor for 3 hours, you will die in pain." Wait until Alan has disappeared for a long time. Tony was still floating in the air in a daze. J.A.R.V.I.S hesitation asked, "Sir?" After a while again, Tony's silent control armor slowly turned around. Then he slowly flew towards his Stark mansion at the speed he had when traveling. At the same time, he was thinking in his heart, "Yes. Why would Angel save himself? He himself does not cherish life, so why should Angel spend resources to save himself? After all, from start to finish, I do my own work." From the loose conditions of arms trafficking to the nature of laziness and ignorance, all this was caused by his own hands. An angel? They are not wrong at all. Only creatures that cherish their lives are worth living. If you don't cherish yourself, do you expect others to cherish you? Except for the deadly licking dog, nothing else is possible. Definitely, except for love. Love? Thinking of this, Tony thought of the little Pepper he had cultivated. From a girl who was confused about graduation to becoming a secretary and then to the position of CEO. Pepper has gone through a path that most ordinary people have never experienced in their entire lives. But Pepper is kind to himself. Thinking of this, Tony, who was flying to the Stark building, wanted to stop by and see Pepper, who was still working overtime at the moment. After an hour, when Luo Hua stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Angel building, he smiled helplessly as he watched a battle armor carrying a few templates to go home. It all works. He really flew home with his new element. At this time, I feel that someone is playing with my own wings. Luo Hua turned his head, Hexie stood behind him and followed his wings for himself. Then she clicked twice from time to time. Fold the wings. With the release of the idea, the wings that Hexie held in his hand turned into feathers and the starlight disappeared. At this moment, her furious cheeks bulged. Ignore this indirect nerve goblin. Luo Hua returned to the sofa and leaned back, preparing to plan the next thing. Please ask for flowers, tickets, please provoke you, this is very important to me. Chapter 49. Score twice, Tony, I will kneel for Angel until next year. 2 days later. Time comes tonight. At the moment is the day when Hanmer Industries announced the debut of a new armor, and declared that this kind of battle armor will be applied to the hands of the military to fight for the country to protect the freedom of citizens. And the overall title is, Defense of Peace. So, at this century fair, today's audience was crowded with dense crowds to visit this mass-produced high-tech robot. And the auditorium seats in the infield only invited the presidents of major companies and the heads of the military. With the arrival of the hour in the evening, Justin Hammer ran out in his botched kick dance. Accompanied by the music slowly ended. Justin Hammer took the microphone or spoke. Okay, welcome everyone to participate in the New Era Science and Technology Conference organized by the Hanmer Group for the theme of Defending Peace. At this conference, I will give you a grand introduction to the new type of armor developed by the Hanmer Group. He will be stronger than the battle armor studied by the selfish and stingy man of the Stark Group. Speaking of this, someone from Justin Hammer's headset reminded him, Angel's content. So Justin Hammer divided it up and said, although I know Angel, who is now on New Jersey Island, is also a member of the Defense of Peace. But he has only one person, and he can't let Angel do everything. So the armor we developed can meet the needs of all parts of the world to defend peace. This statement came out. Both the people outside the court and the people on the court reached the number and got approval. Seeing the effect is getting better. Justin Hammer even boasted about some things he could do without Angel. At the moment Pepper and Natasha Romanoff sat in the infield, looking at Justin Hammer, who was bragging. Natasha Romanoff was dismissive of Ben's rhetoric. Because it is impossible for the Hanmer Group to surrender control of the battle armor in its hands. So his rhetoric is nonsense. Not credible at all. At the moment, Tony, who was experimenting with the new arc reactor at home, also listened to the whip calls. He thought he was dead. Turning to look at the arc of new elements reactor on the table, Tony went straight to take it down and took it with him. Sir, the experiment has been carried out to 85%, and it is almost certain whether it is safe. I can't manage that much. Tony shot the arc reactor at last. Just listened to the click and installed it. Finally, a red and yellow figure flew out. That was the birth of the Mark VI new energy armor. Today, I would like to introduce to you all the new technology of the United States military. Hammer Steel Soldier. As the music sounded, Justin Hammer introduced loudly. Army Iron Soldier. Navy Steel Soldier. Air Force Steel Soldier. Marine Corps Steel Soldier. Wow! Just when the applause of the audience became more intense. Booming! The sound of violent thrusters was heard in the distance. With a red and yellow armor banging to the ground, Tony stretched out the energy cannon in his hand and directly asked Hanmer, where is Ivan Vank? Who is Ivan Vank? Hammer knew this, but as long as he couldn't find Vank, he could do Tai Chi himself. And in the crowd, Tony would definitely not kill himself directly. Although just in hammer-backed back full. The dozens of battle armors on the scene suddenly reached out their hands to Tony. "Sir! They are about to attack you." Tony took a look and immediately flew into the sky with the palm of his hand down. The remotely controlled Vank immediately controlled all the flying steel soldiers and followed Tony. The steel soldier who couldn't fly also hurried to chase Tony. For a time, gunshots, chaos, screams, and engine noises were a mess. Knowing that this was finished, Hanmer immediately ran to the backstage to inquire about the situation. But it was obviously too late. At the moment, Tony, who was chased and beaten by more than a dozen steel soldiers, was running away in a hurry. This is not only a huge disadvantage compared to the gap in the number of people. His palm artillery still has a delay to activate. The shoulder body bullet was cancelled in the new energy armor, but even if it did, it couldn't penetrate the steel armor of the soldier behind him. And the steel soldier? Not only are they superior in numbers, but their weapons are all serious thermal weapons. Even if Hanmo was rubbish, the firepower of a dozen people couldn't hold Tony's armor at all. J.A.R.V.I.S, we seem to be in big trouble. I admit that remote control of the armor has a number advantage. Sir, it's too late for you to admit it. J.A.R.V.I.S quickly calculated how to defeat these armors. But after calculating for a long time, J.A.R.V.I.S suffocated a sentence and then no follow-up, "Sir." J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony asked suspiciously, quickly, "We can't drag, things will get messy." "Sir, are you ready then? Say it." "Sir, I mean sometimes a unique skill can be used forever as long as you are not afraid of the consequences." "Sir, do you remember how Obadiah disappeared?" Thinking of Alan's sword, Tony's brain is still a little bit painful now. Moreover, it seemed to be just a sword that Alan waved casually. However, this problem cannot be solved by himself. Finally, I thought about Angel's teaching for himself. Tony yelled. "Mom messing with Fac. The big deal is that I will kneel for Angel until next year." J.A.R.V.I.S. Plan me a route to Angel. J.A.R.V.I.S. Sir, at the moment, you are really brave. Please ask for flowers, tickets, please provoke you, this is very important to me. Chapter 50. The old fairy Hexie, Tony stepped forward to help and was beaten. Rumble. Rumble. With the roar of a propeller in the sky. Tonight, as long as the citizens of New York look up at the sky, they can see a bright spot flying in the sky. There are still dozens of bright spots chasing behind. Although it looks like a firework party. But bang bang bang. Da-da-da-da-da-da. When the sound of the bombing of the main artillery and the fire of thermal weapons sounded. Ah. Now these onlookers finally knew what it was. This is chaos. The screen returns to Tony's side. As he was on the run, he had already flown to the Angel building at full speed. J.A.R.V.I.S reminded at this moment, "Sir, it is estimated that you will enter the area where you were hacked in 1 minute. I suggest you prepare for the breaks in advance to avoid being cut by mistake." "I don't need you to tell me." Tony shouted back with a constipated expression when he heard J.A.R.V.I.S reminder. He really didn't want to be chopped again. The brains that were chopped off that day are now dizzy. And his gold titanium alloy armor can only resist 2 swords. Tony looked at the armor he was chasing behind him. "I don't know if they can resist 2 swords. In the Angel building at the moment, Luo Hua leaned steadily and somewhat lazily on his sofa. With his legs overlapped, he supported his chin with one hand and watched the real-time broadcast of Alan's energy projection technology in front of him. At the moment, Hexie and Alan are standing next to Luo Hua. Alan used the energy projection technology to broadcast while investigating the outside with the eyes of insight open. In fact, when Tony decided to bring all the steel soldiers to Angel, Alan had already seen it with investigative eyes. But it was just a few armors, which was much more trash than Tony's armors. So Luo Hua couldn't be interested at all. See the final chase screen. Luo Hua waved without saying a word to make Alan close and leaned on the sofa and said, "It seems that you can fully appreciate the power of the second-generation angel's body this time." "Yes," Alan replied. "Then go." Luo Hua waved his hand, "Let them see the strength of the second-generation angel's body equipped with a dark computer." "Yes." Alan happily took the order. She walked quickly from beside Luo Hua to in front of Luo Hua. Then put his right hand in front of his heart, leaning slightly. After finishing all the etiquettes of respecting Luo Hua, Alan walked quickly to the top of the building. Then her wings shook and disappeared in an instant. "And look at the interior." Luo Hua turned to face Shang Hexi's expectant eyes, and almost laughed helplessly. "Is it necessary to dispatch 2 angels? Alas." Hexi, who heard this, walked to Luo Hua while Alan was not enthused and sat down next to Luo Hua and said, "I didn't mean that, I meant to say." "Say what?" Luo Hua said. "I mean the tea I make is also good, would you like to try it?" Hexi looked at Luo Hua with expectant eyes. Up to now, all the tea is made by Alan. As long as the tea is almost there, Alan will take the initiative to grab it. This has led to many times that Hexi didn't have a chance to perform in front of Luo Hua. A few times during this, she got up and wanted to grab it and soak. But Alan made her sit down again because of her fast research speed and the reason that these things were entrusted to me. So now Alan is gone. Hexi wants to steal the house, bah, that's not right. She wanted to take the opportunity to give it a try, and it wasn't a steal at all. Definitely yes. Luo Hua reached out and took out a brand new tea set from the dark plane and handed it to Hexi. "Go." Good. Hexi happily took the tea tray and stepped on high heels and walked to the pantry. He watched Hexi move his slender and white legs under the half cheongsam dress and leave. Luo Hua smiled helplessly a few times. "This Hexi," said Shikao Lenjaihu's sister Ma, when she talked with Alan, "it was true. She said that she was old fairy Ma, as long as she can be alone in the past, and now she is like this. It's really dumbfounding." The screen turns to Tony's side. "Seeing to enter Angel's domain. J.A.R.V.I.S. reminded in advance, sir. Expect 10.9.8.3.2.1. Tony, break. It's time." Tony immediately lifted his hands and feet forward and pushed himself in the opposite direction to break. "Hey!" Then, Tony coughed dully, whose internal organs were under tremendous pressure. Then a stream of blood flowed from his nose. At least the capillaries are broken a lot. But the result is good. Kang! Chiang chiang! Boom! Boom boom boom! With the sound of 3 swords kicking, Tony only saw a white figure flashing in front of him. Then there were 3 explosions of fire and a sparkling soldier fell into the sea. Tony couldn't help shaking himself. He opened the mask, wiped the nasal serum with his metal fingers and woke up. "Fortunately, my brake system is doing well." After wiping the nosebleed, Tony closed the mask with a click. Then shouted, "I'll help you." After, there was a bang. A figure donkey that had been kicked and rolled in the air for several laps rolled back. Tony was aggrieved with his kicked head. "I'm here to help you. You have entered Angel's realm. Tony, please ask for flowers, tickets, please provoke you, this is very important to me."